financial reporting in the electricity supply industry. As you know, it's all about financial sustainability of the electricity supply industry, and money is the thing. So our discussion today, we are going to discuss about how do we inject that blood that is required to run the electricity supply industry. We are delighted to have with us chief financial officers of our licensees, senior finance professionals, regulators, accountants, tax experts, auditors, and other key stakeholders from across the electricity supply industry. As we wait the commencement of the program, again, may I kindly request and encourage all participants to complete their registration, but also take your seats. Also ensure that you have a copy of today's program so that you can follow the event detail by detail or minute by minute. So our team is available. If you don't have a copy of today's program, kindly let us know. We shall be there to serve you better. Again, my name is Ibrahim Kasita. I work here at Electricity Regulatory Authority as a stakeholder engagement officer, but I'm today moderating this. I'm privileged to be doing so. Thank you very much. We are beginning shortly. Shortly we shall begin, so I call upon you to get to familiarize with the program, but also to take the front seats so that we can reserve the back seats for those ones who will come late, who will join us later. So whoever is extreme at the back, please come in front so that you can be able to take the advantage of coming early. Thank you so much. Let's wait. We are beginning shortly. Thank you. Again, this forum is both physical and online. We want to ensure that our colleagues who have not managed to come to join us today should be able to follow the proceedings online. So we shall be convening this forum both physical here at ERR House, but also online for our colleagues who have not managed to join us here. Also, we do have some men behind the cameras. Basically, those cameras, they are meant for us, for the corporate communication. So it's meant for us. So I want you to be comfortable with them. They are in-house people, so just be comfortable with whatever is happening. Thank you so much.
use this.
All right. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to officially commence our program. We shall begin with a word of prayer. And Mr. Kello from UEDCL, please lead us into a prayer.
Thank you. Let's embrace for prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for our country. Thank you for Uganda. And we thank you that, Lord, we are citizens that you've chosen to serve this country in the electricity sector. We invite you for this session that you lead us. Every procession you are going to make, may your Holy Spirit guide us, and every moderator and the presenter. Father, we pray for your wisdom and insight so that we live here better and better servants of our country. In Jesus' name I pray and believe.
Thank you very much for that prayer, Mr. Kello. As I said earlier on, that if you don't have our program, kindly let us know so that we can serve you better. But now, as it is, we are proceeding with our official program. But before that, for us, safety is priority. Here at ERA, safety is a priority. In our program, safety moment is not there, but I will have to introduce it here because safety is everyone's responsibility, and even at a forum such as this, it is important that we remain cautious of our personal safety and the safety of those around us. So for today's forum, please take note of the following. Kindly familiarize yourself with the nearest emergency exits and assembly points. So the exit is just there in front. Just get used to this just in case. We don't have any drills today, but it's good for us to familiarize ourselves with the exit points just in case we get the alarm. 2, in case of an emergency, please remain calm and follow the instructions of the designated safety personnel. Mr. Antonio, where are you here? You're supposed to be here. Antonio, we have our safety designated people here, so just in case of anything, just be aware, just look for that person. So also please keep corridors, doorways, and emergency exits clear at all times. These exits, the corridors should be clear. Nothing should be there so that it can fasten our exit. So if you notice any safety concern, kindly report it immediately to the organizers. Just in case there's something you feel like it's not safe, please let us know. Also, in the unlikely event of an emergency, please do not rush or push. Assist colleagues who may require support. Just remain calm and just remain controlled. Please also take note of your personal belongings throughout the forum. We are responsible for our own safety and belongings. So most importantly, let us ensure that we leave ERA House in the same condition and with the same number of people as when we arrived here. So safety, we have to account for each and everyone who is here. And because this is a CFO forum, perhaps we can agree on one more safety principle. No financial risk is worth taking a physical risk for. No financial risk is worth taking a physical risk for. Thank you. Let us all have a safe and productive forum. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to the official opening of the forum, of the inaugural forum. The Chief Financial Officers Forum provides an important platform for the finance leaders across the electricity supply industry to reflect an emerging financial reporting, regulatory, taxation, and accounting matters, while strengthening collaboration across the sector. May I now call upon our Chief Executive Officer to come and make her welcoming remarks. Madam CEO, welcome. Thank you.
The CPAs are many, so really I don't blame
The nearest close to a CFO is to be a holder of an MBA, but also an accounting office of this institution. That is the closest I am. I don't intend to do those courses that expose others that you people have managed to do to become CFOs. Now, before I give my remarks, it is always important to know each other. Your network is your net worth. I want to believe that it's not only me, but some of you may even don't know the name of the people seated next to you. It may take a bit of time if we do one person at a time. And I haven't gotten the register to know all the institutions that have turned up. But my request is that we introduce institution by institution. We will go follow the value chain. The team that is coming from generation, usually on the grid code committee, are represented by the person from UEGCL. So if you are here and you represent a generation company, please stand up. And then we will start from UEGCL, introduce yourself, and then you are the one who will identify other generators around to introduce themselves. Because you lead them. So introduce your team and then give opportunity to the people behind you to introduce them. Institution by institution, your team leader introduces the rest.
Thank you so much, CEO. We are happy to be here this morning and grateful for the forum. My names are Susan Tafumba Isubikalu, Chief Finance Officer, UEGCL. With me, I have Arnold Wama at the back. He works with the audit team, so he's here to support us as well. Pamela Kanyunyuzi is in the regulatory department and heads that unit. And I also have Gilbert Arinaitwe, also works in the financial management accounting unit as the lead, the manager there. And yes, this is my team this morning. So I will want to identify other generators. I know I'm seeing Buckley just next to me here.
Okay, Buckley, introduce and I think now you've handed over. Buckley will hand to another generator until all the generators are done, and then we move on to the distributor. And our partners, the professional bodies.
Good morning, fellow SI community, and special good morning to CE.
Hello.
Stephen Biaranga is my name from Buckley Energy. We take care of APE from Padel, Bogoye Energy in Kasese, and Kekagati in Isinjiro. With me, I have, I'm not sure, Mr. Kasita, whether these are part of Buckley.
No, that is your family, so you need to introduce them.
I'm trying to look around, not seeing my...
No, introduce the colleagues from Buckley.
But
it will be you to introduce them.
Okay,
if you don't know them, you are at risk.
Charlene is here from APE, our accountant for APE. The rest are joining us very soon. Allow me to pass on the mic to...
Which generation company?
To Total.
Okay. That's excellent. Thank you for that clap.
Good morning, everyone.
Hello.
Good morning, CEO.
Hello.
My name is Ludo Peter. I'm representing Total Energies Renewables. We are operating Pat Bujagali. We are operating Total Energies Soroti Limited, Total Energies Services Limited. Coming up in the chain is Total Energies Tororo Limited, and also Total Energies Iganga Limited.
Introduce your colleague. If
My colleague is Faith.
Faith Monda?
No.
Hey,
Faith Chimuno.
Okay.
Faith Chimuno, yes. Thank you very much.
Okay. Which generation company do you know that you are going to handle?
I know generation. Generenco. I hope it is
Oh.
here.
Is it Wenereko? Which is Generenko Banange?
Wenerenko.
Generenko. Okay, Generenko, put up your hand.
I hope.
Pass on the people standing. Now you can imagine, we are a family and we don't know each other. We need to know each other.
Yes, good
Please
morning,
introduce
CEO.
yourself. Yes,
Good morning, everyone.
morning.
I'm called Chandia Richard Tunya, coming from West Nile. The name he was
Generenko.
trying to say
Is Wenereko.
is Wenireko. But we are not from Wenreko. We are generating an isolated grid that is Kuluva Hospital, Mean Power Generation Company.
Kuluba?
Kuluva Hospital,
Kuluba, okay.
Mean Power Generation Company. Yeah.
So
And I
which
serve,
other- Is that your colleague?
this is my colleague.
Introduce him.
He is called Opio James Jogo.
You've passed
He's
him.
the power project coordinator.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
So you name another generation company, sir, that you know in Uganda that has not introduced
Okay.
themselves.
Our co-sister is Kisizi.
Is Kisizi here? You've passed.
Yes.
The
I
problem now
even
will
made
be with
personal
Kisizi.
visit to Kisizi.
For you survived.
Good morning, everyone.
Hello.
Good morning, CEO.
Good morning.
I'm happy to be here. I'm called Tusime Peruth from Kisiz Hospital Power Limited, and I'm happy to be here. So I'm giving this mic to.
No. Introduce your colleague if you have a colleague.
I've not come with any colleague
So
here.
which other generation company that you know?
You this year?
Generation. We are talking about Abaga Sunda. Which other one do you know? That comes in your mind, that generate power. We have work to do. I help you.
Sure.
Bujagali.
Thank you.
Do you have Bujagali in the room? Not yet. I haven't seen Michael Talemwa. There is we are looking at generation Simu, Sisi, Rail Simu. Stand up and they give you the mic.
Right. Thank you so much, Madam CEO. Good morning, everyone. My name is Nalukwago Prim Geraldine. I am the head of projects at Kwanza Infrastructure, the holding company for Rari, Sisi, and Simu. With me, I have Aherza Arnold, our investment analyst. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do you know any other generation company? Which one do you know?
Karuma.
Karuma was UGCS, but you passed that. Eco Power, are you here? Okay, pass into that one.
Hi, good morning, madam.
Hello.
Good morning, all of you. I am Dilan Karunathiraka, Finance Manager, Eco Power Group and Rohimi Pickup and Limited.
Okay, thank you. Eligon Hydro. Are you here, please? Introduce yourself and then a colleague you may have.
Hamlet Ahimbisibwe. I'm the finance manager at Frontier. At Frontier we have several plants that we are operating, which includes Elgon Hydro, Rwenzori Hydro, Lubiri Akawembe Hydro, Nyamagasani 2 HPP, and Kakaka, and also Ziba. Here with me is Tom Rukundo, our compliance and finance officer, and senior accountant, Madam Isabel Kajobi.
Name another generation company you know.
Kachira.
Kachira. Are you here, Kachira? Kachira. I don't see Kachira. I don't see any hand up, but at least you've named Muvumbe. Where are you?
Good morning, everyone.
I'm
called Mohammad Azahir. I'm from Muvumbe Hydro and a subsidiary of Vidul Lanka PLC. I'm working as a business development engineer, and my colleagues are joining online from Sri Lanka.
Name another generation company.
ECL.
ECL? Is it in the room? ECL is not in the room. Give the mic to Enereko. Is Enereko in the room? Okay, give the mic to Enereko.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, everyone. The three of us are from Wenreko, West Nile. We are both generators and distributors. I am Nora Nakato, the head of finance, accompanied by Dennis Sebunya, our management accountant, and Gladys Onjiru, our commercial manager. Thank you. We are happy to be here.
Name another one you know.
Jen Max, Nyagak 3.
Nyagak 3, where are you? Jenny Max is in partnership with UEG. Maybe UEG is representing them. Elgon Hydro, you have already done that. Any other generation company, representative of a generation company that we've not introduced? Yes?
Good morning to you all.
Good morning.
God is good.
All the time.
And all the time.
God is good and that is his nature.
Wow. My name is Gerald Okirol. I'm from Ituka West Nile, Uganda Limited. It's a 20 megawatt solar power plant. I think we are easily the newest power plant on the grid. We commissioned on 24th of August, so we thank God for that. As I speak, I'm the finance manager, but my colleague, the general manager, has just arrived. He's called Simon Peter Vyakutaga. Thank you so much.
Managers are never late. They are just delayed. We will
Yes,
come you.
it's just arrived.
We will come you.
You're welcome,
Any
Simon.
other company that we have not given? Online, I'm told we have online. If your generation company.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Bossa Ronald is my name. I'm from Noah Energy, formerly Winch Energy. We do Lamo mini grids and Bunjako. I will pass the mic to Kisu Kalangala Infrastructure.
Excellent. At least you've passed.
My
you didn't
colleague,
introduce your colleague.
My colleague, Sozi Raymond, is an accountant.
Thank you. Okay. Kalangala Infrastructure.
Yes, good morning, CEO. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
You know, we used to be 3 in 1. We used to generate, transmit, and distribute. But then we got the national grid. Now we are now distributors. But then we shall introduce ourselves. I'm Carol Namata. I'm the acting finance and admin manager. With me is Donna Aduro, our financial analyst.
Okay, thank you. I want to check with the person monitoring the online team. I'm told we have people joining online. But as we wait, can we have the transmitter introduce themselves? And then the distributor, because the other two have already introduced themselves, Wenereka and Kiss.
Good morning, Madam CEO.
Morning.
And good morning, everyone. My name is Benga Peter, and I'm the head of finance at UTCL. With me, I have Mr. Luo Godfrey, who's the senior budget officer, and Mr. Ronald Kajabaga, who's the financial accountant. And finally, we have Pauline Nwagaba, who's the management accountant. Thank you.
Thank you. We move down to distribution.
Thank you, CEO. Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Jacqueline Chiwanuka. I'm the Chief Finance Officer at UDCL. Next to me is Andrew Sechimpi. He heads the financial reporting team. The gentleman who led the prayer is Patrick Okello. Next to him is Arthur Atuha. They are both part of the strategy and regulation team.
Okay, thank you. Jacqueline, I note there is someone who registered for Jagali. We gave opportunity to Jagali and the person didn't. Who came from Jagali may be still managing the safety briefs to arrive here. Then we KPMG in the room, please, your team lead could introduce the others. Please pass the mic. KPMG, are they online? You may find that some members are registering, but while attending from online. We have Sale, Sugar and Allied. Please pass the mic. Sugar and Allied, you're a generator. You should have stood under generation.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, good morning. Good
Morning.
morning, everybody. My name is Narendra Singh. I'm the Group Financial Controller for the Modern Group. Sugar and Allied is also a part of the
You raise your voice, eh?
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, no, it's audible. My name is Narendra Singh. I am the Group Financial Controller for the Modern Group. Sugar and Allied happens to be part of the entire Modern Group, and we are one of the power generators for the power generation.
Thank you. Office of the Auditor General, are they in the room or online? Office of the Auditor General. Someone has already, yes, please. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
In this environment where nobody is auditing the other. I hope I will not audit you. Okay. Yes.
Good morning, CEO. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Sharon Namonzi. I am a principal auditor at the Office of the Auditor General, and I head the team that audits the energy sector entities.
It's good you are in the room. Thank you. We welcome you. Here around Hills, the CPA, please.
Morning, everyone.
Hello.
Yeah, my name is Hilary Bijema for Hill and Hills CPA. Our client is Noah Energy, formerly Winch Energy, and Ramo, Winch Ramo. Thank you.
We have URA in the room. It's good you've sat there. By the time we end, I will have so many refunds.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, colleagues.
It's very interesting to be here and see you. Thank you for carrying on like this because it is important to know each other. My name is Julius Nandeva, and I'm the Acting Assistant Commissioner in the Large Taxpayers Office of the Domestic Taxes Department of Uganda Revenue Authority. Thank you.
Yeah, karibu sana. Daily Monitor. Are they the men behind the cameras? Okay, they are not raising their hands. Mackenzie? Mackenzie? Maybe is managing Mackenzie Microfinance. Is managing finances before he arrives here. Now, there may be members that are joining from the online, and they will register. My advice to the person managing the online platform is that they should change their description online to their real names, so that you take a snapshot and then we are able to register them having known one another. I'm not sure whether you know us, so you also need to know us, because we've been operating at arm's length, and now we've decided to be in the same room so that we have a same understanding of what we mean when we communicate, what you need from us, what we need from you. And when I say us, is not ERA, but whoever is in this room. So with me, I have the team from ERA, starting from the men at the table, men and women at the table. Please give them the mic to introduce themselves, lest we forget them. Pass the mic to the other team there, the other side, those who are registering, so that we don't leave them out, and then we will end here, and then. Thank you for coming near. These are the CEOs of tomorrow. So tomorrow when you are looking for who is the new CEO, these are the faces. Please introduce yourself.
Good morning, everyone.
Hello.
My name is Ariho Iza, an intern at ERA.
Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Asimo Martha, and I'm an intern working with the finance department.
Thank you.
Good morning to you all.
I'm Emmanuel Kasirie. I'm also an intern from Makerere University.
With which department?
Finance department.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Aineba Bazikaren, and I work with the Regulatory Finance Unit here.
Thank you. We will move. Please introduce yourself as you pass on the mic to Kasita
Morning.
and this side.
Yeah, you're welcome. My name is Roger Zabigaba. I work at ERA as a principal financial analyst. You're welcome.
I think he's the happiest. We are doing your work.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, Council.
My name is Drake Bahira, and I work at ERA in the Legal Services Department.
Okay.
Thank you.
Pass the mic behind so that he introduces himself again.
Good morning. My name is Ibrahim Kasita. I work as a Principal Stakeholder Engagement Officer here at ERA.
Before you come this way, we need to know these paparazzi. Introduce yourselves.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called Kamia Tony. I work with Incredible Media.
Pardon?
I work with Incredible Media, Kamia Tony.
Okay, those are our service providers.
My name is Jeswa Sharif. I work with Incredible Media.
Thank you. Pass the mic here to my PS and then this side.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Amina Namudu, and I'm the Principal Executive Secretary to the
Now,
CEO.
if you know Julie, Julie is no longer there. It is this Amina here. So if you are looking for me, she is the victim.
Thank you, CEO. Good morning, everyone. And you're welcome to ERA. Joseph Motal is my name. I'm a financial analyst here at ERA. Thank you.
Please introduce yourself seated. I can see you have 4 gadgets. The phone, the 2 laptops. Mike.
Okay, thank you, CEO. Good morning, everyone. My name is Josephine Nabuto. I'm from the ICT department.
Now, if you've not managed to identify her, when you see the tallest person walking, you know that is the person. Pass the mic this side. Once you see a tallest lady, then you know that is the person. You didn't see the face.
Okay. Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Edward Dirura is my name. I work as the Director of Finance Services at ERA. You're most welcome.
Good morning. Harold Obiga is my name, Director Legal Services ERA. You're most welcome.
Good morning. My name is Vianney Mtiaba. I work as a pricing manager. Thank you.
So good morning, all of you, and I welcome you. The team online, I do apologize, we may not go through the same, but I can see you've been very compliant and you've adjusted your online identity to your true names. I hope that you've been listening in. Just to begin this session of my remarks, recognizing that we have lost a son. Have lost a son in this country. The names of the King of Toro, Oyo, Nyimba, Kabamba, Iguru. For us who are mothers, the intestines are shaking. So may I request that we raise up and observe a minute of silence. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Take your seats. The chief financial officers and your team that you've come with, both physical here in the boardroom, auditorium, and those joining us online. I know that we serve an engineering industry, and the challenge with engineers is that they solve problems, they never blow their trumpets. But we have some of the CFAs that have made it to the top in this country, that were the best CFAs in some of the years in this country. May I want to request them to stand up and we recognize them. If you've ever been recognized as the best CFA in this country, you bring us pride. Please stand up. Jacqueline, Irura, I don't know others, but you make us proud. Please stand up, stand up, stand up. You know, it is not easy to be the best among the many, and in a field that is really understood very well. So thank you, and I congratulate you in your respective capacities. Keep the torch burning. And why I made them stand, so that all of you should work hard to be recognized. It is a good feeling to know that I've been recognized by my professional body that I serve, by an independent body, by regional body, by the global body. You don't only praise yourself, but you carry the torch of the country and the profession that you serve. So I want to thank you. Representatives of the licensed electricity utilities, our esteemed presenters and speakers for today, senior management and technical staff of ERA, senior management and technical staff of the licensees, representatives of the media. I monitor registered. Where is the person from monitor? We want to be transparent. We want to know you're here and recognize you. The person from monitor, I don't see the hand, but we welcome you. Possibly you are online. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm pleased to welcome you to the inaugural Electricity Supply Industry Chief Finance Officers Forum. I wish to commend the Chief Financial Officers and the Senior Financial Officers and professionals across the ESI, the electric supply industry, for making time to participate in this forum. Your presence here today reflects the importance that the industry attaches to sound financial management, regulatory compliance, accountability, and the long-term sustainability of the electric supply industry. I really don't know that you know that those small silent decisions that you make, they impact these industries. That you carry the sustainability of this industry. I'm not sure whether you know that, but by the end of this engagement, I believe you'll be walking out of here with pride, but with also a card, a balance score card, for you to make your contribution, your impact, your input, not only known but respected, not only in your institution but across the country and beyond. The electric supply industry is undergoing significant transformations. We are witnessing changes in the structure and operations of the electric supply industry, including the transition of operations in the electricity distribution segment back to government of Uganda, from Umeme through UEDCL, to mention but a few. But of recent, I define our industry as an industry that copes well with transitions. Because I've been reflecting on every year we think that year we are focusing on transition, and transitions keep on manifesting. They keep on manifesting. Right from 25 years ago when the divestiture happened. And I'm not going to be chronological because they will not allow me that time. But I was just reflecting that I've been head of this institution for 10 years, and I've worked with 4 ministers, 4 permanent secretaries, I can name. And every new leader you get is a transition. Then I was reflecting on the transitions in the industry, from the single buyer to the modified single buyer. Now we are talking about prosumers instead of consumers. We moved from ESCOM, originally South African based, back to EGCL. We moved from Jacobsen back to EGCL. We had PACMEXI, BEXI, KIL, and all of those moved back to UEDCL. So we are a sector that is constantly on the move. We are a sector that is constantly on the move. And as we meet, we still have the merger also ahead as a way of transition, because every major change in the industry requires adjustments for you to be able to cope. At the same time, as we go through those various transitions that you represent us in, that we partner with you and work together to ensure that they happen in a smooth way. When Yarhanga was introducing himself, I knew him as a CFA for ESCOM. Now he attends today as a Berkeley from, from one institution to another. So at the same time, the industry continues to pursue its mandate. Increase the electricity access, improve the reliability and quality of supply, greater investments across the value chain. At times it is good to stay long, but maybe at times it is not. There are times we've celebrated surplus and we've been threatened not only as a country, but we've received development partners. I remember Rockefeller. They made a document on how the tariff will triple upon commissioning of Karuma because there is no demand. And they took it all the way to the president. So, as we speak now, across the entire value chain, we are running. The piece of surplus energy is no longer there. The adequacy of the transformation infrastructure is work in progress. The distribution infrastructure, especially the low voltage, requires revamping. So it feels like we are back to re-energize, to be able again to put across an ESI that is able to fuel the tenfold growth economy. Because without energy, there is no economic development. And so there is a need for greater investments across the value chain. The numbers I've seen is about $5 billion. We can touch or have certain assumptions for about $2, the other $3 billion. We are yet trying to get firm assumptions on where will it come from. Operational efficiency and affordability across the electricity consumers is key and critical. So these aspirations are not only sound technical and operational systems, but also require strong financial governance. The reality is that the money is not there and we have to optimize it. I'm lucky that I have URA today. I was, I think about a year ago, I had a training in 1 minute where one of my senior top leaders was asking me, you think when Kasaija reads the paper, that is money? And I'm like, how can I answer this? He says, that is a paper. If we don't collect the taxes, all of those are wish lists. Meanwhile, Matia Kasaija will say, money is coming. The economy is growing. And that's now what you are getting from your critical supervisor. So the resources, we are developing economy. The resources are optimal, and therefore they have to be optimized. So the issue of strong financial governance is very, very important. The CFOs, therefore, occupy a particularly important position in the electricity industry. Beyond preparing financial statements and managing budgets, the CFO is a critical link between regulatory requirements, corporate strategy, investment decisions, risk management, and organizational performance. It is against this background that I would like to highlight four core areas that I believe require our collective attention during this forum. Part A is the electricity supply industry regulatory framework. I have had to become a CPA by association, and in many meetings explain to my seniors, the ministers and the permanent secretaries, the difference between regulatory finance and corporate finance. Because many times I see people wanting to pull me into corporate finance. The advantage is that I leave the two. I had a corporate institution, so I'm an accounting officer, and I leave the corporate finance. But also I oversee the electric supply industry, so on a daily basis, I make decisions that govern the regulatory finance. So it is very, very important for us to understand the electricity supply industry framework in which we operate. Licensed utilities across the electricity value chain, including the generation segment, the transmission segment, the distribution segment, the export, the import, the sale, are required to operate in compliance with their respective license terms and conditions. Who of you has a copy of a license in your office that governs your utility? Put up your hand if you have a copy. There's a document called a license, which is the gate for you to be able to participate in this industry. Who has a copy? A few. No? Okay, I'm not an auditor, but you are lucky the auditor was looking at the phone. You see, life is emotional and reactionary. If they ask you to tell your name, how long will it take you to think to tell your name? It is reflex action. Your name is Ziria. Your name. Now, when auditors and CIDs are looking for correct answers, they don't expect you to think through. But when I asked you to put up your hand, nobody raised it. And then the two private companies, they are raised, then others started, then eventually they said, all of us. Now, I'm not an auditor, but you are required to operate within your license terms and conditions. Therefore, if you don't know them, it is very, very difficult for you to represent your institution properly in advising them to make sound financial decisions. You are required to operate within regulatory guidelines and regulations. You are required to operate within industry codes and standards. And luckily enough, the reason that we are the best regulator on the continent is that we don't put anything under the table. Most of the information I'm mentioning here is readily available on the website. Then if you use your phone now to say, I want to see this regulation, I want to see this code, I want to see. And licenses, yes, they have the, for private companies, they have the business secrets. But now, I don't know how secret can those business be when almost twice a year we submit a list of all generation plans, when they were commissioned, type of technology, effective date, the applicable tariff, the PPA date. This information is in public domain. If you go to the website of Parliament and wherever we report, this information is in public domain. So really to deny the person you've baptized as the chief financial officer who is making and advising on financial decisions, I think you would be frustrating your own progress. So these obligations have significant implications on financial planning, investment implementation, regulatory reporting, and compliance with the applicable accounting and governance standards. For the CFOs, understanding the regulatory framework should therefore not be viewed as a responsibility of the regulatory strategy and legal functions in your institutions. Because I've seen institutions have now started creating departments in charge of compliance, in charge of regulatory, in charge of compliance or whatever. And then you are disabling the rest of the SMTs, senior management team, that make decisions when even these people are not there. Most times they are even not in the boardroom when discussions are happening, and they only now receive requests from the CEO. At what point are you going to input into proper decision making if you are not leaning in to participate in the conversation? So when you leave these responsibilities to other people, And when it comes to accountability for the institution, I've not seen any head of institution that goes to PACA without a CFO. They will always put you here because what are they going there? They were audit issues. Who knows them better? The person who, initiated the signing and the processing of that payment. For us, the accounting officer was to review and approve, but they are all initiated downwards. So, very major financial decisions within a regulated utility has the regulatory dimension. These include decisions relating to capital expenditure and investments, procurement, financing of the OPEX, the maintenance, asset management, revenue collection, recovering of cost, cost recovery, tariff-funded investments, and financial reporting. These are your babies. They cannot happen without you. They cannot happen without you. Given the evolving policy environment within the electricity supply industry, including industry restructuring initiatives and the various transitions that we've had, including in the distribution operations back to EDCL, it is particularly important that licensed utilities maintain a consistent understanding of the regulatory framework and its implications for financial management and decision making. We should seek to ensure that the regulatory requirements are properly reflected in the financial systems, internal controls, investment decisions, and management account reporting. Strengthening alignment between regulatory requirements and financial management practices will support improved compliance, greater transparency, and ultimately better industry performance. I therefore encourage CFOs to strengthen collaboration between finance, regulatory affairs, and technical planning, procurement, legal, and internal audit functions within their respective organizations. Regulatory compliance must become an institutional responsibility rather than a function delegated to a few in one department across the whole institution. Now, the other area that I want to comment on, that was my first one, do you understand the legal and regulatory framework under which you are the financial steward in that institution? It's very, very important. Be informed, be knowledgeable, so that you are able to be relevant, to advise, and to make decisions for the institution that pays your check. Earn your salary. Don't take your salary. So the other area that I wanted to comment on is economic regulatory framework. Economic regulatory framework, I think, is the least understood by utilities and licensees. I think as recent as this week, we have a platform called One MD, One Vision. And two of the seniors posted two texts that they were calling upon me to explain. Although the week has been intense, I haven't explained, but also the fora is not the right one to explain. But these are leaders and heads of institutions, and they are struggling to understand the issues of taxes, issues of tariffs, issues of how the investments will be funded, the balance between reliability, affordability, sustainability, really a broad, and I felt like we need them in the boardroom and be able to speak through these things. Because if a head of an institution has not internalized and appreciated it is unlikely that when he steers the conversation in the management meetings he chairs, he will be able to give proper direction. So I saw more work for us to do. But utilities across the electricity value chain rely on tariff determinations to support operational sustainability, infrastructure expansion, and service delivery improvements. The economic regulatory framework, therefore, has a direct bearing on the revenue inflows, investment planning, financing strategy, and long-term financial sustainability of the entities operating across the value chain in the electricity supply industry. For this reason, a clear understanding of the tariff determination process is very, very essential for the CFOs and their teams. This includes the understanding of the principles underpinning cost allocation. How are costs allocated? Because when I'm explaining to a lay person, I always tell them that a tariff is the price that you pay to get a token of electricity, and that price covers the cost of generating, transmitting in bulk, distributing this electricity to your home, including maintaining the whole value chain. So there are cost allocations, certainly. You incur human resource costs, you incur capital costs, you incur taxes, you have to pay back a debt for those who have invested into generation facilities, even transmission. Now, recently, we have unbundled transmission and we have independent transmission investors into the country. They are going to be recovering costs through the end user tariff. UEDCL has borrowed from ABSA, it is public information, $50 million. And that is only for this year. But we are borrowing much more. I talked about $5 billion need for investing across the value chain. The government doesn't have this money. This man collects money as much as the tax you pay. If you don't pay, he has nothing to do what? To collect, you know. So you have to understand cost allocation. You need to understand the determination of allowable costs. Which costs are allowed to be recovered through the tariff that the consumer pays? Which are those allowable costs? You need to understand the regulatory asset-based calculations. You need to understand investment requirements. You need to understand performance-based regulatory mechanisms. When we talk about tariff performance targets, which are they? How do you achieve them? What is the impact if you don't achieve them? Will you remain sustainable? So the tariff is not simply a price charged to a consumer or a customer or a prosumer. It is an important regulatory instrument through which the industry seeks to balance several competing objectives. Financial sustainability of utilities. One would think when you increase the tariff, then the utilities will get more money for investment and then they will be financially sustainable. But supposing the power theft increases, because the industries are not affording, and an industry needs to bypass for only less than an hour, and you've lost 100 millions, you know. Supposing you have industrial fleet, you know, and it has happened, it is not new, you know. So in a layman's language, you would think when the tariff is increased, then I will be able to do what? I think senior is gold. I would like to recognize Engineer Vida Sala. For those who are about to get gray hair, you know Engineer Vida Sala was a director in the ministry. We welcome you. Thank you for joining us in the respective capacity. So investments in the infrastructure, efficiency of operation, quality and reliability of electricity and affordability for consumers. All these are very important. But they are communicated through that small number that we pay. We operate both incentive-based and price cap methodologies, as they will be taking you through the very, very details. So interest yourself, which kind of costs are allowed to be recovered through the end user tariff that the consumer pays. As CFOs, you have a critical role in ensuring that financial information submitted to the regulator accurately reflects the underlying costs, the investment requirements, and the operational realities of your institution. It is good we are now in a family meeting. I usually use family meeting when we are together. I'm not operating at arm's length, but we are together to understand, so that then from there we are able to support each other. So you find that there are realities you don't understand. You approve investments for recruitment and their ends, and people have not recruited. Are you helping yourself? Eh? You approve investments for procurement, and they are just a wealthy of reasons, and everyone will have them, either in a private entity or in a government entity. You will always have reasons for failure to efficiently undertake procurement. And if you want to give reasons, they will always be there. And you will even go to PPD and justify them. But is that the reason that the consumer is paying you? The consumer is paying for you to deliver that asset that you are recovering through the tariff, so that he is able to enjoy a reliable supply. The quality, competitiveness, and reliability of financial and operational data are therefore fundamental to the effective economic regulation of the electricity supply industry. I would like to emphasize that ERA, the authority, values evidence-based engagements with regulated entities. Usually our disappointment is when you ask for information. The one they sent first is different from the second one. When you invite them for a meeting, the information is again different. And I think the private companies are saying, does that even happen? But it does happen. It does. And to all of us, because even private companies, especially during permitting and licensing, you keep on getting. Remember, you are inputting all these assumptions. You are submitting all this information to inform a quality decision. But you have submitted this, you have submitted this, you have submitted. Do you know the curse in this industry? There are two things you can't hide in this industry: how the electron is moved and how the money moved. Those pipes are very, very clear. And no single institution is in charge of any. When you generate them, you don't use them. Someone else receives them. So if you don't give me data, I will go to the person who received the electrons. And that value chain continues until the billing data. We have data here of every consumer who consumes electricity, including you in this room. We have your name, we have your account, we have your location, and we have the kilowatt hours, gigawatts you consume on a monthly basis. Now you tell me, how will you hide? If the electrons leaked in your facility, by the time I reach the meter, I will know that you have an installed capacity of 10 megawatts. But in the meter, I'm only seeing an equivalent of 80 megawatts. So your loss factor here needs to be what? Addressed. Now, the same way the electrons move and they cannot be hidden, it is the same way the money moves. By the way, whoever tells you to misappropriate, hide consumer money is a real curse on you, because you never hide it. Because it doesn't come from you. It is not held by one entity Now you can imagine even entities that are not in the ESI, in the electric supply industry, the payways, the banks, there's a time when we were doing like this, and I said, let's go to the bank, and they print out the statement. And then at that point, the correct information comes out. You know, there is no hiding in this sector. There is no hiding in this sector. The way the electrons travel is the way the money returns. So this is the most transparent sector. You can only do things at your own risk, but it is only a matter of time. And the facts come out. So the quality, the completeness, the reliability of the financial and operational data are therefore very, very fundamental to the effective regulation. When you don't do that, you are delaying decision making. And then what will we be doing? I point one finger on you, four are pointing on me. You are doing the same, I'm doing the same. But we are just delaying decision making, and we are affecting service delivery downstream. Therefore, I would like to really emphasize that the authority value evidence-based engagement with regulatory entities is respected. When we say come, and incidentally for us, our letters are very simple, in reference to this clause of the law, in reference to this section of your license, this is to request you to submit this information. Then the letter goes down to the office at the shop cityward, and then the teams, the up are very congested in meetings like this, so by the time you know, they have junked in, and junk in, junk out. Where utilities have legitimate cost pressures, investment requirements, or emerging financial challenges, this should be clearly articulated, properly supported, and presented through the appropriate regulatory process. Because we are in this together. We don't perform if you don't perform. So if we have pressures that are popping up, you know, hotspots, just compile the data. And you know, we all perform a delegated mandate. I can't say that we'll solve all the problems through the tariff, but we will timely prepare a brief for the minister to the president and say we are sinking here. You may not prioritize us this year, but know that we are doing what? We are sinking, so that we fail together as a country. You know, the most worst thing is to delegate an assignment and even give a timeline, and the person bickers and pampers and like a hen on the eggs, and after the time for implementation, the person comes to submit an apology. That postmortems are not good. Nobody enjoys a postmortem because you have lost the person. So let's be more proactive. There will be pressures because we don't have all the budget, but we need to present them in a timely manner, either to our board for those that we can absorb through the tariff, or to the government. And we will submit this information through all the channels on the floor of Parliament. We brief the speakers. We will go through our minister. We will seek audience, and we are a lucky sector. This is a sector that has been a priority for this government for the last 10 years. And for me, if there is anything that I can thank this government for, is to make us a priority sector year on year. And I thought they are going now, we are going to take a back seat, but the demand is jumping. It is not growing. For you, have you ever seen 30%, 20% growth in 1 year? The demand is jumping. And therefore, the resources are getting depleted quickly. What was adequate yesterday, it is no longer adequate. Yesterday, we were coming live to the fact that we have used the Karumafule now. We have used the Karumafule now. We need more electrons. We thought it will be by 2028, but the reality is that we have used it fully now. When we were commissioning the 600 megawatts, everybody thought, even the investors that had interest in the generation segment, they felt like this is a country that is going to live in surplus. So the economic value is less. We will not get good tariff. Let's not focus. Please come back. please come back. We are looking for electrons in the short term, in the medium term, in the long term. Right from net metering to solar with base, to gas, to big hydros, all the way to geothermal and nuclear. We are no longer sleeping again. No wonder. For us, by the time they said time, no more sleep, we already awake. We are turning, and our spouses are wondering why we overturn in bed. But that is that is the reality. So our collective objective should be to strengthen the quality of the regulatory submission and ensure that the tariff decisions are based on credible, transparent, and verifiable information. You know, that word soothes my mind. All of you know that we are in court with Umeme, and we don't comment on things in court. But for me, whatever I can verify, I can proudly stand and say, yes, we added a transformer. It is on the ground. It is working. It may have been 5% more expensive or 10% more expensive or less, but it is there. It is verifiable. It is what? Because investments are not, you know, are not transparent, you know, that you can't see them. You can see them. You can see them. So this word verifiable. Whenever you are making any decision, think about that day when someone say, can you justify? Can you give me the necessary information? Can you take me to the site? Can you show me data? So verifiable information soothes and fast tracks regulatory decisions, by the way. There are decisions that don't even last a month in this institution, and there are decisions that can take up to 6 months. By the time you are at 3 months, they submit a new set of information. You are at 4 months, they submit a new set of information. Until you see I'm hitting 180 days. And then you send a letter that is not very, you know, liked by people. I will be using the available information to make the determination. You give someone another 5 days and say, this is to acknowledge the additional information you have submitted. However, be informed that within 7 days, if no additional information is submitted, the available information will be used to make a determination. And you end up with a negative decision. You know what that happened? You've worked 6 months, you have a rejection. The reality is that the asset is needed to deliver a quality service. You are going to start another cycle of 6 months. Meanwhile, the consumer is suffering. So, verifiable information. Verifiable. Be satisfied that whatever I've done, if the third party verifies it, they will be as satisfied as me who has done this activity. Now, the other area that I want to emphasize, that was economic regulatory framework. The other area that I wanted to comment on is accounting for tariff-funded investments. This is where problems are. And you hear people declaring profits without investing. Because when you invest, when you bring in capital, capital has a cost. Capital comes at a cost. You know, we call it the cost of financing, the weighted average cost of capital. There could be equity, there could be debt, and therefore you have the return on your investment, because you have to not only recover capital but also the cost of capital. You have the interest, you have, you know, all of that. But now, someone cannot point at any capital that they have brought into the system that year, but proudly goes and tells my brother there that I've made profits. Then he claps. Now bring the income tax. You've made profits, you've made income. My work is to make you share with the government that has created this environment for you to make what? Now, when that happens, then you see my director finance in the corridor all the time. When you ask him, say they are telling me I talk to URA. And said, what do you have to tell URA? Now, so accounting for tariff-funded investments. A number of licensed utilities have been collecting investments and capital expenditure related funds through their respective approved tariffs. I want to explain a bit. An investment, I will give an example because we now have a live example. Let's use the example of UEDCL. They went to ABSA, they borrowed $50 million, supported by government, but they also came here and we agreed the return on capital due to the cost of the borrowing. And therefore, they are using that money to invest into the distribution network. So then what will happen? On annual basis, we go to UEDCL after they have submitted the investment they have completed, and we ask them, what was the source of funding? Some of the source is through the tariff, which the consumer paid for. Now, if the consumer has already paid for that investment, you've not brought capital. You don't expect a return. But if you have borrowed subject to our approval of the terms and conditions, subject to your shareholders' approval of the terms and conditions, before you come to us, you go through your shareholder meeting. You are going to recover. You recover the principal and you recover the interest. So that is different. That is an investment that attracts recovery and a return. Now, where the investment is pre-financed by the consumer, meaning we have provided into your tariff $30 million for you to recover that year. And the consumer is paying this every time I vend, there is a portion that goes to that. Every time I vend, if I check with you, June, mid-year, we operate, the tariff year is a calendar year. You've already collected $15 million. And then I ask you, where are they? They're on this account, I've ring-fenced, or I've signed this procurement agreement, I've started disbursement, I'm paying. Because this investment function is implemented in line with the Electricity Investment Approval and Verification Guidelines 2020. Who has ever read these guidelines? Put up your hand. These are regulations, I beg your pardon. Investment Approval and Verification Regulations 2020. Who has ever read them? When was the last time you opened them? Pardon? 1 month. You 1 month? You? 2 years ago? When? Say. Last quarter. You ask me, when was the last time I opened them? 2 hours ago. But I'm a head of a regulator. 2 hours ago. Because this is the Bible. When it comes to investments, it is clear on what is core, what is non-core, what do you recover, how do you recover, how do you implement, how will the verification process be done. So when the consumer pre-finances you, meaning the money you've collected through the tariff from the consumer is the money you are using to invest, then the money is not yours. You've not brought capital, you don't expect a return. We cannot inconvenience the same consumer who has provided the money that you have used to invest again to pay a return. For what? Because at the same time, the consumer pays your operation and maintenance cost that covers the salary, that covers the wage bill, that covers the supervision costs. So, this area of accounting for tariff-funded investments is very, very important. A number of licensed utilities, including those of government, that is distribution, generation, transmission, have been collecting investments and capital expenditure related funds through their respective approved end user tariff or bulk supply tariff or generation tariff. These investments are critical to the development and expansion of Uganda's electricity infrastructure. However, implementation of many of these projects span more than one financial year. This raises important questions regarding the appropriate recognition, because now at the end of the financial year, you have to prepare your management accounts. The appropriate recognition, accounting, reporting, and utilization of the funds collected through the end user tariff for investment purposes. It is therefore imperative that such funds and the associated investments are properly and appropriately accounted for in accordance with the international financial reporting standards, applicable laws, regulations, and relevant regulatory requirements. Now you are confusing the various agencies of government. Because for me, if I'm struggling to hit a target and I'm URA and the distribution says I've made profit of 1 billion, I'm like, okay, my 30%. I need my 300, and I'm right. And I'm right, because you have made the profit, and we've created the environment for you to make the profit and earn the income. So you're confusing the various government authorities. And then we start writing to the PS, things that we can avoid if we take effort to understand the regulatory framework that, and accounting policies that we are operating in. The treatment of tariff-funded investments must provide clarity on how, first of all, the funds collected from the consumers are being recognized. Don't call this your money. You didn't borrow them. You didn't sell a cow. You didn't sell a car. This is money that the consumer is advancing. You are collecting it from. So you must find clarity in how you recognize them, how project expenditures are accounted for, how assets are recognized and coded, the assets funded by government through the treasury, the assets funded through the tariff, the assets now funded through borrowing, funded by you because you've borrowed money. These must be recorded properly, and the associated depreciation where applicable, and how the associated regulatory arrangements are reflected in your financial reporting. Otherwise, if you are just sticking to your corporate financing and yet you are being supported through the end user tariff, you are likely to prepare financials that are not detailed, that don't provide clarity for the third party who is coming to understand what you are doing. This is an area where consistency and transparency are particularly important. This forum provides an excellent opportunity for CFOs, financial reporting professionals, and the authority to discuss the different options available for the treatment of tariff-funded investments. I encourage participants to approach this discussion openly and collectively, as well as constructively. Our objective should not merely be to identify accounting treatments, but to agree on an approach that promotes transparency, accountability, regulatory integrity, and consistency across the electricity supply industry value chain. Most importantly, we must ensure that investment funds collected through the tariff are appropriately protected. They are traceable and ultimately applied to the purpose for which they were approved. This is fundamental to maintaining consumer confidence, public confidence, and credibility of the regulatory framework in which we operate. Now, the other one, I'm not the expert, but I ventured to comment on taxation of the electricity supply industry. Because also we provided for taxes. And then year on year, the company is not remitting taxes. You start doing a reconciliation, and the person is clear that he didn't pay tax. You ask him, why didn't you pay? The money was collected. The money is not yours. Why didn't you pass on and pay taxes in a timely manner? And they can't explain. So I want to put a disclaimer that I'm not the expert, but I have seen this. I have seen this, and it inconveniences the consumer. Because now you want me to provide a lump sum because URA has come for you. But year on year, I've been providing, you've not been remitting the taxes, and for us, once you don't remit, we reconcile that money at the next cycle. Now you sit 3 years down the road, and now you start saying, I have these areas for taxes. Why haven't you been paying for them? Why haven't you been paying for them? So, this area of taxation of the electricity supply industry involves a combination of standard corporate taxes, specific incentives for renewable electricity or renewable energy investments, and then the value added tax exemptions. Intended, among other objectives, some of them are to promote the investment climate, others are intended to maintain affordability of electricity tariffs, like, for example, waiver on fuel that is used for power generation is intended to support affordability. However, the electricity supply industry has unique characteristics. The industry involves significant capital investments along project development cycles, regulated revenue, long-term contractual arrangements, and investments whose costs may be recovered through the regulated tariff over an extended period. We have seen some investments, I think the worst case can be even up to 7 years. You provide, assuming that the investment will be done in about 1 or 2 years, and for reasons beyond that company, the investments take longer, and they have collected this revenue. It is ring-fenced. Now, when you baptize that as a profit, we will come together with URA because you have money. You know, whoever has a profit, whether individual, the like, you must share with the country. Otherwise, we'll be reading papers, not budgets. So the taxation framework must therefore be understood in the context of these industry regulatory characteristics that are unique, because we have only one electric supply industry in Uganda. The other regulated areas, water and the like, but when it comes to electricity, you are the ones, you are the CFOs in the electricity supply industry. So this forum provides an opportunity to examine the current taxation framework applicable to the electricity industry, taking into account the particular nature of the industry, existing covenants, agreements, licenses, name it, and the regulatory regime under which you operate. In particular, I expect the discussion to consider existing exemptions and incentives, the treatment of tariff-funded investment projects, and the interaction between taxation, regulatory allowance, and cost recovery. This is an area that requires constructive engagement among the utilities, the regulator, and the government institutions, including URA. Our objective should be to promote a taxation framework that is consistent with the national revenue collection objectives, while recognizing the need to encourage investments, maintain the financial sustainability of the utilities, and protect the electricity consumer from unnecessary cost pressures. The good thing, we are all electricity consumers in this room. Now, finally, the other area I want to comment on is strengthening the CFO's role in the industry transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, as we look ahead, I would like to challenge the CFOs community to view your role beyond traditional financial stewardship. And the Office of the Auditor General, I want to thank them. I now look at my reports, and 80% of that report is performance. What did the money do? How did it do it? Did you achieve your strategic objectives? Did you achieve the targeted work plan? Did you do the recruitment? Did you, yes, there are the management accounts, the income statements and the like, but the wealth of that report is evaluating, did you undertake your mandate diligently? Very important. Before, we thought audit was just looking at those who are misappropriating resources, Did you get the money? Did you spend it? Did you spend it within limit? Were you transparent? That's what we knew. But now the audit goes back deeper in ensuring that we achieve our mandate. You set out this work plan. How many of the activities that you set out to do did you accomplish? And for failure to accomplish them, what is the impact on the beneficiaries? So it is encouraging, it is pushing us further, which is an advantage. So I want you to start viewing yourself beyond the traditional financial stewardship. Lean in. It is mainly women who have been always told to lean in. Because for us, traditionally on the African continent, our work is more in the kitchen. So you even, in the Islamic culture, you even don't serve. When the food is ready, you put it in a container and bowls, and then you call your husband to serve. You don't interact with men who are not your husband if you're a mature woman. That is how it was. So they've encouraged us to lean in. But these CFOs, why should we be singing lean in? And yet some of you are now even heading institutions. We shouldn't be singing lean in. You need to move beyond the traditional financial steward and lean in where decisions are being made, because they don't only impact that institution, but they impact you. You are liable. You will move together with your accounting officer. It is very rare for the accounting officer to be irregular when you're not supported by their CFOs, because they are accomplices. So be interested. The CFOs of regulated utilities become increasingly a strategic partner in the institutional transformation. Ask the relevant questions. Influence the investment decisions, because in the end, you are the gate. Is it technically visible? Is it financially viable? Does it deliver value? Is it contributing to national value? Is it creating employment? Why do you want us to invest in this particular area? So ask the pertinent questions so that you lean in and influence the investment decisions. Well, how should we prioritize? What should we prioritize in any particular given year? Provide assurance on financial sustainability. Now, there used to be a nickname for CFOs, and I think that is why the former Minister of Finance indemnified himself by saying, money is coming. Because we had named you Mr. No Money, Madam No Money. Your role had earned you that name. Can you rebrand yourself to be those that ensure sustainability of the respective institutions that you serve? Can you wear the risky culture, envisage risky, beyond your financial discipline? Envisage risky, and support risk management. I'm saying this risky. Why are we really? Is it urgent? Why can't we wait? Why is the procedure right? Ask the right questions. And soon you see people telling, let me come back. Let me first consult, and create credibility in the processes. contribute evidence, data to the tariff submissions. Because the challenge is that the ship has to leave the docking area. You will arrive here in January, the tariffs were determined in December. You have to wait for another year. Meanwhile, you wait, who is suffering is the electricity consumer. Guide management on the regulatory implications of the financial decisions that they are making. Ask the pertinent questions. Yeah, yes, I know. This was meant to be for maybe for computers. Now you are saying we use it for medical. Now you are saying, what does it mean? Does this require additional regular? Because it was for CAPEX and you are telling me we are badly off in OPEX. How are you going to ensure that you are complying with the regulatory requirement? Do we have to write to the regulator? Are we having pressure here? Ask the right questions so that you guide management on the regulatory implications of the financial decisions that are being taken. Support accountability for public assurance so that we are able to win public trust. Let them not look at us as thieves. These lawyers talk to me that don't wait for doing it. Be perceived that you will never do it. Then you are in a good standing. It is the perception. It is the perception. Because if an article, runs, even when it is wrong, it will take you forever and it will not be dug from the archive of the media. So can you ensure that whichever decisions that you are advising will win public? They can stand the public test. They can stand. And that is where I said that for me, verifiable soothes me. Once are you sure? Okay. Can I have the evidence? What will be the impact? Where is it located? Can it be verified? Is it touched? I'm comfortable. Verifiable. Verifiable. Equally important to you is to help transit the organizational strategy into financially sustainable programs. Because we have a lot of strategic objectives, and our friends in the private sector better. For us in the government sector, if you're a government agency, you inherit targets from directives, manifesto, NDP, 10th growth economy, vision 2040. That is where we inherit, because our strategies must align to the national strategy. But how do you transit this into financially sustainable programs? It is okay at national vision for me to say I'm targeting 52,483 megawatts by 2040. But as UGCL internalizes this, it is important for you, the financial gurus, to put the numbers and say, okay, but I'm the team lead on behalf of government in the generation segment. Annually, how much would I be required to add on in form of megawatts, and what are the cost implications? Can I take this top management and say, okay, we may not achieve 52,483 megawatts, but I'm seeing, because now we have $2 billion instead of the $5 billion that we need as a sector for investments, we either now to have a program for proactively engaging the private investors to come in, or we cut our coat according to our cloth, so that you retain credibility. Otherwise, you lose credibility. And it is very, very difficult when you lose it to gain it. So the current transformation of the electric supply industry requires this broader leadership role. We need CFOs who understand not only accounting and taxation, but also regulation, economics, infrastructure investment, consumer interests, ESG, AI, operational efficiency, and long-term industrial sustainability. I've seen silos in this industry because, as I said, here we are a family. I've seen agencies pursuing their portion, not knowing that once you achieve your portion, then you are stuck. Because we are value chain. We are value chain. If you're I'm about. We are value chain. If affect the distribution network, when there are no electrons to bring and distribute, what would I have done for the consumer? Completely nothing. Completely nothing. If I perfect the generation segment and I have enough electrons, but the transmission grid is wanting, what would I have done? The consumer still is waiting for reliable and equitably priced, safe and secure electricity. So CFOs should also be able to strengthen their use of the financial and operational data in decision making. The authority regulatory decisions increasingly depend on accurate, timely, and verifiable information. Utilities should therefore continue investing in robust financial systems, data governance, internal controls, and analytical capabilities. Better data will lead to better decisions. Better decisions will lead to better regulation, and better regulation will lead to better outcome for our valued consumers. Let me conclude by emphasizing that effective regulation is a partnership. And that is why we are here today. Because you asking me what you want and me keeping on asking you what I want, when you don't understand it, doesn't make any change. Effective regulation is a partnership. The Electricity Regulatory Authority has a responsibility to regulate the industry transparently and predictably, and at the same time, licensed utilities have a responsibility to comply with the license terms and conditions, provide accurate information for decision making, operate efficiently, and protect the interests of the electricity consumer. The CFO community is an important partner in achieving this balance. I therefore encourage this forum to facilitate candid and technically sound discussion. Let us identify areas where regulatory requirements may require further clarification or even change. You know, regulation is not cast in stone. And I think that is another area where we perform very well. As soon as we know it is not right, the good thing we regulate in public domain. Every information, including what constitutes the tariff you pay, how do we determine the tariff. So, as soon as we know, we go through the consultative process and the occasion change. The CFO community is an important partner, and therefore let us identify consistencies in accounting and reporting practices. Let us examine how tariff-funded investments can be treated in a transparent and consistent manner. Let us interrogate the taxation framework and its implications, and how does it work for us, and how can we have a win-win between ourselves and the country that creates the environment that we work in for the investment, as well as to ensure that consumers achieve and receive a reliable and affordable electricity. Let us identify practical measures that will strengthen financial sustainability of the electricity supply industry. The authority remains committed to constructive engagement with the licensed utilities and the public and other industrial stakeholders, recognizing that challenges facing the industry cannot be addressed by only one institution. In conclusion, dear CFOs and distinguished participants in the Uganda electric supply industry, your role is critical to the country's economic transformation. There is no transformation without energy. There is no tenfold growth economy, 500 billion, without a reliable, safe, available supply energy, equitably priced energy. The success of industrialization, digitization, urbanization, commercial activities, household welfare depends significantly on the availability of reliable, affordable, and sustainable electricity supply industry. Behind every megawatt generated, transmitted, and distributed is a financial decision. What you may not know is who made it, but there is a financial decision. It is made by shareholders, it is made by the debt providers, it is made by you, the licensees, it is made by the regulator, it's made by government, but there is a financial decision. Behind every infrastructure project is an investment decision. Behind every tariff is a financial and economic assumption. And behind every financial statement is an obligation to demonstrate accountability and proper stewardship. Your role is therefore critical to the future of the electricity supply industry. I encourage you to use this forum to share knowledge, resolve any outstanding technical issues, strengthen professional relationship, and develop practical recommendations that can be used to improve the financial management and regulatory compliance across the electricity supply industry. Let us continue working together to build an electricity supply industry that is financially sustainable, investment ready, transparent, accountable, and capable of delivering a reliable and affordable electricity for all Ugandans. I would like to thank you for God and my country. So thank you. I hand over. I apologize, I have a passion. I should have been, I think, a lecturer if I wasn't an engineer. When I have the opportunity to deliver and impart knowledge, I enjoy it. I do apologize to the organizers for the few minutes that have lapsed. Thank you. So I will allow you to enjoy, and then I'll come back for Q&A so that I take on the residual strategic questions that we could be made. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO, for those insightful welcome remarks and for setting the context for today's forum. Thank you so much. Now we move to our technical presentations. And as CFOs, you know that time is money. I am here, I will be the not no money man, but no time man. And what I'm going to do is that we are going to reallocate our time to the technical presentations. We had suggested that we have 30 minutes or 45 minutes for each and every presentation. But because there's no time and I am a budget cutting man, I am cutting your budget now. Therefore, we are going to have each and every presentation will take 10 minutes. I am a financial and I have cut that budget. Don't ask me why. So now, as you know, the electricity supply industry operates within a comprehensive regulatory framework designed to promote efficiency, accountability, reliability, quality of service, and sustainable sector development, as mentioned by the CEO. Understanding this framework is particularly important for the chief financial officers because regulatory decisions and requirements have direct implications for financial planning, reporting, investment, compliance, and accountability. To take us through this ESI regulatory framework, it is my pleasure to invite the Director, Legal Service, to come and make this presentation. Director, you are most welcome, and the floor is yours. Let's receive our director here.
Can I plug in or you're good? You're good? Okay. So I'm making a couple of assumptions, and one of the general assumptions I'm making is that everybody here in the sector knows what the electricity sector is really about. So that's a little bit of a high-level assumption I'm making. So what am I going to do? I'm going to zero down on two things which I think are important for us to be able to take away in terms of us as financial, as chief finance officers of your contraption. Okay, if you could just move to, sorry. Okay. I want to move to this. Oh, that's fine. Okay, so I'm going to run you through two slides specifically because I want to speak to two things. The Electricity Act and what specifically it means for me and you as a financier. Okay, for you, I'm not a financier. And then the second thing I'm going to speak about is what financial regulation specifically means for us and for you as a utility. So two things. When we go through, and I'm making an assumption, for instance, that some of the things that we'll talk about, the institutions and all that, you know about them. Now, I want to go to the Electricity Act, chapter 157. And you note that this has been a process for us to come to this Electricity Act. Come all the way from 1999, do the regulations in the year 2000, 2007, come all the way to 2022, and we have amended it. What is the number one thing that has not changed and that will remain constant throughout the Electricity Act? For us as financiers and for us in financial regulation, it is Section 75. And I just want you to remember that. When you're talking about everything finance, when you're talking about everything reasonable, when you're talking about everything tariffs, your starting point is Section 75. And what does Section 75 say? Section 75 says that in any time when you are in the sector, okay, what the Electricity Act is going to do is going to ensure that you have a reasonable cost and a reasonable rate of return. What does that mean for me and you? It means that all the costs that you think about, your cost architecture, equity, debt, expenditure, operation and maintenance, the number one yardstick that ERA is going to apply to it is that it is reasonable. Now, it does not say there are other things which you could, for instance, consider. You could consider it to have been fair. We don't consider fairness in cost and return, right? Because what is fair to me may not be fair to another person. We consider reasonableness based on a number of things. Where is the market, for instance, currently? What is the current return that your competitors are possibly earning, okay? Who is able to bring the least capital in the market? And this goes to, for instance, generation companies who go to, for instance, the financial institutions, and you're borrowing at different rates, all right? And then you come and then we have to ask you, okay, what rate are you getting from whichever country? Someone will get his debt from Sri Lanka, another one will get his debt from Europe, another one will get his debt from Uganda. At the end of the day, what I want as a regulator is that the most reasonable cost, both in terms of your debt, but also in terms of your equity. And then lastly, in terms of your expenditure. So what do we regulate? So in this whole Section 75 concept that we have, reasonable cost and reasonable rate of return. And Vianney is going to speak much further into what we'll go into, especially the reasonable rate and the reasonable rate of return. What do we look at? We regulate you in about 3 points. When you want to come into the market, when you are within the market, and also, lastly, when you are possibly getting out of the market. So, in terms of the Electricity Act, one of the things it provides is really market entry. And it's good to know that quite a number of you are in generation companies. It's most prevalent in generation companies. So you're going to find many rules. You're going to find many models. You're going to find you're going to find a financial model. What is going to be its underlying assumption? All that is, at the end of the day, we're trying to see that when you come to this market, you have a reasonable cost and a reasonable rate of return. And we have determined methods under which we are going to be able to calculate that. Vian is going to speak a lot about that, and the Director of Finance will speak more in terms of what we do. So all the way from generation, transmission, distribution, and also the conditions. Now, when you go to the period of compliance, and this is when you are specifically operating, if you go through your respective licenses, you're going to find there a number of rules. Okay, if you're familiar, you're going to find accounting obligations. For instance, ERA will have a right to inspect your accounts, number one. All that is in all our standard, all our conditions are pretty much standard in that sense. You're going to find obligations for you to maintain accounts. You're going to find obligations for you to separate your non-regulated revenue from your regulated revenue. All that is simply doing one thing, ensuring that during the period of your operations, okay, what ERA is basically doing at the end of the day is ensuring that you have a reasonable cost, reasonable rate of return, you're not commingling your businesses, you're operating as expected, but most importantly, we want to ensure that at the end of the day, you are financially able to do the business. So all these other things that you hear, which we have been discussing about, keep your accounts, report your accounts, ring fence the rules, keep it in this format, apply all that just goes towards just one thing. During your period of compliance, what is expected of you specifically. Now, of course, there are defaults. The thing about defaults is if there are defaults, there are going to be financial penalties. The Electricity Act has so many financial penalties. Now, one of the new things that the Electricity Act, from its amendment in 2022, introduced is actually personal liability for us as key institutional leaders. Typically, when we think of the key institutional leaders, you're definitely thinking of the person who is in charge of operation and maintenance. You're thinking of the person in charge of finance. You're thinking of the person who is the overall CEO. And then you're thinking of the person who sometimes is the legal director, which means even you as individuals, you have exposure. In other words, at this point in time, when we think of financial regulation, we've moved further. It's not just the keeping, but if we find something, it means the sector can actually go beyond the institution and hold you personally accountable. That's something new overall that is in the market, and not to tease you. We haven't done it yet anyway. What are some of the instruments that we have for financial regulation? We have licenses, you have tariffs, you have codes, and then of course you have the guidelines and enforcement actions which will come through, various decisions and all that. In all the financial regulation that we are thinking about, the number one question that preoccupies us as a regulator, whether it's in the license, whether it's in the you have uniform system of accounts, okay? You have record keeping regulations, whether you have guidelines on how you're going to separate your accounts and all that. The number one thing ERA and the number one measure that you as a financial person also needs to be able to look through this is, when I apply all these things, am I actually able to deliver the service that I need to deliver? Do I have the right finances? That's at the end. That's really the number one question that all these things will be, in one way or the other, asking. Whether it is how you are operating, you want to come into the market, you want to operate, you want to distribute power, you want to transmit. Two things. Remember, one, the reasonable cost, reasonable rate of return, and then when we are implementing everything else, that will now be implementing those two aspects, the reasonable cost and the reasonable rate of return, whether it's through a license, a tariff, an order, a code, a guideline, or enforcement, we are trying to ensure that the utility has the finances to be able to deliver the service for which it has been licensed. So if you can have that at the back of your mind, you'd be able to understand what ERA is specifically trying to do. So there are many things there are many tools that ERA will do. Okay, for instance, there may be enforcement orders where if we find there is an error, we'll possibly ask you to correct it. If we find maybe you are commingling your businesses, we'll ask you possibly to separate. If maybe you are a holding company and you have very many different obligations you are undertaking, we'll ask you to keep separate accounts. We'll give you different licenses for all of that. If worst case scenario comes, we have to audit, we'll conduct audits. The licenses allow us to do that. There are provisions in the Act. I talked about market entry and market exit, but I want to talk about market exit because it's something that we tend to forget, all right? You will see that towards the end of a licensee's life in the market, there's always going to be a cost recovery audit. I think we've done it for most of the utilities. We've done it for 1, 2, 3, or 4 utilities. We've done it for ESCOM. I think we've done it for, who else? We've done it, of course, for Umeme. We've done it, of course, when Bujagali was also, we also did something for Bujagali. All that is thinking at the end of the day. Have you been reasonable in terms of how you have been operating and what is due to you at the end? The reason why the exit consideration becomes critical is, for instance, in the near future, you're going to have a number of licenses expiring, especially in generation. A conversation has to be had at that point in time, all right? I think we've had it before with KCCL. What will you take out and what will you be able to keep in? And even if you are to stay in, what will you be able to, for instance, operate in terms, what will be your revenue for operation that ERA will give you? Shall we give you maintenance? Shall we give you rehabilitation? Shall we give you an upgrade and all that? Naturally, throughout the period, we expect you to be using your finances to actually ensure that you deliver the service. Just that simple. So, our desire typically is not to over-regulate. It is for you to move towards what is considered the most efficient way for you to spend. So some of you will have different expenditures, and some will have different salaries, and some will have different requirements depending on the cost of your plant. How new is your plant? You're not going to come to me as ERI and ask for maybe an upgrade, a rehabilitation, when you're just maybe 2 years into the development of your project, into the operation. I'll ask, what did you do that was wrong? And as ERI, I'll ask, is that reasonable for me to give you? And if I apply the reasonableness test and I see that there was a mistake, I say no, the consumer is not going to be able to cover this cost. You cover it. Go back to your shareholders. Let them inject money. Some of the key changes, of course, that we begin to see right now is the market, in terms of market. We have, previously we had the dominant licenses. For instance, we have a big number. Right now you see a lot of state-owned agencies, okay, being extremely dominant. You have UETCL, you have UEGCL. That changes the market a little bit. Questions have to be had, okay, as the CEO was discussing. How is that funded? How is that provided for? Do you go to the government for equity? If the government gives you equity, do you get a return on that? And if you get a return on that, what is the reasonable return that the sector can actually give you? Shall I give you the same like a private person? And the questions may be different. Reasonableness. All right? Maybe I'll assume that the government should be able to get its debt and whatever much cheaper concession than a private entity. So that explains some of the differences that we see in our cost allocation, in our accounting, and in the costs that we specifically have. So there are many things that we're going to speak through: uniform system of accounts, record keeping, separation of your accounts, and all that. All that is really, at the end of the day, some of the instruments and tools that we have. But most importantly, if you go through your license, it will basically give you an architecture in terms of everything finance that ERA is going to deal with concerning you. So I would encourage you, very importantly, be familiar with your license instruments. Those are my 2 cents. Naturally, there are other institutions there, which I hope we all know. I am happy to hear some new, not new, but there are other entities. Sometimes we tend to forget, but now they're becoming important in the energy mix. the off-grid segments, the likes of Kuluva Hospital, the likes of Kisizi. What does this all mean for you? Why do I say that? Because we apply a standard of reasonableness, all right? It may mean, for instance, in certain times there are exceptions we will give certain licenses. There are burdens we shall not necessarily impose on them. So the burden of a state-owned entity is not necessarily going to be the burden of a private entity. The standard is what is really reasonable. When you go to the market out there, do they treat the state-owned entity and the private entity the same? And what does that specifically mean? But ultimately, the cost must be reasonable and the return must be reasonable. Those are my 2 cents that I thought I could add for today's discussion. And I hope if we begin to have a discussion about that. But while I wind up, let me be very clear. What ERA applies is not unique to Uganda. We only customize it to Uganda. All the principles that you see, you're going to find them here, you're going to find them in the United States, you're going to find them in UK, you're going to find them in Bermuda, you're going to find them in South Africa, you're going to find them all over. And that is how we specifically regulate you as utilities. Thank you, Edward.
Okay, so thank you. My name is Vianney Mtiaba. I work as a pricing manager. I have 10 minutes to deliver this presentation based on Casita's guidance. Don't want to risk being so I have 10 minutes. So basically, the purpose of my presentation is to take you through the economic regulation models that ERA uses to regulate the sector. And really the purpose also is for CFOs to be able to answer questions in the community. When you go to churches, to social functions, if people ask you, why is the tariff high? Why do domestic consumers pay more than industrial? We expect that you should be able to answer these questions and not say, those are ERA issues, me I'm a generator. So really that's what we are trying to, and I think Edward, building, since this is the first of the many that are going to come, and the limited time we have, so I'm going to just be brief. So we are going to look, this is the outline, which I'll not really go into. So basically, the questions that people ask is, why do we have a regulator? What does ERA regulate? How come other sectors are not regulated? How come other sectors have regulators and those regulators don't set prices, but they regulate entry and exit? So basically, we regulate because of a market failure that is caused by a monopoly structure. You only have one distribution company, one system operator, and the market is the best regulator. In the absence of a competitive market, ERA comes or is established to regulate, to kind of mimic what competition would have done. So, and also in doing that, we try to instill a commercial culture in an institution. Imagine you're the only distributor, probably the only transmission company, or you're the only generator, or you're not competing with the other generators, probably because you have a take or pay agreement. You're paid irrespective. But what can we do to make sure that even with that market failure, you're able to operate as if you're under a threat of competition, as if someone is taking away your market share, as if you're in Chikubo selling sugar and your neighbor is also selling sugar. And 100 shillings makes such a big difference that you would do everything you have to do to deploy technology to reduce costs to survive in the business. So we try, whatever we do and how we do it, is to push you to operate as if you're under a threat of competition. So I'll not go so much into this. So these are the stages of regulation that we have, is that we have entry and exit. I think Harold has talked about that you don't just enter this market, but you also don't just exit. So you just can't wake up and say, I've closed my power plant. No, I've had enough of UETCL, I'm off. But you also can't just enter and just say, I've built my grid somewhere, I'm now distributing electricity. So there are rules of entering and there are also rules of exit. Now, after that, we go into what we call price control or price regulation, and that's what we do. So ERA determines tariff, investments, at parameters. We have a refit, and I'll go shortly into that. But the third stage of regulation is really consumer protection. And we are operating in that space, you know, reliability and quality of supply is so important, you know. Customers now have more information about their rights and the service. And they know so much. We're in the information age. They know when the utility has to respond to an outage, how long the new connection should take. So that is really the stage of regulation that we are operating in. So I'll not go into this. Harold has already talked about this. So in determining these tariffs, we make sure fair, reasonable. Harold has talked about that. Encourage efficient consumption of electricity. We design the tariff structure to ensure that it sends a signal for efficiency. I can give you an example. We have a monthly standing charge that probably should be much bigger than it is now. Right now we are paying 3,360 for domestic customers. But it should actually be probably 20,000. But if someone has a very huge fixed cost on the bill and a very small variable cost, they will not have an incentive to efficiently use electricity. They will even switch on lights during the day because I'm paying the same amount irrespective, so I don't have to use it efficiently. So we also encourage operators to operate efficiently. We provide a reasonable return, and we make sure that each customer pays the costs it imposes on the system, and we'll go into that. I will not really go into this, and these are just formulas. So, building on what Harold said, reasonableness is one thing that really takes seriously, and I use two examples to illustrate it. One is that if you're going to Entebbe to catch a flight, there are many ways of going to Entebbe. You can go to Kololo and charter a flight. You can get public means. You can get a convoy with like 8 cars and a lead car. You can get a small saloon car. You can use a border. You can also walk. You reach the airport. But probably when you walk, you might miss your flight. Or when you take a border, anything can happen. So the point is that if you are operating under a threat of competition, what is the most optimal means you'll use to reach the airport? Would you use a chopper? Probably not. Maybe you'll not walk, but you'll get a small saloon car and Uber will take you there. Second, if you go to the Olympics to go for the high jump, so they put the bar, here, and people jump over. So what ERA does, it sets the bar here, and people start jumping. So we keep on raising the bar, so the way regulation works is that we cannot lower the bar for you to jump it. So you have to tell us what it takes for you to jump 3 meters. Because other people have jumped 3 meters. So you cannot come and tell me I'm a generator X. I'm too weak. Put it at 1 meter so that I jump. So we push you until you reach a breaking point. Then we know you're now operating as if you're under a threat of competition. So these are the models that we use. We use a rate of return regulation model. There's what I call benefit sharing, which we don't use. We have yardstick that we don't use, but also we use incentive-based regulation model. So I'll go into the details. So for the rate of return, the principle is that ERA gives you or allows a return for the investment that has been made on the network. And there's a whole procedure for which investments are made and added on the rate base. I know Innocent will present about that. There's a whole procedure on how valuation is made and a reasonable rate of return and the whole data that goes into it. So you're not operating, you're operating in this sector to make money, and it is in ERA's interest that you remain profitable. So for us, we are very proud of profitable institutions, and we support profitability and financial sustainability of the sector. So basically, we get the regulatory asset base that goes through the investment verification and approval regulations, and we just multiply it with the weighted average cost of capital, and we give you your return that is added onto the costs that you're recovering through the tariff. But on top of that, one of our principles is that we provide an incentive for the utilities to operate efficiently. So we give you what we call regulatory targets through an incentive-based regulation framework. So the way the incentive-based regulatory framework works is that there is a penalty reward structure. So ERA gives you a reward for good performance, but also penalizes you for failure to achieve targets. Now, for us, these are the targets that we really give, especially for distribution companies, but also for generators, is that a lot of the time we spend in making sure that the targets that we set are reasonable and they give the utility the incentive to work towards it. And we always say, if you tell me to go and mobilize $1 million by 5 p.m. so that you give me 2 million, I know I cannot do it. So even if I call all my relatives, so I just go home and sleep. But if you tell me, go and get 10 million by 5, I give you another 5 million, I know you can call the Bell CFO. And he gives me, it's liquid. And he gives me some money. There's money to be eaten. So for us as a regulator, reasonableness of a target is very critical. Because if we give a target that is unreasonable, the utility will not even put in effort, to work towards it, because they know even if we do everything within our means, we can never achieve this target. So let the regulator go with its target. But also on the other hand, if the target is too low, even us ERA people will be laughing at us. They'll say, the lowest target, you set it at 15, the utility is at 10, What were you guys thinking? I mean, who determined this target? So we have to, set it within striking range and to give the incentive to the utility to work towards it. So I know all of you are very familiar with this. So this is probably one of the slides that I can explain, is that these are the stages that we go through. So after we've determined this whole revenue requirement that was in the earlier slides, we know the return, the O&M, the working capital, and we've established that this year we need 3 trillion shillings to recover from consumers to provide the service of electricity. The next issue is that we then have to identify, allocate that cost to the respective customer categories. Now we have around 9 customer categories, and customers are categorized based on the purpose for which they draw the power and the voltage at which they draw it. So each customer category pays for the costs it imposes on the system and the losses it imposes on the system. So after we have 3 trillion shillings, we do a cost of service study and we say how much do domestic consumers, contribute to the system? How much do industrial consumers contribute? If I give you an example, if you look at the people we categorize under extra large, we have 52 industrial consumers under extra large. Those guys consume 28% of the energy in Uganda. Just 52. Now, on the other side, we have almost 2.8 million customers consuming 21%. So you find that one industrial customer consumes more than 10 districts of Uganda. It is cheaper to serve that customer in terms of operation and maintenance, capex, routine surveys, than moving around 1 million customers. So domestic customers impose a higher cost on the network, but they also impose higher losses on the network. Now, in addition to that, they consume less. So you impose so much costs, you impose so much losses because of the voltage at which you consume, but also the denominator is too low, you're consuming much less. So that is basically why you will find that the domestic tariff is much higher. So we follow that allocation methodology. But even after that, we also have to put some sense in what we are doing. So the tariff is both an art and a science. So there are customers that need protection. Even after you've done all your mathematics, there are social customers, there are social considerations that you have to put in place. There's government policy. So maybe Harold didn't tell you that whereas ERA is independent, it does not mean that it doesn't work under government policy. So government cannot be saying, me, I am driving industrialization. And ERA says, no, me, I'm independent. Me, I'm on connections. So government has set a clear agenda to drive industrialization in this country. And if you see how we have recategorized customers, we've even split service and manufacturing just to do more targeting. If government is supporting electrification, and we know the lifeline tariff is very critical for those low consumption customers, we have to support them. So we have to put some sense in what we are doing. The time is moving. So the future, the issues that we see coming, state-owned enterprises. Now we see more UEG, T&D playing a bigger role in this sector, especially with the end of the umeme. There are policy issues. There's shareholder issues, there's regulation. And we are trying to balance that because the ministry is the policy head, but it's also a shareholder in these companies. And their policy and regulation and shareholding are different. There are things that utilities can discuss with the ministry as a shareholder. There are things that are policy related. Of course, the question we are asking ourselves, how do these state-owned enterprises respond to incentives? Maybe Jacqueline will tell us, does UEDCL think about this loss target every day? And what does it mean if it doesn't achieve it? What happens inside UEDCL when ERA says the loss target is 14 and the company reports 20? What happens in the AGM, in the board meetings, in senior management? Is it a concern? the utilities will tell us. So consumer protection is very important. We now have more risk of litigation on the side of the customer, and Harold will tell you. Tariff affordability is very critical. Everywhere, people are saying the tariff is high. The politicians have said the tariff has to reduce. But for us as ERA, feeding into number 4, we are saying financial sustainability of this sector is as important as tariff reduction and the quality of supply, that we can never allow this sector to collapse financially in pursuit of lower tariffs. Maybe it's not a famous statement. But over the last 12 years, this sector has been setting a tariff without direct subsidies, and it has not collapsed, even when there was political pressure. So for us, financial sustainability, and I think it feeds into this, is very, very important. Governance, ability to mobilize financing. Of course, the CEO talked about demand, supply. Stakeholder engagement is now very critical. I think there are more visits to Parliament in recent times than before. People need information. There is regional integration. We are coming into the power pools. What does that mean? People want access. We want variable renewable energy on the system, wind and solar. Demand is growing. You know, people have changed consumption patterns, and people are changing. In COVID, when there was a lockdown, people started consuming at shoulder. Some people have not gone back. Some industries are now concentrating on consuming at shoulder. So there are reforms. There's net metering, direct purchase. And I think we'll go this into the question and answer. So as I conclude, my minutes are done. For us, this is what, even as the people, you know, come here for meetings to justify costs, to, you know, provide all the evidence, that we are trying to balance the interests. So sometimes you may think people in ERA have made such a stupid decision. But I always tell people, if you are seated in my seat, probably you would make a worse decision. It's because you don't have the full picture of the information that we are processing, and you have not talked to the other parties. So the customer, his expectation has remained clear and unchanged. I want a low tariff, and I want a reliable supply. I don't want power to go off at any one point, but I want to pay close to 0 shillings. But the investor is saying, I am able to improve the supply, but I need to invest in the network. And I need a pathway to recovery of my money. And the government has set up a policy that says industrial consumers all should be on 5 cents. And the government is saying, I have no subsidies to give you. And I want you to attract private investment. So ERA is also finds itself in a very difficult position. So sometimes when you come and we say the cost is not reasonable, or we've had scenarios where the manufacturers have taken ERA to court, the utility has also taken ERA to court. The manufacturers or the consumers are saying the regulator is in bed with the utility. Everything they bring, you know, they just put in the tariffs. The salaries are too high. On the other side, the utilities also accuse the regulator that the only thing the regulator thinks about is the tariff, that the tariff should be low. They are not really looking at our cost. So it's a difficult balance. So I want to end here, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Vianney. Now, I don't know if I should look at my presentation or should I speak from the, I just download what I know. But as he sets out, because you're not going to count this time as he's setting, because it's work in progress. But first of all, I want to really thank you for coming. I want to, especially 3 people. And I think as I finish the 3 people, I will have welcomed all of you. Number 1 is the Auditor General. I want really for you to clap for the Auditor General to be here with us. The second is the tax collector. We are really happy for you to be here. Fundamentally, I've said those 2 first because we've had challenges and they were willing and eager to understand the industry. I'm really very happy that you've put in time to come understand this industry. Now, the third one are the CFOs. So who have managed to be here. I also thank you. For you, we've been talking, some of you you've been in this industry more, you are older than some of us, but we have almost the same issues that we've been really grumbling with. I thank you for coming. And also, we've had auditors who are not from the Auditor General. We really thank you for coming. Now, for me, I've been struggling. I have so many slides, but let me speak through 2 things. In my earlier days of joining the regulator, I had a very big challenge, honestly, to understand regulation. But I believe up to now I'm still understanding. But the more I understood, the more easier it became for me. So I expect that for the CFOs I've interacted with for the last decade, you can easily see that we're still at different levels of appreciation in terms of regulation. And that is very dangerous. That's why you find, I'll give you an example. We are called one time in the ministry with CFOs. I will not mention their names. And when we reached there, and the person who was chairing the meeting was not an accountant. So he asked a question to me. I responded. He asked the other CFOs. They also responded. He just laughed. And he said, now I think we have a problem. You people go out and sort out yourselves. Now, even when we moved out of that meeting, we couldn't sort out ourselves. And I came back to office. But those 2 of them separately sent me a message. And they were asking me, you mean which accountant are you who cannot understand depreciation? Both of them, I said, well, I think we'll meet and explain to you from the regulatory side. I said, no way, which accounting do you know? So I never responded again. But I understood from their perspective. The other thing they said, how can you say when we revalue an asset, that's not depreciation for regulatory purposes? I said, no. I tried to explain. They did not understand. So for me today, you can only pick 1 or 2 things, not everything. One thing that you need to understand, from where are we coming from? What is regulatory finance if we are talking about it? But for you to understand that, you must understand fundamentally, you need to understand why regulation. What are the fundamental economic justification of regulation? That's what Vianney and Harold were explaining. Number 1, theoretically, when we are doing economics, theoretically, we know there's a perfect market competition, isn't it? Perfect, theoretically. Perfect market competition, where buyers and sellers determine the prices, equilibrium, blah, 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 isn't it? That is it. That's what theoretically we know. Somebody grows maize, he doesn't know the price is determined, there's a drought in Kenya, then they come. That's different with regulation because of the natural monopolies of this sector. Remember? And it requires substantial money to start a plant, for instance. I can ask you, how many Ugandans can start Bujagali? How many? You can collect all of us. Anyway, some could. But what I know. How many can put Narubali? So it means they are monopolistic, natural monopolies. And therefore, there is imperfection. If you left that person or that company to determine its own price, what will it price its service? Efficiently or inefficiently? So there must be somebody to try to discuss and reasonably determine something so that the market can operate efficiently. That's the whole about regulation. So in finance, if you want to understand in finance, therefore, we move away from looking at the normal corporate finance. How do we mobilize resources? How do we allocate resources? How do we ensure we are viable? That's okay. But when we come to regulatory, we're going to ask questions of whether those costs are reasonable, or whether the revenue you're recognizing is only from the regulated entity. So I had a lot to discuss, but I just want to go to this one. I've finished. That one I've finished. I'm here. So that's the difference there. So regulation goes beyond accounting. It has to go beyond accounting, we know. Because you have to determine the efficiency, the costs, and ultimately the price the customer or the consumer will pay. Vian has already explained, government policy, you have to consider investment. Because the risk, the number one risk in this industry, one of the risks, not number one, is investment risk. And what people will be motivated. Somebody can be motivated to invest so that he can recover that cost. Affordability is an issue. You're a monopoly. The issue of service. If you know I'm alone, now we have UDCL, for instance. But of course, I don't want to talk about UDCL because I want you to also to understand the value chain. Some of the problems maybe UDCL have been coming from somewhere. The good thing you are all here. You need to understand the value chain. That when UDCL, the customer is complaining, you are not better, you who is a generator, who has not done your part. Or you, the transmitter. So, it's also important that also understand the investment, the investor's confidence, and reasonable return. You remember the last. So, the question we need to ask ourselves as finance is how do we ensure financial sustainability of the electricity supply industry? How? While protecting customers from inefficient costs and enabling adequate investment. The bottom line answer is that one down, which I've put. If you can add all of them, there's no subtraction. All of those, sound financial management, regulatory financial oversight, prudent for investment. Prudent is very clear. When you have invested, what value is it bringing? You can invest in anything. You can invest in anything, by the way, when we come to regulation. But what will be allowed in the tariff might be different. You can invest in an aeroplane. You can invest in a what? You can invest in robots, fish intelligence, everything. But the issue would be, is it prudent? Is it? So, for finance colleagues, this is something on introduction. Now, in terms of the legal framework, first thing you know, you have already understood that we have Electricity Act that provides the legal and economic foundation for the regulatory finance. And there was section 37, section 75, also 37 on due diligence, but the key things you need also to read, and I would request you go and read. Read section 9, read section 10. It tells you the functions. But it also tells you that financial analysis is therefore integral to statutory mandate. Section 10, of course, will talk about how we ensure that we balance. The last two are very important. Too low tariffs, they will affect the company. The company cannot invest. There will be deterioration in service quality. But also too high, consumer burden. It will reduce on affordability. One of the risky jobs is also when your consumers turn against you. the customers, when they turn against you, they have the noise and you'll be finished. They just make noise and you take off. So what we have to manage is to ensure that as finance, when we're trying to look at cost efficiency, when we're trying to, we need to put our discussion higher, especially at governance, beyond what happened in the financial statements. We should move that, what are the implications of these financial statements? And that will, Section 75 has been talked about. Now, let me just explain the difference between the regulatory finance, giving you that background. Now, regulatory finance is just specialized for these entities which are regulated in the electricity sector. And really, there are some defined, there are modifications. Certainly, we are not telling you that you'll run away completely for FRS, but when you are reporting, there are things we want to see. That's why we put the uniform system of accounts, ring fencing guidelines, etc., etc. Of course, regulatory accounting ensures key things. Apart from compliance, it ensures transparency, efficiency, and cost reflectiveness in pricing. So, when we are asking a lot of information, now finance sits at the intersection of accounting, economics, engineering, law, and public policy. I just want to ask, to follow up the question the CEO asked about how utilities make their finance people quite, they have formed, of course, which is okay for purposes of targeting and ensuring that you're able to respond to the regulator. I don't know how many finance really appreciate regulation and take it to the board. CFOs. Rather than, because I've seen some, no, that one in charge of regulatory is the one, no. The CFO, you must be able to know each and everything in regulation if you are to add the value, if you are to take that discussion higher. So you must understand the business. You must understand some engineering. They shouldn't talk about transformer and you think it's the name of a person. Yes, you might think it's the name of a person somewhere. Switch gear. If they ask you, you think it is a building. But generally, what I'm saying that we need to understand, if you are to give some regulatory finance to understand it, you need to have all these, not everything, you are not going, but understand some economics, some engineering of the business which you are in. The law, we don't mean you're going to read the law. Read for instance, read the license. Understand the license. Understand the license. What is it talking about? What are those parameters that have been set? I saw one says, every time you go to report, he says, we are doing very well, we have collected 100. You're not talking about the losses. Really, you're not connecting people. People have self-connection. May come in a village where you see wires protruding and there are no meters. Now you're saying you are very okay. Sure, there's some leakage. So you need to relate for you to understand the regulatory finance. You need to relate the engineering. You need to relate the law. What does it say in our license? Where are we? We talk about SAIFI and SAIDIs. Who know the SAIFI and SAIDIs? That's an abbreviation. You think he's a Muslim somewhere. But these abbreviations, and I will not explain them. You go and Google and say what are SAIFI and SAIDIs. At least, and the KIDs. Then you know it's a talk about how long an outage. What are those parameters? So you should, the complaints. Then you'll understand regulatory finance. But without understanding those, it will really be a complicated matter. Let me rush through. The objective, I already mentioned them. The users, the purpose, really. Vianney talked about that there are those companies, the state-owned utilities, UDCL, HCL, and generation. They have the shareholders. They have, of course, the shareholders will be driven how we're moving, what profitability are we making. But fundamentally, regulatory finance will pick other areas. How sustainable? You can declare profit. Profit, we know you can declare it out of so many, all of us accountants, we know. You can have profits and you struggle. But you tell somebody who's not a finance person, he says profits, he claps, he starts thumping his chest, we are doing very well. Then you come to us, loss is killing us. You're a finance person who has declared profits in the parliament, you are saying, yo, members gone, we are doing very well. I'm not saying you to say you are doing it, but I'm saying, if that happens, you must tie the two. For you to thump your chest, you must see how efficient you are, how the losses have gone down, blah, blah, blah. Then you say, this liquidity, I think we are doing very well. But if the losses are killing you, duration of connection, response time, etc. So generally, this is the difference. I'm trying to explain what we focus on. Now, I had made a very long table to distinguish between corporate finance at the utility perspective and the error perspective, but I will only run through. The primary objective, viability, especially for a utility and going concern issues. From the regulatory point of view, we are looking at sustainability, the reasonable costs that you are transferring to the consumer. And we are looking at the whole chain. We're not only looking at one company. But what is critical in this chain of business is the end user who collects money, where you are paying, and UDCL. So UDCL is very critical for sustainability. All of them are. But if a distribution company suffers, then you know, like the CEO said, electrons travel from generation to distribution and user. Money from there to the generator. So if electrons can come up to there, and money is not coming from here to the generator, there are problems. You don't want to hear that Bujagali has switched off because of non-payment. It will be a security matter, by the way. They will put roadblocks. All of you will not come to work. Yes, if there is a blackout for 2 days, there will be a security matter. Hey, and even you will not be able to escape from the border. The borders will be cut off. So it's very critical that you understand that. The questions will ask, you'll ask yourself, I assume, how do we finance and operate the utility? For us, what costs and returns should consumers reasonably pay? Many others, I will share with you this. We'll talk about capital expenditure. It has been a serious issue. Colleagues, the issue is CapEx for us is necessary. We talk about prudence. We would prefer in a least cost way. It must be efficiently procured and used and useful. That's why, whereas for you, you can spend, and you say we have completely spent, and it comes to the tariff and we say, no, we're not allowing it into the tariff because of that last word, used and useful. If you have not commissioned it, it's not on the network, it's not generating value. If we test on the procurement, for instance, not efficiently procured, you took the most high cost, you left the others with no good reasons, then we'll know there's a problem. But also absorption. Actually, the most important thing that, because the capital expenditure currently goes through a series of planning, the regulator is even more than happy. He's excited to see that you're able to absorb, because we know why do we incur those costs? We're going to improve the quality of service. We're going to reduce losses. We're going to extend, we're going to connect many customers. But if that budget is not spent, then there's a problem. So it's critical for us to ensure that our CapEx is absorbed. Now, on operation efficiency, which is OPEX, what really we have established their benchmarks. We have efficiency benchmarks. That's why I think Vianney, because he was in a rush, he could have explained to you that the incentive-based, you've had the incentive-based regulation. incentive-based regulation. We determine the operation and maintenance costs, which have been included to determine the tariff. Multi-year tariff regimes, who are in those regimes, they know. If you spend less than that, you're good to go. You still keep the benefit. But if you spend more, you don't come back. Why? Remember the objective. Remember the fundamental economic justification of regulation, monopolistic tendencies. If we don't drive you to be efficient, you can put in any cost you want. After all, you're a monopoly anyway. One transmitter, where else do you go? You think there's anybody who can come and put that those wires very fast? Yes, we have independent transmitters. They will not replace them. So they must be able to be efficient. I'll not go there. I've talked about this value chain. So if you are for regulatory finance, what we look at really, we are looking at efficient generation, a reliable transmitter, efficient distribution, affordable electricity, and economic growth. Some of you know you're not compelled, but those who are compelled, especially CFOs in the state-owned, you read the 10-fold growth strategy. And if you don't get that chain, you will not answer those 3 questions. You know, where is the money? Where is the energy? And where are the industries? So for those who are in the state-owned, you must know that's the value chain. And that's where, when you're looking at regulatory finance, you must be aiming at that. I will not talk about investments. Financial sustainability, I've already mentioned that generally ERA moved beyond reviewing financial statements primarily for historical compliance and progressive. It has progressively established forward-looking financial sustainability framework. That's why we look at investments. That's why we're talking about funding investments. When CEO was talking about 5 billion, some of you are surprised. That's what we are looking forward if we're to sustainably move this sector. We're looking at performance, operation efficiency, service. Because if you look at only financial statements alone, and you stamp your chest that I've made profits now. And for me, I'm looking at, I know, someone was saying that the network is thirsty. Network is thirsty. It needs water, not water generally. Money, so that it can be robust. We need to measure our network. So, for me, the objective really for the CFOs now is simply what happened financially, stop that. It's okay, what happened, you can continue asking, but what does those financial positions mean? Moving forward. How have we been able to achieve the parameters set for us to be more efficient? Those KPIs, as you present those financial statements, I know we have audit committees. You should complement them with more information so that they are able to drive you to that level where you can be more efficient. Targets, setting targets. The CFO should be part of the leadership team that is concerned if there are no targets of loss reduction for every manager who is operating a branch or whatever. He should move knowing how long should I take to restore a broken, maybe solid or something. What does it mean for me to know that people should be connected in time? Because that's what will move into financial sustainability of that company. And that's how you'll be efficient. That's how you'll make more money. So really, for governance, I've already talked about audit and risk. Let me end with here. So, corporate finance, regulatory finance are inseparable. So you can't say there is a section and you put a wall that regulatory finance are dealing with the regulator. Me, I'm in the budgets. Which budgets are you talking about? What is there? First of all, we want to ask. Some people come and say, we used our own money. From where? We used our own money and we purchased this one. Me, I look at you and I laugh. Which money? It is regulated money. It is from the consumers. You need to declare and disclose it. Which business are you in? If you are in other business, that's why we put ring fencing rules. Don't mix the money for the utility from the customers to your own. Then you can't have your own money. I've seen some leaders say it. We used even our own money when the regulator never gave us money, and we worked around loss reduction interventions. Which money that I'm using O and M? Where? It's from the tariff. There's no money you're saying it's yours. No. That money is coming from somewhere. So it's inseparable. Don't separate your business from regulation. No way. You must understand it, appreciate it, and the organization will be sustainable. Somebody say, we are going to raise our own capital. And he said about it. We didn't talk about Section 37 of the Act. We do a lot of financial due diligence. Somebody would ask why. There was an entry, in terms of entry and exit. You can't just bring money because you have got it and you say, capital. No, we must know your capital structure. Why? We want to see whether the cost of that finance is reasonable that will be charged to the customer. And it is financially, it can be returned. We don't deny people's return. It can't. The return must be there because the investor must get his return. But is it fair? Is that composition okay? So that we can achieve all the three objectives: government, the consumer or the customer, and also the company itself. We would like to say that the Electricity Act provides ERA with these responsibilities, and their financial responsibilities. You need to understand them. I want to close with that one, that corporate finance, regulatory finance are two sides of the same coin, applied differently. I thank you for listening, and I'm very lucky that you not ask me questions because we are going for a break, and you need to stretch, isn't it? It's a good reason, though I've dodged it, but it's a good reason. You need to step up a bit, have a break. We come back so that we can have questions, then we'll move to the next section. I thank you for listening.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to our three presenters. You know, I gave them that budget constraint, that line that we draw. So I told them that there's no time. But I'm not Mr. No Time. So they have all met that, and I'm really very grateful that we are meeting our time, and they deserve another round of applause. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to our tea break. You are invited to enjoy some refreshment and take the opportunity to network with colleagues, but stretch. Stretching is very important for our lives. We shall resume here promptly, maybe after 30 minutes from now. And of course, for those who have been taking notes throughout the morning presentations, this is the opportunity to conduct a very important financial transaction. T is exchange for renewed concentration. Let's go down. We renew ourselves because we have really concentrated ourselves, but also we need further concentration. So it's a transaction. With that, I would like to inform you and direct you that we are going down to first floor, level 1. There is a cafeteria there. Let's have our break. And then we come back for 30 minutes. We come back and reconvene because we must achieve what we set to achieve today within time. Is that okay? Otherwise, the auditors are there. They will audit us. We have to be mindful about that. So everything should be in compliance mode. Let's go down. Let's not waste time. Let's go down. We enjoy. We come back. It's a transaction, remember. Thank you so much. Team, please direct our guests down there to the cafeteria. We pick and we come back. Thank you.
Yeah, she's the one I told you about. 22 years, same role, hasn't moved because she can't.
Yeah, let's just go down. We need to manage time. Let's go, we can pick our bites and we can even come with it here so that we can resume. Huh? Time management is critical here.
Check, check. check.
Ready to make your business official? Arrow AI Builder can help sort all of that out for you. Head to arrow.ai and start by describing your business. Now you've got a
For just $67, you can generate as many videos as you want and never have to worry about showing your face on camera or using complex editing tools. With only a few clicks with Toonby, you can generate a high-converting video just like the one you're watching right now. Creating cartoon videos has never, ever been easier. If you can click a mouse, you can create studio-quality cartoon videos in minutes. Every animation in this video was generated with Toonby, and you're still watching. That proves how engaging cartoon videos truly are. Cartoon videos educate better, capture attention longer, and convert faster, making them one of the smartest investments you can make for your business. So here's the deal. If you visited toonby.ai right now, you'd see that Toonby is sold as a monthly service. But today, on this page, you have a rare opportunity. We're offering Toonby for a single one-time payment. However, this deal is limited to just 1,000 users. Once we hit that number, Toonby goes back to monthly pricing. And honestly, even at a monthly price, it would still be a steal. Outsourcing just one animated video could cost more than this entire offer. I'm so confident you'll love the videos you create that I'm making this a completely risk-free decision. If you use Toonby and decide it's not for you,
Stop browsing flights and start booking them. Australia has kangaroos to see. Thailand has beaches to walk. And China has a wall to climb. So, if you're going there, so are we.
Welcome back from that transaction. I think it was 100% complete. Hello? Was the transaction 100% complete, or there were some issues? Huh? Okay, we are going to conduct an audit. We shall conduct an audit to confirm that the transaction was complete, but now I don't know where it falls. Does it fall under corporate financing or regulatory financing? But I don't need an answer now. We shall talk about later. We shall talk about it later. But welcome back. And now, if you have your program, I would request you to look at it again. Let's review it again. What we are supposed to be having is we have to presentation on the accounting for tariff-financed investments. Then after that, we shall have a presentation on the tariff-financed investment guidelines. And we should have broken for lunch. But as I said that I have no time, so I'm no time man. We need to do, the earlier strategy worked for us. We had 3 presentations at a go, and we saved some time. Similarly, we want to save some time right now. We need to have these 3 presentations. Presentation on the accounting for tariff-financed investments, presentation on the tariff-financed investment guidelines, and the third one, presentation on taxation and tax compliance in the ESI. So these 3 presentations will follow each other. So again, with the fear of allocating time, we need to manage time. So these presentations should be able to take us up to 2 before we break for lunch. I hope that is okay. I am trying to manage time, but also I don't want to compromise the quality of presentation as well as also our absorption capacity. In the ESI, we talk about our absorption capacity. So I'm very mindful, and you can see I'm using your own language here. So at this point, what is Innocent? Innocent? Yes, he's here. Yeah. So we are starting with UEGCL. Where is CFO UEGCL? He has moved out. Again, sorry, I've been guided, maybe to be fair to everyone, to be fair and reasonable. These are the words I've learned today. To be fair and reasonable, I think we should have a 10-minute Q&A on the previous presentation, so that by the time we jump over, at least we know that we have covered all, even the pending Q&A, the pending transactions. Because that's a transaction we are waiting for, Q&A. So now, as we wait for the presenters, I could open the floor for question and answers. The 3 presentations we had, and maybe I can remind you, we had a presentation on ESI regulatory framework, then a presentation on economic framework, and a presentation on the corporate and regulatory finance. So now the floor is open for all our participants to ask any question related to the 3 presentations. And we have only 10 minutes. So if you are ready, please raise your hand, and I move the microphone. I believe you have been taking notes. Any questions? Yes.
Thank you very much, Kasita. Talemwa Maiko Kanano is my name. I wanted to ask, I don't know who's going to answer the question, whether Edward or Vianney. One of the most challenging questions that the licensees have relates to treatment of depreciation. Edward had, you attempted to talk about it, but then you didn't go deep into detail. Wanted if you could kindly explain to the licensees how the regulatory treatment of depreciation differs from the ordinary accounting treatment of depreciation. If we could start with that, thank you.
Yeah, let's take a batch of questions. Who else is ready? Please ask. This is the right time to seek clarifications on the presentations made. Okay, I think they're still reflecting.
Okay, so thank you, Michael. So the difference between the treatment of depreciation, regulatory depreciation, and accounting depreciation. So one is that the accounting definition of depreciation is allocation of costs over the useful life of an asset. So if you bought an asset, you know, $100 million, it's going to last 10 years. You can depreciate 10 million over the 10-year period, and you've spread the costs over the useful life of an asset. Now, for regulation purpose, the essence of depreciation is for you to recover the investment that you've made. That is why we give you the depreciation allowance, or what we call the capital recovery allowance. You built a power plant of $100 million. That power plant can last 50 years. You have to recover your $100 million. Now the difference is that for regulatory purposes, we have to make sure that we give you sufficient cash flows to repay that debt. So the debt service cover ratio is very important as we model that depreciation. So you'll find that you're still recovering the $100 million either in accounting or regulatory purposes, but for regulatory purposes, we tag the depreciation recovery to the loan repayment schedule that you have with the lenders. Because the lenders, whereas the power plant is going to last 50 years, the debt is 10 years, and you have to recover that money to repay the debt in the 10 years. So you find that you're still recovering the same amount, but the recovery structure is the same because of different reasons. Number two is that for regulatory purposes, we do not give you a capital recovery for investments that you have not financed yourself. So if, for example, you got money through a grant and you built a substation, yes, the guy who gave us the grant is not looking to recover that money through the tariff. But if you went to ABSA and borrowed and built a substation, the regulator will still give you the money to repay the ABSA loan. So the source of financing, either it's you going to the commercial banks, borrowing money, government can give you money through the National Treasury, and they are not demanding that money to be repaid through the tariff. We can have donors giving you money. The same asset is installed. For accounting depreciation, you can still allocate that grant over the useful life of the asset. But for regulatory purposes, we will not give you a capital recovery charge because there is no obligation. So for regulatory purposes, the principle is that it is based on a cash flow. There should be an equivalent cash obligation that you're trying to meet either a debt service or something like that. But for accounting, it's not tagged. It's an accrual. It's not tagged on the cash flow. But Edward.
I think it's very clear. The only thing we've had, of course, which I don't want to take you in, is when we talk about cash flow, it means that we want to compensate you for the actual money that you have actually spent. The value of that asset might turn out to change based on market valuation and all that. That's not a compensation the consumer should pay you, because actually it's not a reasonable cost. We will not have allocated those costs in the most efficient way. We will not be prudent from the regulatory point of view. And the concern of the investor or the person who has brought in capital is to recover his capital, not to, the objective was not to revalue that asset so that he can keep in getting that money. So that's why you'll find we have a difference. But it goes back to the definition of how we allocate costs and your revenue requirement, how it is determined. So what is allowable? What is that is allowable revenue, which is reasonable, which can allocate cost efficiently and recover all your cost of operation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other question? Even the 10 minutes have done. Okay. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We now proceed with our first session after the break. That transaction is done and complete, I can confirm. Tariff-financed investments raise important questions regarding recognition, accounting treatment, asset management, cost recovery, and financing report. To share insights on accounting for tariff-financed investments, I am pleased to invite the Chief Financial Officer of Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited. Please join me in welcoming our speaker.
Yes, good afternoon once again. I'm delighted to share the insights on how we have been managing the investments that come through the tariff. Just once again to appreciate the team from ERA for organizing the CFO Forum. I know from my side, this is one of the areas that we've been struggling with. And I'm also very happy to have the OAG team here, because I think they know where we are coming from when it comes to this particular topic that we're going to discuss. I also want to appreciate my team from UEGCL. I can confirm some of them actually came from leave to attend this. So I appreciate all of you and all the efforts that you've made. And also to appreciate my fellow CFOs in the room and all the other members that have been able to make it here today. So my job today is really to give our insight as UEGCL on how we've been able to account for the tariff finance investments. So I think I have 10 minutes, right? I'll try and manage within. Okay, so how we get to these tariff finance investments. So just a brief overview. Of course, we had ESCOM with a 20-year concession, but it eventually came to its natural end around April 2023. And of course, the Nalubali and Kira being an old plant, it's specifically the investments that we have as UEGCL are those that are directly related to Nalubali Kira. So that is where we get investments through the tariff. Now, by virtue of that plant being very old, we appreciate the fact that it needs consistent maintenance and overhauls, of course, given the age of the equipment and many other things. And of course, we know that the previous operator was doing a lot of work, but of course, as the plant has to continue giving economic benefits to the users, that means it also has to be adequately maintained. And that means that we have to keep ensuring that the funding also comes in adequately. Now, being a public entity, of course, it was difficult for us to be able to go out and source this funding through maybe the banks and all that kind of stuff. It required additional approvals, probably through Parliament, and also the time that it would take to be able to get this money. So what happened is ERA agreed that, okay, for you to be able to carry out these investments, we shall allow you this money through the tariff. So, of course, the consumer is paying as ERA guides. This money is not ours. It is for the consumer. They are paying, and therefore they expect that at the end of the day, we have to ensure that the investments are done fully and also accounted for in a manner that is acceptable within the accounting standards. So how do we source this money? UEGCL identifies the challenges that it has and therefore highlights the areas where we need the investment. And then eventually we get the submission, which goes to ERA as the regulator, and then ERA does the verification of our submission. And then once they are okay, they then will allow those components to come through the tariff as part of the revenue. So this particular component comes as, I don't know whether to call it an addition to the energy cells that we have, or maybe I should say capacity cells. So it comes in one lot. So the assumption would be that, okay, all this is a sale, it's a tariff, you're selling energy, and this investment component is coming as part of that sale. So that is where the challenge started. How then do we segregate this invoice that this particular component is on investments and the other part is actually on energy sales? That is where the challenge was. So anyway, just to continue on the journey, so in terms of investments, the approvals come in annually. So we do have to go to ERA on an annual basis to highlight what we want to, or what we intend to incur in terms of investment. And this goes back and maps to the bigger picture, which is the investment plan, usually about maybe 3 to 5 years, which we also submit. So when ERA accepts or agrees or approves that, okay, these we acknowledge they need to be done, so we shall give you this money. So then the money actually comes through the tariff over a period of time. It doesn't come as a lump sum. It's collected over a period of time. And what happens is that because of the time lag with procurement, you find that sometimes you're not able to actually implement the project or the investment within the time that you anticipate, probably within the year of approval. So we also have a requirement from the regulator that while this money is awaiting to be utilized, let it earn some interest so that you can also be seen to add value to that money that we are collecting, and also to ensure that the consumer sees that we are also adequately utilizing that money, even if it's not yet going to the vendor where we are buying the equipment from. At least it's earning some additional value as it awaits to be utilized. So it earns an interest. And then eventually when the work is done, that is when we do the payment. And then we deliver. And of course, if we don't deliver, then of course there are verifications that are done. And then the regulator might be forced to claw back that money if we are not able to actually deliver on our expectation. So how have we accounted for this investment as UEGCL? When we looked through the various standards, the accounting standards, we realized that there was no particular standard that could ably address the accounting treatment for these investments. So the closest we could look at was IFRS 15. And one of those clauses there, specific of 22, where it says that an entity shall recognize revenue when the entity satisfies the performance obligation by transferring a promised good or service to the customer. So now, in addition, this particular standard was not very clear on the treatment on if this revenue is actually in relation to a capital investment. So that is where a few struggles came in. We thought about using IS-20, we thought about so many things, and we had a lot of back and forth engagements with the various stakeholders. We engaged ERA, we engaged ICPAU, we engaged the ministry, and we engaged URA as well, because we knew that they were going to come for this money, if at all we decided to recognize it upfront. So, what did we do? We said, okay, for us, this is what we think should apply for now until we get to that point where we get some kind of clarification from the regulator. And I think that is one of the reasons we are here today, to actually forge our way forward on, or get clarity on the best treatment on when it comes to revenue in relation to investments. Now, IFRS 15, of course, I've talked about one of the components there is it looks at a contract whereby you have an agreement with a customer, and then it talks about the performance obligation. So for us, we say that we cannot recognize this revenue as upfront into the P&L because we haven't met the obligation. So until we actually carry out the investment and commission it, then the obligation hasn't been met. That is the reason why we got the money in the first place. And then the other component in that standard was about transferring the obligation. Have you satisfied the obligation? Yes. And then that is the point where we said, okay, if we have commissioned the project, then we have satisfied the obligation. And what that means is that then the revenue is mature to be recognized as earned at that point. And that is when we would then put that revenue into the P&L. Of course, the other components in terms of the deferral. So what was happening is that when we collect the money, we then, on the other side, as you can see on the right, we've highlighted the entries that we're using to be able to account for this money. Of course, you debit the cash or the receivable, and then you credit your energy sales because it starts out as a receivable. When you get the money, then you credit it. I think the majority of us accountants in the room, so we understand the dynamics. For those of you who don't, we can still explain further. But those are just the entries that we used. So when the money comes in because we haven't met the obligation, then we do the deferral. So that's why you're seeing on the second line there is where we had a deferral when we defer the investment. So it sits in the balance sheet as a liability. So because we haven't met the obligation, we consider that money as a liability to us at that point in time. So when the works are actually done, so what do we then go and do? We debit the deferred income, and at that point we credit the other income. So that means we are cancelling the original recognition of the deferral. The liability has been cancelled, and then we are now recognizing the income into the P&L. Of course, then the other issue was the depreciation. Once the asset is commissioned, we have to then apply the depreciation as well. I think probably the other question I would have for the team, as they say they don't provide depreciation for investments where you have not incurred any cost. However, of course it is a challenge, because what that means is that you don't have the matching principle. On the other side of corporate finance, we have to have a matching concept when you're doing accounting. But what that means is that we don't get that by virtue of the fact that the regulator will not provide that money to be able to allow for the depreciation on that investment. So just to give us an illustration on when we come to the actual numbers, is that maybe in the various years there, we've tried to highlight like 3 financial years. So we are saying is that we have approved and collected investments, say worth of 30 billion in the first year. And the actual investments that we've completed are 12 billion. And what will get recognized as income is the 12 billion, because that is what we've completed. And then what happens is that we shall defer the difference between the 30 and the 12 because we haven't met that obligation. So that is what goes into at the end of the year, that will remain in our balance sheet as a liability. So when you do the totals there, you'll find that, okay, over the years, you have the 74 billion that you've collected, but in actual sense, you've only implemented projects worth 68 billion. So what that means is that the difference of that 6 at the end of the 3 years is what remains as a liability, because we have not been able to meet that obligation. Now, this is where our biggest challenge was, and we are happy to have the gentleman from URA. Of course, in terms of accounting, when you're doing the computation for tax, now initially we thought that, okay, let's try to manage the immediate challenge, because we have to protect the consumer's money. We haven't made the obligation, so there's no way we can allow the taxman to actually tap into that money. When it goes directly into the P&L, it immediately attracts the 30%. However, when we are also looking at the computation for the deferred tax, this liability, the deferred income, is also looked at as a component which also would attract tax at the end of the day. So for us, we might not see the direct impact, but in the event that we were in a taxable position as UEGCL, even the treatment that we are currently doing would not save us, because that money would actually attract the tax. So just by illustrating there that 30% you've collected, you've actually implemented projects worth 12 billion. That 18 billion that is seated as a liability is already going to attract a tax of 30%, which is very unfortunate, especially for the consumer, because that means I have to either go back to ERA and say, you know, okay, I haven't implemented this project for reasons A, B, C, D. For those of you who are in the public sector, you know that we have to follow the PPDA guidelines when it comes to procurement. And most of the time, these also take a while. And it doesn't end there. You also have to go to Solicitor General, where you have procurements that are above a certain threshold. So you also have to factor in some of these challenges. And sometimes you also have challenges with the original equipment manufacturers. And you have the back and forth, and then before you know it, you're redoing the procurement, and the price has actually gone up. You're already short on your original funding that you received by that component of tax. So what that means is that you'll not be able to meet that obligation. Whether you like it or not, you will not. Because from a cash perspective, you have already been reduced in terms of your ability to implement that project. And in terms of our proposals, probably to the team from URA, can they look into doing amendments in the tax so that we ensure that maybe at that point, those investments are actually allowable for deduction? Because that is the only way that maybe can seem to be, you know, fit to allow that these investments are categorized as projects, and therefore given that kind of maybe exemption, or maybe they are considered as allowable deductions, because clearly we know that there is a challenge. And of course, from a generation perspective, we are looking to ensure that we are available. There's power on the grid. When you engage with the MPs, they don't want to know all these dynamics. They just want to see power. How the power gets there, you have to do these overhauls, you have to do these investments. And if you don't have the money, then it is a problem. Just to take us through the key issues that we identified, some of them I've already talked about, I won't go back into them. The issue of the tax was very pertinent, but also to say that that particular standard was not very clear on revenue in relation to capital expenditure. It was just revenue, but it wasn't clear on the treatment. And you know, when it comes to CapEx, there are certain guidelines that have to be incorporated. Then the other challenge, of course, was related party transactions. This money comes from UEGCL. Now, while UETCL recognizes this as an expense from the onset, because for them they've given us that money, for us on the other side, it is a deferral. Now, when the auditor looks at the two sets of accounts, that means they're having a mismatch already, and it becomes a challenge. So then, of course, the other issues we have talked about is the procurement and compliance delays, which then end up increasing the prices by the vendor because of sometimes the factors are not within our control. And already if you have the taxman coming for that money, then you have to go back to the regulator for additional money. It drags the whole process, and before you know it, you're having forced outages, which you don't want to. So, what is happening in the current situation is that while we still have that IFRS 15, which we thought would apply best, it might not cover all the areas because of the challenges I've highlighted there. However, the beauty is that the international bodies have gone and looked at another standard that can actually try to mitigate most of the challenges that we are talking about here. Not all, but most, especially when it comes to the accounting issues. And that is IFRS 20. So when you look at IFRS 20, it tries to bring out most of the aspects of IFRS 15, but then it now recognizes the aspects surrounding regulation. And therefore, talking about the regulatory income and expense and the asset. And what that means is the difference is that this IFRS 20, when you have that liability, it then requires you, if you haven't implemented that project within that 1 year, that means you're going to have to recognize that liability with a discounted present value of the amount that you actually got in the beginning. And the benefit of this is that it brings out the real obligation that you have at that point. But it also goes on to have that unwinding of the interest, which then also factors in the fact that the longer you take to actually implement the project, you're incurring additional costs. So it brings out the financing aspect of delaying or deferring that obligation. So this slide just brings the closer picture to what I was saying on the previous slide. What is IFRS 15 focusing on? It focuses on the customer contracts, but IFRS 20 also requires you to look at the regulation. In terms of timing, IFRS 15, when the service is delivered, IFRS 20, when the regulator actually allows recovery. When you look at the liability, IFRS 15, the deferral, you measure it at nominal value, there is no discounting. Whereas IFRS 20, and that is the major difference. For those of you who have had a chance to look at IFRS 18, the major reason for that standard was to be able to bring some realness into the financial statements. And I think IFRS 20 is also trying to actually do that when it's looking at the actual value of that liability, as opposed to you recording it at the nominal value. It discounts the cash flows. So what it does, it allows you to measure that amount with future discounted cash flows. Also factoring in a regulatory interest rate. In terms of the revenue, the performance obligation has to be met under IFRS 15. IFRS 20, it looks at the adjustment for the timing differences, which is also good because it's also a challenge. Many times you want to implement the projects assuming maybe within a year, but many times we have realized that sometimes it's difficult. It's really difficult, and you end up spending 1, 2, 3 years down the line, you haven't implemented the project. But in real terms, is your nominal value the actual term? So it actually brings in all those adjustments that we should have been looking at right from the onset. Where the release lands in terms of recognition or reporting, IFRS 15, we're putting that under other income. IFRS 20, yes, it's within revenue, but looking at revenue, regulatory income alongside the one of IFRS 15. Now, again, we are just going to walk through the two different aspects in terms of reporting. We already talked about IFRS 15. I won't now go back there. I just wanted to highlight what is now expected to happen in IFRS 20. Just for your information that IFRS 20 is not yet, it is allowed for the entities to do an early adoption, but I think it's supposed to be, 2029 when it's effective. But for those who feel that you're ready to adopt, it would be good practice. If you feel that this meets your requirements, it can be adopted early so that you have improved reporting. So what that means in terms of recognition or accounting in the books of accounts, it means that you'll debit your cash from year 0, and then you credit the IFRS 15, where you have so it depends on whether you've actually met. So I'm going to take a scenario where this 30 billion, you have a component perhaps which you've satisfied, maybe investments worth X, and then investments worth Y, which you haven't satisfied. So you will have a recognition of what you've satisfied, and then what you haven't satisfied will then be apportioned and discounted using future cash flows, and also to apply that small component of interest. So you will have a release of the liability as a regulatory income in the revenue line, plus the interest as you keep completing the obligation. So it spans over the life of the project as well. But the bigger challenge of this is that defining the timing of when you're actually going to complete that investment is one of the issues that we may look into, because it's seemingly sometimes difficult to have a definitive timeline so that you can be able to do the discounted cash flows. The current treatment, I would say that it could lead to higher profits in the earlier years, because what we've been doing is once you finish the project, you recognize the profit full-blown from the onset, which is also a bit unrealistic. But what this IFRS 20 does, it's that it allows you then to have that matching concept between the way you're recognizing your revenue and the way you're actually applying the depreciation across the life of the asset. Significant benefits for IFRS 20. I won't dwell on that so much. I think we're going through them as we went through the previous slides. But like I said, I think we still have the challenge of the tax implication, which is still key. In terms of the timing required to complete the investment, that I've also already highlighted. So those are gray areas which still need to be discussed with all of us here in the room. So where do we go from here? From our perspective as UEGCL, of course, to ERA is on the draft tariff finance investment guidelines, probably is to add an explicit IFRS 20 interoperability clause for IFRS preparers. Let the standard govern the financial standards, and then the guidelines to govern the regulatory reporting and the cash. Then also, there were issues there surrounding the ring fencing, but we're saying maybe they can be consideration in terms of providing an emergency use mechanism within the ring fence for urgent plant requirements. And probably the other issue is on the clawback. Can there be a remedy before the funds are actually clawed back? Then it would have been nice to also maybe have the policy makers, like the ministry. Unfortunately, we don't have them here today. But URA is here. So the ask from URA, can the customer-funded investments be included in the allowable deductions, or probably exclude them completely from chargeable income until the obligation has been discharged? Just to note that this is not really for us as UEGCL, but it's to be able to protect the customer's money. And we all know how ERA is very pertinent about this customer's money. So it is also in our interest that we protect it as much as possible. Then, to all the CFOs here, and of course all the other members here that take part into preparation of the accounts, it would be ideal from our perspective to probably prepare, and also where you're ready to do the early adoption, because it gives a more clearer picture in terms of accounting for investments that are financed through the tariff. Ladies and gentlemen, that was our presentation from UEGCL. Thank you very much.
So now we proceed to another important technical session, which is tariff-financed investment guidelines. These guidelines provide an important basis for ensuring that investments financed through electricity tariffs are appropriately planned, implemented, accounted, and reported. To take us through this subject, it is my pleasure to invite Manager Finance, Regulatory Finance, Minister Innocent, to come and present this paper. You're welcome, Sebo. Please, let's welcome him.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kasita. Protocol observed, and to all the CFOs in the room, good afternoon. It's a small task, actually, on what we're going to have, given that we've had a session where almost each and everyone has actually elaborated on the topic that we're going to discuss, and that is the tariff-financed investment guidelines. I will be trying to work within about 20 minutes, so you'll forgive me, where in some sections we shall have to jump a little, but where we need to have additional clarification, we shall be available for one-on-one sessions. We shall also be available in case you need us to explain something in more detail. We appreciate the comments that have been received from each and every one of you that have made comments to these guidelines before we make them effective. This is for purposes of ensuring that our stakeholders are actually taking part into the treatment that we are proposing. We have shared with the tax authority on this and the implication this may have on the tax treatment. OAG has been part of the process, mainly to just ensure that the expected treatment and what has been coming up maybe in some of the audit issues are actually being resolved or going to be facilitated by these guidelines. We also have, I think, discussed with all the licensees on what exactly we are coming up with and the implication this may have. We have received responses from majority of you, and some of you are online today. I believe the ICPA team should be online also, but they are part of us for this session. I think someone was supposed to be physically present, and then we have the Director Standards who is going to be online, but also part of the panel for today. So as part of my session, we'll have a discussion on just the guidelines. But given that we have already shared them with you, I will not delve into each and every bit about the guidelines, but you allow us to just go through the main steps, what we are proposing as the treatment of these investments, what others have been doing, and I would like to appreciate Susan for the elaboration on what exactly UEGCL has been doing and how they've been presenting these investments. It's not only UEGCL that has been having this issue. We know UEDCL also has its own treatment. UETCL has a treatment that has been ongoing. But all these is actually the reason as why we are here today, or part of the reasons we are here today. That UETCL could be treating it in a different way. UEGCL was treating it in a different way, and so was transmission. So you find one is reporting profit of 100 billion because you have provided investments worth 100 billion in the tariff for that year. Now, most of the licenses, let's say, as I think Vianney talked earlier, where you have return on investment, that is your profit you're supposed to report. But where they say there's no return expected from your capital recovery, we are not expecting a profit unless you've met your performance obligations, or what we talked about as the performance parameters. Now, in an essence where the investments are brought into your tariff, they do not have a corresponding cost. So it means, as Susan tried to explain, you receive 100 billion, which is meant for investments. There's no corresponding expenditure to that investment, and therefore it will end up into your bottom line as what? As profit. And as Mr. Nandeva comes up, he will tell you that, for me, I was ready for the 100 billion, and therefore we receive the tax. Now, the challenge is that you're paying the tax up front of the, let's say, 30 billion, but then to the customer, you have not implemented the project. So in effect, to the licensee, you're having a shortfall of 30% of that money from the onset. So in this roadmap, we say that we need to have a consistency in the treatment of this across the whole platform. But then there are licensees, let's say the generation companies, where already your tariffs are set and determined, and you have not been receiving this money through the tariff for purposes of implementing your projects. So to that effect, it would mean that these guidelines will not affect you. So what we're looking at is that the investments that are financed upfront from using customer money. That is, if the customer first pays the money before you put up the infrastructure, then those are the investments that are going to be affected by these guidelines. Where you go and borrow, or your shareholder actually brings in money, and you put up a project, then that investment you have put up is not subject to the treatment of these guidelines. So what we are only going to have are those investments that get the definition of tariff-financed investments as it has been prescribed within the guidelines. You'll allow me, like I had said earlier, we're going to go a little faster into this, and therefore where we have to discuss in detail, we shall have those personal discussions. There's my colleague, I think, Roger Sabigaba, that we had said you communicate with. So in case of any additional clarification, you can go to him or any of the ERA team that is also available. So if, let's say, it was debt, equity, or grant, there's already a modality on how it's supposed to be accounted for. And therefore, we had no issue. Now, where the customer has paid in advance, that's where we had a problem. And we said, okay, which standard can we use? So I think Susan has talked about it. We looked at IFRS 14, which was talking about the regulatory deferrals. So we thought this would actually cater for us, but it was not solving the issue. We looked at IFRS 15, which is the revenue from contracts with the customers, given that you're already invoicing someone before you receive this money. But then we say the performance obligation has actually not been met. Then we went to IS 20. It's saying government grants. We say this is not a what? This is not a grant. So where do we fall? Now we're doing all this before IFRS 20 is actually released. So you realize we gave you these standards, I think the guidelines around May, and then the standard was also released in May. So after that, we've had discussions with you, and I think some of the comments that are coming up is like align the guideline with the standard. So when we come into this, we say that, but hold on, licensees are receiving this money, but they have not implemented projects. And like they mentioned, sometimes it's procurement issues. You receive the money in 2020. We are in 2026. The investment has not been what? Implemented, but the customer paid. So we said, okay, if this is going to be the case, then you're going to be required to actually change your reporting so that the money you're having is not part of your money. As you're having the cash in the bank of 100 billion, you're not reporting that I actually have what? Cash, because at any one moment, the customer will want that money back. I gave you the money in advance. You have not done what you expected to do. Therefore, you should return my what? My money. And how does it come back? That means in the tariff determination of the next period, they'll tell you, okay, we already collected this 100 billion, so we'll remove it from your next revenue what? Requirement. We didn't have sufficient time for today's session, but I believe Vianney would have gone through the details of the tariff determination process and some of the costs and how we remove this revenue from your next revenue requirement. We are having licensees that previously were not also entering into this segment. I will talk about, I think, like Wenreco. So this is not only affecting government institutions. It's also affecting the private companies, provided you receive the money upfront. So previously we had Umeme. What Umeme would do was it would say, these are not my what? These are not my assets. And therefore I will not recognize them as what? As assets. So I'll defer the income, but once I implement, I'll recognize the income, but also expense the what? Expense the cost. So what it would mean that you have vehicles, let's say you have vehicles of 6 billion shillings. A vehicle is an asset, not so? But for purposes of their reporting, those vehicles will not appear in the asset what? In the asset register. Why? Is because they are saying these assets are not our assets, and therefore we are not going to record them as assets. But when you go for purposes of your accounting treatment and all those things of matching the returns on assets, you realize that something's actually missing out. This asset, you're using it to derive what? Revenue. And therefore, you're misleading the public when you're saying my assets that I have are actually not, I don't have the 6 billion as part of my what? My assets. So we try to benchmark the existing solutions. There's a colleague who was here from ESCOM also. They also used to receive what we call the non-core component, mainly for vehicles, buildings. They would receive that upfront. But for the network or the core components, this they would implement as investment, which would earn a what? A return, and therefore go through the capital depreciation components. So we try to benchmark the UK, the US, and Kenya, I think, and also try to look at Philippines. But then we realized that I think it was only the US standard that was trying to replicate what we actually do. But most jurisdictions, everyone you would ask, he would tell you, you mean you give investors money up front before they actually implement projects. So we're like, okay, this does not happen where? Doesn't happen anywhere else. We are having problems, that's why. Now, our problems are what? Are unique. We are very sure that if DCL was able to get the $100 million today to implement these projects, there's no way the customer would have to foot the entire $100 million bill in 1 year. You know, now the cost to the customer is very high upfront. But if we are getting this money and collecting it over the 10 years and paying it over the 10 years, it will be cheaper to the what? To the customer. But we know our challenge is that by the time the generator, let's say we have a transformer that is failing, you cannot say, let's wait and we go to parliament, we get approval, they allow us to what? To borrow. That transformer is not waiting for you to go through that process. So that's why the authority made a decision that, okay, as we try to grow into a situation where our companies can actually access financing when it is needed, then the customer can provide the funding upfront. We invest in these projects, get the benefits we expect, then at a later stage, definitely also not going to benefit from any capital recovery of it because you've already recovered it from the what? From the customer. So this money does not attract capital recovery. It doesn't attract a return. Because in effect, it's like they're actually giving you working capital. And from the comments we have received from you, it's like we are taking away working capital. So you're saying, but you know, this money I have been using it to pay for my upfront costs and everything. But we are saying this money is meant for an investment, not for your working what? Capital. So where we have this, we said we need to build regulatory controls alongside that, but also establish the proper accounting treatment. But we're also aware that we need to align with the existing accounting requirements. The licenses you have talk about alignment with IFRS and other standards that you're dealing with, but also alignment with the regulatory frameworks. So in the frameworks that I think Harold discussed earlier, we are looking at this as part of the regulatory frameworks you're going to have to deal with, but also on how to report on account of the money that has been provided to you. Now, the only thing we are mainly looking out for is that how much cost have you recovered? How much of that has been invested? How much of that has actually been committed? Because sometimes you have commitments where you have paid the money maybe, but the investment is not yet existing. But the contract is on ground and the implementation is ongoing. So we will find that after the guidelines have been implemented, we should be in position to audit how much money you have received and how much has actually gone to pay the different service providers or contractors. So there's a criteria that is in there that for you to apply these guidelines, it means we would have approved the investment. So in reality, if you went ahead and just bought your vehicle, please do not treat it in accordance with these guidelines. But also, we do not approve any investment if it was not approved in the beginning. Okay, I've used the same word. You have gone ahead and bought your vehicle, but you wanted to enter the rate base. Please, that one will not happen. And I think they told us to read the investment approval and verification regulations. So now the first point of entry is that the investment will have to be approved in advance. Once the investment is approved, then we're asking ourselves, is it being funded upfront by the customer? Now, we may approve you to undertake an investment, but you're going to use your own money. So where you're using your own money for the investment that you're actually implementing, then that investment will go into the rate base and earn a return. And therefore, for that purpose, it would mean that the customer is not paying you upfront, but the customer will pay you through capital recovery and then a return. I think that was discussed a little by Vianney. And therefore, for that purpose, it will not be part of these guidelines. The easier bit is where it is revenue expenditure. We normally have consultancies being undertaken. We have studies that we approve to be undertaken. Normally, those appear within the same year. So where it is consultancy, we expect that you recognize the revenue whenever you have implemented the what? The operating expenditure that you have. And therefore, we do not have much on this because we expect that you'll match the income and the expenditure. So the impact to the institution at any one time should actually be zero because the money was provided to undertake a study. You have undertaken the study. The cost has been received and also recovered. So at that moment, you receive, reconcile it, provide for that. Now the challenge is where, let's say, because of procurement, you receive the money in 2026, you do the project in 2028. So what we're saying is that in the year 2026, given that you have not undertaken that study, that is not part of your revenue. And therefore, you're expected to defer it until you implement the project. But because it's revenue in nature, you'll match the cost and the revenue at the time of implementation. The biggest challenge that we've been having is the element of capital expenditure, where because of the timing difference, you have implemented the investment in 2028. Now, as Susan was saying, you got 100 billion, you have implemented it in 2028, you recognize the entire 100 what? Billion. But remember, the expense down, they're only giving you depreciation for one what? For 1 year. So effectively, there will be a portion that is still going to be taxed, irrespective of how you're going to treat it, even after you have deferred it for the last 3 years. So we asked ourselves then, how do we treat this investment at the point when you have actually now completed it? Now to ERA, we are saying we can't come to you and remove the money from what? From you, because the obligation ERA expected from you has actually been what? Met. And therefore, you're right to recognize the income. Now the challenge we are having is the customer's expectation is not just the implementation, but the performance that they are going to benefit from that investment from when you put it to the point when it actually retires or gets off the what? The network. What does it mean? The customer is not expecting that the moment you bring a transformer and put it there, your obligation is exhausted. Your obligation is getting exhausted at the point when I have used this asset, it has used its most useful life, and I have said, please, you can even now take it away. Now that brings us into what we talked about on IFRS, I think, 20. So IFRS 2020 is talking about the same, but please, your obligation does not only stop at the point of commissioning, but your obligation continues through the life of the what? The asset. I think Susan has talked about the issue of the present value. We'll go slightly into it, but now for this, we're only going to go for one final element. In the guidelines currently, we're saying that on recognition, defer the income, take it as a deferred liability. Then once you finish the capitalization, start treating it as income, but matching the depreciation of the asset with the income that you're recognizing, so that these two, the net effect is what? Is zero. The challenge is that when you implement IFRS 20, for it it's saying present what? Present value, you discount. Now the discounted amount and the depreciation, these two will never be the what? Will never be the same. But over the lifespan of the 20 years, you'll have the entire figure being recognized. So currently what we're saying is that for the money you're receiving upfront through the tariff, if you have not implemented the project, segregate this money, take it out of your normal operating business bank accounts and put it to a special bank account. That bank account will be very ring-fenced, that you'll only use it if you're implementing the projects which have been approved. Now, if for purposes of implementation you have delays on account of procurement or any other reason, then that money is earning interest for one purpose. You remember we say that as time is elapsing, the cost of the investment is also what? Increasing. But the customer paid you up front. Should we come back to the customer and we say, please add us this other 100,000 because the cost we had thought was going to be the cost of the asset has actually gone up. So the time value of money is something that we want to also embed within that same asset. That as you keep the money earlier, when you delay to implement, there's a risk of cost overrun. But then because of the time value of money, this account should be in position to cater for the increased cost on account of delays in implementation. So to our licensees, it's not that this is targeting removing cash from you, but it's just trying to protect the customer who has given you the money in what? In advance. So we have had discussions where I think some of you have said that there are already accounts in the market that are offering interest that is competitive enough. If a treasury bill is 9%, my account is also giving me 9%. Should I move this money off the account and put in a treasury bill? Definitely no. So operationally, it doesn't make any sense. But where you open up an account and it's earning 2%, because you know how banks are, they also look for easy what? Easy money. So we are saying it's going to be mandatory, the account you're opening up for purposes of the funds arising from the customer funds has to be an interest earning account. The interest must be competitive enough. You know, bankers have actually banks wanted to be part of this session today. The main thing is to also look at that money that you're saying. Since you're having 100 billion, if you can give it to me for a year, the banks know how to use the money first, not so? But we're also saying that as you're using the customer's money, give us enough what? Enough interest, and it should be competitively priced. So as we come to the end, our main challenge, and from I think the audit firms that responded to our guidelines, was that make sure that these guidelines and IFRS 20 speak to each other. So as we come here, we're going to look at the timing difference. What does it result into? So we're going to have an amendment in the draft that we shared with you on account of trying to incorporate the provisions of IFRS 20. So where we were saying defer, IFRS is saying recognize the regulatory income arising from that what? That transaction, or the timing difference between when the decision is made and when the actual implementation happens. If you incur the money in advance and you have actually paid out your money, you come to ERA and they tell you, okay, I think in the tariff of 2029, we shall provide for this money to be recovered in that tariff. Then that means you can actually recognize the regulatory asset. Arising from that approval, you have already incurred it in advance, but you have been promised that in 2029, that money is going to be what? Provided. Or we have approved it in 2026, but you're going to implement it in 2029. Then the regulatory liability arising out of that approval should be recognized within your balance sheet. And as it was discussed, the amendments to IFRS 18 to cater for the reporting on account of those regulatory assets and liabilities, but also on how to treat the regulatory income or regulatory expenditure arising from that transaction. So looking ahead, as I had said earlier, we're going to try as much. We shall have sessions with you. We shall have detailed discussions with you that allow us to go into aligning these two lines of IFRS 20, but then also the guidelines. But like it was already said, as you go into IFRS 20, it will be for your financial reporting. Now, for purposes of regulatory reporting and the regulatory framework, we are going to stay by the guidelines. And I think your rule or your licenses also say you will abide by the International Financial Reporting Standards and the regulatory accounting as approved by the authority. So it means that whatever we come up with here will be for purposes of only monitoring the cost that has been allowed to you. But we do not stop you from applying IFRS 20. If you're reporting on the uniform system of accounts, we expect that you're going to use the guidelines. But for your financial reporting, please use the what? The standards. Now, for our tax people, we need to have a conversation on how we actually come in the middle of that too. Now, in most cases, you're going to become the arbiter between regulatory, tax, and then what? And financial reporting. So as we come into this, our prayer to you and our request to you is that these guidelines are specifically for ensuring that we trace the cost of the asset. How much has been given to you? How much have you spent? We don't stop you from revaluing in your financial statements. But do not revalue and expect to recover that additional revalued amount from the what? From the customer. Because the customer is only paying for the what? For the cost. On this other side, we shall not provide you. The cost has been given to you in advance, then at the same time, you would want to get capital recovery from it. So as we go away from here, we're going to just only establish a common accounting framework for tariff-financed investments through these guidelines. When we collect this money, we want to account for it. When you received it, remove it from your operational account, put it in this investment account, and it is only from that investment account that you will pay off your suppliers. So as you're telling us that you have spent 1 billion shillings, the credit on that account is also actually showing that 1 billion shillings has gone to the what? To the supplier for purposes of tracing that actually this money was actually used for this purpose. I think UEGCL talked about the issue of emergency use. That is provided for within the regulation, and we're not going to stop it because it says you can implement in advance as you await for approval. And lastly, I think it's on the standard which says that early adoption is actually encouraged. As UEGCL said, we request that all of you try to look at the IFRS 20 and the implications it may have. Some of you do not have those decisions that may affect you to report as regulatory assets or regulatory liabilities. But I think it's also necessary that you look at your financials, you look at the different obligations you have, and see whether you can actually adopt this upfront. You will just allow me to respond to, I think, about 3 comments. We have generalized them. But we're going to just pick up about 3 of them, and those are the ones which I'll respond to before I request my colleague, Mr. Nandeva, to just take us briefly through. So, for purposes of the comments that came, we received some comments from some of the holders of certificates of exemption, and theirs was whether these guidelines will affect them or will apply to them? And the response is that it is only when you're receiving money upfront through the what? Through the tariff. So whether you're a certificate holder or you're a licensee, the moment you receive money through the tariff first, before you implement the project, then the guidelines will apply to you. But where you first implement the capital project, before you recover it through the tariff, the guidelines do not affect that transaction. Then, so for purposes of this, I think that I've responded to. So where the structure is just recovering your costs from what you have already invested, then you do not necessarily need to apply the guidelines, but you need to look at reporting using the standards. We had initially proposed the frequency that every month you deposit the money that is required for this account to the investment account. And from the discussions we've had, I think the billing cycle and everything, the recommendation is that this is going to be updated. Instead of the monthly, it will be quarterly. You'll be expected to ring fence that money and put it into the investment account on a quarterly basis. Now, where you use this money for your own reasons, other than the approved reason, which is implementing the what? The project. If you don't have money to pay salaries and then you want to pay salaries using this account, then the penalty is going to be the 365-day interest rate. The reason is that in case you want to touch that money, then seek for approval, because we know that there are emergencies, and we know there are other reasons you could use the money. But it's not the money that you're going to be using. And we're also saying that we do not want you to also keep that money there. Our aim is not to have the money on that account. Our aim is to have the projects implemented. But where you fail to implement the project for one reason or the other, that account is not for your working capital. So I think the other one was that when you look at the issue of emergency treatment, we are saying that the regulation provides for emergency. Where there's emergency, you can always utilize and then seek for approval. But then the regulation is also very specific. It says that you have to prove that it was what? Emergency. And emergency is defined. It is resulting into loss of supply to a certain number of what? Customers. You don't say that Innocent's transformer had blown. It only serves who? Innocent. But it is emergency, therefore you picked the money from that account and implemented it to serve who? Innocent. It talks about a number of customers. So where there's one customer that is affected by that transaction, it cannot go into emergency, and therefore the penalty will apply. We have also received the issue of the mechanism for the clawbacks, and we've said that the regulation provides for verification, and therefore we shall not go into detail. The verifications will be done in accordance with the regulations. We looked at the capital outlay. We had said that you forecast your expected expenditure, and then basing on that difference, you invest what is not going to be used. But then we have said that if the account has a competitive interest, there's no need to reinvest the money once it's also earning interest already. So the relationship between the guidelines and the regulation, we are saying that these guidelines are only supporting the implementation of the regulations. And therefore, the investment verification regulation will prevail where you find that there's any problem in the interpretation of the two. So these guidelines are going to support on the implementation of the Uniform System of Accounts regulation and then the investment verification regulation without going into the detail. Cost overruns which are approved, these ones will be funded through the tariff because it's provided for. Where let's say the approved cost is higher than what was provided in the tariff, then that addition will be provided. But where you go ahead and spend more than the approved tariff or the approved amount without additional approval, effectively that is your own cost. So you'll have helped the customer to also spend on that, and therefore it will also not be recovered. Where you underspend for one reason or the other, then the underspend will be utilized for any other purpose or will be approved towards implementation of any other project. And where there's no project to implement, then that will be clawed back. Lastly, the issue of the cost model versus revaluation under IAS 16. We are saying that for purposes of tariff money, revaluation is not what? Permitted. But for your own reporting, you can revalue. But for purposes of this IAS 16, we are saying that you can revalue the assets for purposes of reporting under IAS 16. But when we want the reporting under Uniform System of Accounts, those costs should not be revalued, as we are only monitoring the cost you have received versus what you have recovered. There could be some drafting errors within the initial guidelines, and those are things we're going to provide and improve. The penalties, I think this we've already talked about, and the issue of the tax treatment. My brother here is going to talk about the issue of the tax, and I know UETCL is also waiting for the same because they're like, we are the main culprits. So we are requesting that we shall have a formal communication. Now, when you go to the verification of the investments, there's a communication on how much was approved, how much you have actually implemented, and what could be clawed back. Lastly, the issue of practicability of segregating and tracking tariff-financed investments. We are saying that all ERP systems can have an additional column that is added for purposes of segregating what was the source of what? Financing, and therefore does not create any additional obligation. When I say lastly, I might end up saying again lastly. So you will allow me to say that all the comments that we have received from all of you have been taken into consideration. We've had the one-on-one sessions with some of you that made the comments. And for those that may not have made the comments, we shared them with all licensees, all our listed auditors of the Uniform System of Accounts, the URA, then also ICPAU. So in case we have any residual comments, please, we are available to receive those comments for purposes of improving the reporting. Thank you so much, and a good afternoon.
The electricity supply industry has a unique operational, investment, and financial characteristics, making uninformed understanding of tax obligation is particularly important for finance leaders like all of us in the room, excluding me. To take us through taxation and tax compliance in the electricity supply industry, we are privileged to have with us the commissioner, commissioner. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the commissioner.
The large commissioner. Ladies and gentlemen, I am privileged to be here. At least that helped us wake up. I was seeing some people already dozing, but that laughter at least helped us. And I want to make one quick request. If we can stand up and stretch a little bit, because the issue that we are going to talk about costs you money if you make mistakes. Someone help us stretch. Is he able to touch his toes? Please try. Show us.
Okay, let's stretch again here. This hands. Yeah. Call someone heavy. Sideways. Backwards. Okay, let's bend briefly. Okay, can touch your toes if you want. Stand up.
Have you touched?
Very good. I think I've submitted.
Okay, at least now I have a very active audience. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think I will labor to introduce myself again and my colleagues from URA My name is Julius Nandeva, and I am the Acting Assistant Commissioner in the Large Taxpayers Office. This is the office that holds the biggest and largest taxpayers in this country, and I see most of you fall in that category. And that category is only for those who pay tax. For those who pay tax. And we need tax for what? For national development. When the previous speakers were talking, I was torn apart whether I should actually use my presentation or speak from my heart. And I am going to mix the two. I am going to set a few principles straight before we get into the presentation. Principle number 1. Section 38 of the Income Tax Act dictates that the taxpayers' accounting will follow the generally accepted accounting principles. That's principle number 1, because it is in the law. Number 2, when we come to tax, we do not mind about the guidelines. We do not mind about the accounting standards. What we focus on is what the tax laws say. And usually, when there is a gap in the tax law, we seek to amend or improve that tax law. How do we improve or amend the tax law? From discussions like these ones. Because the operators, because the users of the law will come back and tell us, you know, this law does not speak to our business. So I'm going to use the current law to speak into this discussion, but hinting on some of the things that we've had being talked about. When it comes to tax, there are a number of taxes that we look at, and I will labor to talk about a few of them. But for this discussion, I'll mainly talk about the income tax, because the main discussion of recognition of income, the recognition of expenses, the capital expenditure largely affects our income tax. Not so. But I also labor to talk about the VAT, because VAT are transaction-based and are supply-based. I also talk about withholding tax, because it is also transaction-based. Whether you agree on how you receive money and how you're going to account for it, once transactions have happened, we need to ask ourselves whether they are taxing points. The other principle that I want to talk about before I get into my presentation is that receipts or cash inflows do not equal to earned income. It's very, very important. Receipts or cash inflows do not equal to earned income. And sometimes earned income does not equal to taxable income. I hope that is a clear principle. So you can receive money, but it does not mean that that money has been earned for tax purposes, rather for accounting purposes. Because when we go to accounting, there are specific rules for recognition of income. Not so. And the main standard being IFRS 15 that exists. When it comes to looking at your income that you have earned, the next question is that taxable income? And when we are asking that question, we get out of the IFRSs, we get out of the guidelines, and come to the law. Because the tax law has defined what is taxable income. When I turn to the other side of the expenses, because our statement of profit or loss has two things, not so. Incomes and expenses. When it comes to expenses, we ask ourselves whether the expenses you have in your POL are actually allowable deductions. So it is possible that you have recognized an expense in the POL and it has even reduced your income and you actually paid for it. You actually spent money on it, but it's not an allowable deduction because the law has said it is a non-allowable deduction. So as you have your expenses in your POL 100% recognized in line with the general accepted accounting principles, remember you have to take the next step to ask yourself whether those expenses as recorded in the POL are actually allowable deductions. The next important thing that was in the middle of this discussion was about capital expenditure. And this is a sector that is heavily capital intensive. Not so? Now again, we ask ourselves, how do we deal with this capital expenditure when it comes to tax? Number one, we all know that even as accountants, capital expenditure does not go to the POL. Not so? We all know that capital expenditure does not go to the PO. So if you have expenditure that is capital in nature and it is in the POL, already in accounting you have a zero. So we are assuming that for accounting purposes, at least you don't have a capital expenditure in the POL. Now the question is, when you're incurring this capital expenditure, how do we deal with it for accounting purposes and how do we deal with it for tax purposes? Now we know that when you have your capital expenditure, you recognize it in the balance sheet and keep releasing it. Someone defined depreciation in the best way that I've always defined it. That depreciation is the systematic allocation of the cost of the asset over its useful life. And I agree with him. Now, when you have the capital expenditure, you must keep releasing it to the POL. And this capital expenditure can either be for intangible assets or tangible assets. Now the taxman has said, do whatever you want to do according to accounting principles. But whatever expenditure you have released from the balance sheet to the POL, the taxman starts by disallowing it. I want to repeat this. Whatever allocation of the cost that you have allocated to your POL arising from your balance sheet, whether arising from the tangible assets or from the intangible assets. We know that from the tangible assets we will release depreciation. Not so? Or impairment. Not so? From the intangible asset we release amortization or impairment. Not so? Now all these, when the taxman gets them, he first adds them back as though you did not incur them. And he says, now let's go back to the tax law. What does the tax law say? Do you have the asset? Yes. Has it been used in the production of income included in your gross income? Yes. Can we then give it a capital deduction? You either have a capital deduction under Section 27 on wear and tear allowance for depreciable assets, or you have a capital deduction in form of industrial building deduction under Section 28, or if it is an intangible asset, we got Section 30 on the cost of intangible asset. I hope I'm clear up to that point. We can now get into the English. Because I thought, even if you do not concentrate on this, those basic principles are very, very important, because this, I am not going to have a lot of time to go through each of these items, but I'm going to ask that they share this presentation with you so that we're able to actually pick it out. As I finish later, I am going to indicate to you some of the risks that we have observed, so that you, as you go back, you start looking at them. So, Why is this conversation matters? Why does it matter? We are going to answer a number of questions, and these questions will be about when do we say there is a taxing point and on which transactions. When does the tax point arise? Does it arise at bidding? Does it arise at payment? Does it arise at expenditure? Does it arise at commissioning? Because we have all these processes in your processes. As the presenters were actually speaking, I realized that we have the bidding point, we have the payment point, we have the expenditure, but we also have the commissioning. What tax obligations are triggered? Number one, we have VAT, we have income tax, we have withholding tax, we have pay as you earn, we have VAT on imported services, and recently we have a tax called digital services tax. How should it be accounted for and reported? Now you realize that for us we sit the other side and wait. We sit the other side and wait. So every day that passes, you're receiving income, you're incurring expenditure, and you must be able to record that income and expenditure. And that expenditure can either be capital or revenue in nature. So the starting point, you must be able to know how to record those transactions. Because when you record them wrongly in your books, you have started from a wrong point. And that's why our discussion started from accounting. How do I account for these transactions? For example, we have systems that help us now capture these transactions. For example, IFRS. I would be shocked if I found any of the players not embracing IFRS. And that is one thing that you actually need to actually think about. Why? Did you know that even if you incurred an expense, but it is not backed up by IFRS, you have lost that expense? I repeat. And we are coming from accounting to taxation. You have incurred an expense. There is evidence that the money moved. There is evidence that there is a payer and a payee. But this transaction was not backed by an e-invoice or e-receipt. The next question is it still an allowable deduction for tax purposes? And the answer is no. What does that mean to your cash flows? You already spent. The tax man is saying this is not an allowable deduction. So when we are talking about you having documentation, it starts from what you actually capture. Number two, returns. Ladies and gentlemen, we receive your information from returns. And the assumption is that these returns are a mirror of what you have in your internal documentation. For example, when we receive an income tax return, the assumption is that you have audited financial statements, and these audited financial statements have been prepared in line with the general accepted accounting principles. Because Section 38 has said we start from those audited financial statements. It simply means that if your audited financial statements were wrong, you're also allowing the taxman to start from a wrong position. And you're also filing wrong returns. And as you file wrong returns, definitely you're actually raising the appetite of the taxman. Unfortunately, the taxman does not recognize errors. And unless you've recognized those errors and then rectify them yourself. Because when I find an error and it is an error that generates revenue, I am simply giving you an assessment. Because I do not recognize it as an error. And unless you're saying the error has no impact on tax, then you can correct it. But most of the errors that we make have a tax implication. We'll talk about withholding tax. We'll talk about capital allowances and all that. Ladies and gentlemen, I am not going to go into this detail because they've already described the sector. You're the masters of this sector, so that slide is going to be left hanging. But I'm going to talk about what this sector has contributed over the last 3 years and how it has been growing. It simply means if you're not a contributor into this revenue, you're not actually moving on the same pace with others. Because some of us don't contribute. So when we are talking about these figures, we are only talking about those who are contributing. If you know you have not been contributing, don't celebrate the figures. But this is how the numbers have been moving. From 2022, about 487.6 billion to 572 to 621, and last year to 689. This trend only speaks to compliance. It simply means there is some level of compliance, and we believe that the trend is good. Ladies and gentlemen, again, I will jump that because it breaks the first one. I will also okay. I am now going to speak into the issues that we have been talking about from, this is the chain that we actually pick from your guidelines. This is the chain that we pick from your guidelines. We start from tariff approval, then we go to billing and collection, receipt and recognition, procurement and expenditure, asset creation and commission, and then operational income realization, and then reporting and reconciliation. And we are saying that at these points, we must be able to appreciate what happens. For example, when you start constructing an asset, do you have any capital expenditure do you have any capital allowance that you can claim? And the answer where we stand from the law is that when the asset is not ready for use or available for use, then you cannot claim any capital allowances. I am also very sure for accounting, you don't depreciate an asset that is not ready for use. But you have been spending. So the question is, that expenditure, where do you record it? You record it in your books, but you do not have a corresponding deduction for it because this asset is not ready for use. We'll get deep into, I now want to talk about the specific taxes because my role today is to speak about the specific taxes, and then we see where the problem is. Can we start with VAT? Can we start with VAT? At what point does VAT become due? At what point does VAT become due? Ladies and gentlemen, under the VAT Act, we have what we call the time of supply. And before the time of supply, we must ask ourselves in the first place, was there a supply? Was there a supply? Question number 2, was that supply a taxable supply? Question number 3, at what point was the supply made? Question number 4, what was the taxable value of that supply? And if you answer those questions, then VAT is due. So I want you to go back and ask, what supplies do you make? Why am I asking this? Because some of your supplies, for example, if you're still under the construction phase, if you're still holding it as a project and it has not been commenced, supplies to the hydropower generating entities and all the other power is actually exempt. So if you receive any supplies when you're still under that phase, your supplies are going to be exempt. What challenges do we find? People are also incurring costs for personal and domestic use, and they still want to claim the exemption. Hello? We said we are going to be telling you where the problems are. So they have given you exemption, but you've gone ahead to abuse it to that level. Number 2, that exemption stops when you are still a project. When does that project stop? After the project has been commissioned, is it still a project? When the project has been commissioned, is this still a project? Please answer me because you're the experts. I want to hear a no, a yes. when you get to, because you see, when you see, it is either a project that is still ongoing or it has been commissioned. And it cannot depend. Because the question is, can you say that the project is still ongoing when it has been commissioned? Hey. So it can be commissioned, but it is still ongoing. You see, we are learning now. We can give examples. Please help me give examples at that point. But the principle I'm trying to actually put forward is that the exemption you have stops at the point when the project has been commissioned. And unless you are able to convince the taxman that this project still has components that are ongoing and still it is a project. Otherwise, the abuses that we are finding is that even projects that have already been commissioned continue to exempt the supplies. Are we together? So I am not refusing if you know that there are instances, exceptional instances, when a project can actually run when it has already been commissioned. And because it is exceptional, you must be able to have sufficient evidence to satisfy that exceptional circumstance. Otherwise, once the project has been commissioned, you cease to have that exemption under the Schedule 3 of the VAT Act. The other issue that we have actually picked is on VAT on imported services. VAT on imported? This is an area that is not known by so many people. Ladies and gentlemen, when you receive a service, let me start from goods. When you import goods, they pass through the border and they have to clear them and you pay taxes and they enter into Uganda. The question is, when you import a service, how does it come? How does the service come? Because it does not have a border point where we are going to see a service has come. But through your reporting, we are able to see that indeed you consumed the service from a foreign supplier. Because you've reported your numbers. You have made payments. So they don't lie. Now, the law requires that once you have imported a service that is taxable, you do not charge the service provider, but rather charge yourself. And that's where the complication comes. That's where people fear charging themselves, and that's why we get the problem. I will repeat that. Once you import a service, the person who is liable to pay the tax is not the person who has provided the service. The person who has received the service, you must go ahead and charge yourself 18% and declare it as VAT on imported services. Unfortunately, with the audits that we have so far carried out, this is an area that has a gap. The other gap that we have seen is on your invoicing. Is on your invoicing. Who knows about deemed energy? I am very sure you know it better than we do. Deemed energy? It seems like it's a new term. Do we have deemed energy? We have deemed energy. What is deemed energy? Who can help us explain what deemed energy is? Anyone? You said yes. Who can help us? Where is the second microphone? After this slide, I will finish. The other slides you will read on your own. But I want to make sure that we are on the same page. Let someone help me explain what deemed energy is. It's not an exam, whether you perfect it or not. All we need is to understand what it is.
Okay, thank you so much. Deemed energy is energy that is deemed.
I love the answer.
Thank you. Okay, let me clarify. So we have active energy, that we get the electrons that the CEO was talking about. But dimmed energy is that energy that will have been dimmed as if you should have got it, but you have actually not got it. And this can be because of the infrastructure. It can be because of so many reasons, but mostly the infrastructure. So that's the word dimmed. Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, there's someone else who has, when you see many hands, you know there are different opinions. Please help us understand this. Energy that is not taken by the grid, is it paid for? Is that energy paid for? So have you made a transaction? The energy has not been taken by the grid, but they have paid you for it. So have you made a transaction? Now, what we have observed is that people do not actually take that as a taxable supply. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a taxable supply that is chargeable to VAT. That is a taxable supply that is chargeable to VAT. Issue number 3. Is it still issue number 3 or 4? Under VAT. I am pointing out the loopholes so that you, because this is the house of the numbers and professionals. Issue number 4 under VAT is claiming non-creditable input tax. Is claiming non-creditable input tax. For example, if you are in the phase where your supply is exempt, you cannot claim input tax. Because if you're supplying exempt supplies, then you cannot claim input tax. Number 2, under Section 28 of the VAT Act, there are certain items, even when you have incurred VAT, you cannot claim it. Unfortunately, we have seen you claim input tax on passenger motor vehicles, on entertainment, on telephone, 100%, all that. That is a loophole. The other issue under VAT that I wanted to talk about, I think that is, okay, the disposal of capital assets. The disposal of capital assets. Again, once we look at your VAT, we usually see, especially from your balance sheet, from the wear and tear, we see that you're disposing of assets, but these assets are not being recognized for VAT purposes. I think for VAT, we can rest it there. I now want to go to the main tax, because the discussion was about the main tax, income tax. Ladies and gentlemen, from the discussion that we had, we can easily observe that your biggest problem is recognition of income. Is recognition of income. And whereas you're able to receive money, you're saying at a certain point that money is not earned income. And therefore what you choose to do is that you actually defer some of the income because it relates to capital investment. Is that correct? And we're saying you're right. Because if the income relates to capital expenditure, first of all, we say that is not earned income. The question is, the part that is earned, how do you recognize it? Because the assumption is, after you have received, there is income that must go to the POL, and then there is income that must go to the balance sheet as deferred income. The question is, how then do you release it to the PO, to the POL? Because whatever you have put in the balance sheet as deferred income must end up in the POL as you release it. Now the question is, for us, what is our focus? We are not looking at how much you have received, but we are asking at what point do the performance obligations get satisfied? Because then we'll be speaking to the IFRS 15, when the performance obligations have been satisfied. So you must be able to actually sit down and say, when do the performance obligations get satisfied? Because it's a reconciliation matter. Why is it a reconciliation matter? Because I said, whatever you have put in the PO, in the balance sheet as deferred income, you're always saying the performance obligations have not been satisfied. But are they going to actually remain unsatisfied forever? No. And is that income revenue income or capital income? If it is for the asset, it simply means you're going to actually have the asset, but you'll only claim a deduction when the asset is ready for use. And from the tax perspective, you will start claiming a capital deduction when the asset is put to use. But remember, if we have been releasing every depreciation in the POL, we are going to be adding it back. Because we said we cannot give you depreciation in the POL, we have to come back and give you capital allowances. At what point do we give you capital allowances? When the asset has been put to use. It simply means that expenditure that you're incurring, which is capital in nature, but the asset is not yet put to use, you cannot get a deduction for it. Are we together about that? Do we agree? Because I want us to make sure that we are on the same page. So, when it comes to capital deductions, we know that we are going to either have the asset for IBD or have the asset for wear and tear. And the point at which you claim that IBD or wear and tear is when the asset is put to use. When it comes to revenue expenditure, the rules under Section 22, Section 36 will apply. Those rules will tell you when an expenditure becomes allowable or not allowable. Not simply because you incurred the expenditure, but is it an allowable deduction? That's why, again, I said that the guidelines will help us account for these transactions in our accounts, but we must make sure that the accounts are also in conformity with the International Financial Reporting Standards. And then the taxman will come and look at whatever you have recognized in your POL as an expense, and the question will be, is it an allowable deduction? What will be the basis? The basis will be whether it is prescribed in the law as an allowable deduction. I gave you an example. You incur an expense, but the law requires it should be supported by an IFRS invoice. What is going to happen? It is going to be disallowed, not because you did not incur it, but because it is not supported by IFRS. I'll talk about, you also said, as you're speaking, you said any receipts that are not utilized are going to be invested. Not so. When you invest, you actually earn income. When you invest, you earn income, not so? And the taxation of that income depends on where you have put it. If you choose to put it in the bank and they pay you interest, they will subject it 15%. Not so? When you choose to put it in treasury bonds or treasury bills, they will charge you at either 20% or 10%. Not so? Now, the question is, does it become taxable again? If it is in treasury bills, definitely it is final tax. Withholding tax is final tax. But the question we'll be asking, what are the related expenses that you incurred on that interest income? Because once it is final tax, the related deductions cannot be allowable. So think about that. If it is from the bank, you earn interest income and it is charged to withholding tax at 15%, but it must come back to your taxable incomes. We tax it again, and then you can claim a credit. I hope that is clear. Because we seem now to have ring-fenced that income and saying it will not sit idle. You must put it somewhere where it is going to be earning income. So there is an impact on that investment. I will talk about carry forward losses. Again, when we talk about heavy investment, it means you're likely to actually have losses. And from this industry, we see a number of losses coming through. The question is, are those losses correct? Are they accurate? And if they are accurate, the law under Section 36 allows you to carry forward these losses, but they must be verifiable losses. I'll talk about withholding tax now. And this is where also we have a problem. Ladies and gentlemen, you can agree on receipt of money and the cash flows and the accounting, but withholding tax is about a transaction. After you have received this money, whether it is capital or revenue in nature from wherever you receive it from, how do you then spend it? How do you spend it? If you spend it on transactions that attract withholding tax, you must make sure you withhold. I'll give you examples. For example, you have paid auditors, professional fees. You have paid interest. You have paid dividends. You have paid rents. You have paid royalties. You have paid for goods and services if you have designated withholding agent. You are purchasing an asset. All these are points where withholding tax becomes chargeable and payable, irrespective of the source of the money. Because now we are looking at the one who is receiving the money. So as you spend, whatever you spend, ask yourself, is it a transaction that is chargeable to withholding tax? And if the answer is yes, definitely withholding tax becomes chargeable. Here, the issue that we have so far picked is mostly on international payments, especially those of you who pay your directors for management services. We have observed that most of you do not apply withholding tax on some of the international payments. And we think it is an area that you must actually pay attention to. We talked about it is either you're using your own share capital. What is the return on share capital? What is the return on share capital? What is the return on share capital? What do you expect when you invest your own capital? Dividends. So every time you're paying a dividend to your shareholders, you know that there is withholding tax. What about debt? You're paying interest, not so? Now, depending on where the debt is coming from, definitely there would also be an element of withholding tax depending on where the debt is coming from. I'll talk about pay as you earn and the issues that we have seen under pay as you earn. Pay as you earn is tax on employment income. The biggest challenge that we have found is that most of us think that employment income equals to salary. Employment income equals salary. So we have observed that there are so many transactions that you do not charge to pay as you earn. And the biggest culprit is motor vehicle. The biggest culprit is motor vehicle. You go back, if you know that in your project, there are vehicles that you've attached to persons. Those persons have a motor vehicle benefit. And we'll be coming to ask who is using this vehicle. The other issue that we have observed is that you provide accommodation to some of your staff or pay rent for them. That is a benefit. And from the cases that we've so far audited, those are the areas that we have actually picked. So bonuses and allowances, benefits in kind, directors' emoluments, etc., etc. I've already talked about VAT on imported services, and therefore I will not repeat it. I think the other issues that we had, we want to talk about, the previous speakers talked about them. So I have put slides for each of the tax heads. You'll find time to actually look at each of those slides. We'll be talking about the different taxing points and how you can actually be able to see the issues that arise out of those taxing points in relation to the guidelines that we've actually picked out. I know that my 10 minutes are fast spent, and are they still there? Hey, I am even in an hour. I am really sorry because definitely this is an area that we should have given a space for itself. And I am going to ask my team to invite you now into a discussion specifically for taxes where it is not a CFO forum, but we are looking at the tax gaps, and they will take you through these details when we have enough time. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that I have poked your mind, and you should be able to now have a better discussion. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Taxman. For me, the thing was about that picture that Mr. Vianney showed us, where we have the investor, we have the consumer here, but also we have the government here. Where do you stand? So I was in between the quality of presentation as well as also the absorption capacity. So I was really in between there, and you were tearing me, and really I'm still alive. So it's okay, it's okay. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached our lunch break. Lunch will be served at the designated venue, just down there where we are. There is also an opportunity to continue networking and sharing experiences with colleagues from across the electricity supply industry, together with the taxman here. We shall convene at 3:30. No, at 3:30, maybe at 3, sir, with your permission. Let's convene here at 3 so that we can continue with our deliberation. But before we break, one important financial management reminder. Please spend your lunch wisely. There will be no supplementary budget for a second lunch. Therefore, you need to spend it wisely. Otherwise, the auditors will come for us. With that, sir, let's go for our lunch. We come back here at 3. Is that okay? Sir, with your guidance, 3:30? Eh? 3 is okay. Because we need to accomplish what brought us here today. Is that okay? Thank you so much. Performance management. Team, guide our guests down to the cafeteria. We have lunch. They must spend wisely. Otherwise, there's no supplementary lunch. Thank you. Yeah, if your properties, leave them here. We are safe.
Lung. I'm a global social media strategist working with companies around the world like Wix, Digital.
Hello? 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 Should I say something? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. A, B, C, D, E, E, F, G. Electricity supply industry, CFO Forum, navigating financial reporting in the ESI, 28th August, 2026. New Era House, Conference Hall. Mic check 1, 2. Trying. Hello? Hello, hello? Mic check 1, 2. Did you get any echo? Hello? Hello? One, two, three, four, five, six. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Hello.
Mic check 1, 2.
Hi, John. Hi, John. How are you?
Hello, hello.
John, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Are you ready for lunch?
Yes, please.
Please go for lunch.
All right.
You can put on your video if you want.
I think that's that.
Thank you so much.
belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can't hide. You're feeling up my mind, and I just don't know why.
Hello. I love what I'm seeing. I can see social networking going on. And this is one of the other reasons why we wanted this forum to happen. I can see networking. Everyone is networking, and this is it. So with humility, I request that we take our seats. We call our colleagues who are still out. We are resuming our last session, our second last session. Because the last session we have a cocktail, another social networking session that will happen after this at around 4:30. So again, in the spirit of keeping time, let's reconvene. Let's reconvene here, and we see how we can proceed. And this session is going to be so exciting because we are going to have a panel discussion. We have our panelists who will sit down and try to break down what we have discussed today. So I call upon participants outside, please let's reconvene in the spirit of keeping time or time management. You know, time value for money, time value for money. I used to do that thing those days. But still, I think still relevant for me. We need to see, because we as CFOs, time management is critical. Time management is critical in whatever we do. Let's try. You don't even need to do a cost-benefit analysis to see whether you should come early or not, because the findings are already positive. That positive, it's always favorable. As long as you have favorable, the only question is how favorable it is. That's the only thing, but otherwise, everything is favorable. No adversity there. So I call upon members outside, please come in. Let's reconvene so that we keep time. Again, we welcome you back from our lunch. I know, and I want to apologize this time because the way we are rushing, I think some of us would have liked to have a lunch break of about 2 hours. But again, performance management. We have an agenda that we set to achieve, and we must achieve it today. That's what we call performance management. Otherwise, the auditor will come and ask us, are you guys doing this thing for formality or not? So, again, I want to welcome you. I think here we are, and we can. Should we resume? Okay. Let me take this opportunity to interact with the people online. Yeah. Allow me now to, first of all, I believe in inclusion. Yeah, I want first of all to see whether we still have an audience online. As I mentioned earlier on, that this is a bi-module conference, whereby we have the physical who are here at Iara House, but also the online team. So the list shows that we are so many, but now I did not invite you to ask questions initially. Now this is an opportunity for you to ask any question as long as it is in line with what has been presented. So the online team, please, if you have any question that you want to ask our previous presenters, please, this is your opportunity now to ask. Please raise your digital hand. We shall see you, and you will have the opportunity to ask. It's your opportunity to ask. Please raise your digital hand if you have. You only have 10 minutes. We are waiting for you. Yes, online team, are you there? Please raise your digital hand and you speak. We shall unmute you and you will ask your question. Okay, as we wait for the online team to reflect and refer to their notes, allow me also to give members here a 10-minute opportunity to also ask questions on the taxation and tax compliance, but also on the tariff financed investments, or maybe accounting for tariff financed investments. So this is also our opportunity. Please ask questions for clarification as we wait for the online team.
Thank you very much. My name is Gerald Okiror from Ituka, West Nile, Uganda Limited. I'd like to thank Julius for the presentation he did. And my question is towards him on VAT exemption. This is an experience we went through when we were in construction. We were awarded the VAT exemption. We applied for it and given a VAT exemption. So Ituka is the developer and also the license holder for the project. So during that time, we were given an exemption. But for VAT, after a couple of months, we are called by URA and informed that we no longer qualify for this exemption. Yet, we are still in construction. But what triggered it is that so Ituka contracted an EPC to put up the power plant, which EPC also had other subcontractors. So URA's interpretation of the VAT exemption clause was that since the EPC is the contractor who also has subcontractors, they are the direct beneficiaries of this exemption, which we strongly disagreed with. So in your very own presentation, you clearly stated that we are the beneficiaries of this exemption. So I want you to clarify on that. On what grounds can URA turn from their earlier decision? Because from our understanding, the first beneficiaries of this VAT exemption are clearly the owners of the projects, the developer, the license holder. So the others can benefit as second or third beneficiaries, and the whole intention is to encourage investment. So maybe you can respond to this, but it's a challenge we face during construction. And the financial model we have doesn't include VAT because our understanding is the exemption applies. So it has so many implications for us as a business, for URA to turn around in the middle of the construction on this issue. Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions so that I can take them at once?
Thank you. Thank you, Julius. You mentioned about the employee benefits, those who are accommodated by the projects. We have campsites for our employees. And the reason is some of these places are hard-to-reach areas. Like when you talk about City in Ergon, Kakaka in Ruwenzori. And there are like 3 reasons why we have them. The first one, hard-to-reach areas. The second one, they change shifts, even at night. The third one, the nature of the work requires some of them, we are not housing all of them, only those who are on that night shift or the following day shift. The nature of the work is like, imagine if a supervisor is far away from the project and there is an emergency. So we only accommodate few of them to cater for emergencies, to cater for change of shifts. So I don't know whether that is categorized as employee benefit too. Thank you. But after the shift, they go to their homes.
Thank you very much. Just a follow-up question to Gerald's from Ituka. It goes back to some of the payments you talked about where construction might have ended, but we have construction-related payments which are due during an operation period due to the payment milestone structure in the contracts. So, for let's say the last payments to the EPC, which ordinarily when they're in construction wouldn't attract VAT, but at the point when they are paid, it will be during operations. So we need clarity on that. And then also, you talked about VAT on exemption on supply of services. You talked about something like personal goods. So for a project like ours, we have a substation included, and part of the supply of the substation equipment, we have a fence, a perimeter fence, which is part of the BOQs. But when we're trying to apply for exemption, the last time we were told that this is personal equipment, and yet it's critical. I mean, it's part of the installation. So those are some of the things we're facing challenges with.
Yes. Okay, you still ask.
Thank you. Mine is not for you, Julius. It's for the accountants. CPN Nicholas Mushaventa is my name. I somehow got confused in terms of the finance manager register when I was explaining investment has to first be approved for the cost to be recovered, but as if he's saying, no, that should not happen, meaning that you can only make an investment after it has been approved, but if you read from the guidelines, still talks of the recovery of the cost. If it maybe it's okay. If you go beyond, but within the 10%, so there's a bit of confusion. Would there be any instances where costs are being incurred by the operator when they have not, whose associated investment or project has not been approved? Why am I asking that? IFRS 20, the way it is designed in terms of guidelines, it's going to create a problem if it's not clarified in terms of regulations, because the regulatory income or regulatory expenses on the side of the balance sheet, the regulatory asset or regulatory liability is mainly dependent on if you have right to claim for the cost you have incurred, but you're yet to recover through the tariff. That's on the side of an asset. Then on the side of liability, you've received funds, but it's you're sure that you're going to, you're supposed to perform an obligation for you to actually realize the income. So the issue is, if you receive funds, in terms of incurring an expense, you want to record it as a registered asset, but then later the regulator says, no, this is not an allowable expense because it does not form within the guidelines of what you ought to have invested in. So it means that in terms of financial reporting, there would have been a mismatch. So that's an area that is a bit judgmental, and maybe especially in terms of insights for reporting purposes. If there is a possibility, unless it's clarified, that you're making an investment before an approval, you must only be sure that you're going to recover that cost for it to become a regulatory asset or liability. If not, then it means that it becomes your own cost. The way they said, if costs exceed 10% of the approved limits, then that is presumed to be your own cost towards the project that you're implementing. That's why we need clarity in respect to which one comes first. Would there be any instance that investment is undertaken before the approval or not? Thank you.
Any other residual questions?
Yes, thank you very much. Mine is on tax. First, I wanted to talk about the issue where you raised a question that can you have a project ongoing when commissioning has happened? And the answer is yes, from my perspective, and I'll say why. You will have instances where you have defects liability period. And when you do, I'll give an example for one of all, if not all, of our plants, Karum and December. They do have DLP, some which have ended. However, in that defects liability period, you have services that are directly related to the DLP, not the operation and maintenance of the project or of the plant. So what would be your assessment on whether those services qualify for an exemption or not? Thank you.
Thank you. This is related to this, and it's to you, Commissioner Julius. Also, you note that in Schedule 3 of the VAT Act, there is no clear definition of the start or close of the project. So it more or less, it appears like as the regulator, as the authority, you tend to choose the definition that suits you best rather than the taxpayer. So the other comment I had was that the issue we've been discussing with these the new standards and also the tax implication, more or less specifically on the treatment of tariff-funded investments. Ideally, in principle, this is not funding that, this is not financing that is coming from the equity or shareholder or debt or from debt. It's more or less like a grant. And the regulator made it clear we do not earn any return on that. But when if you're to model the cash flows, you will find that even as this money is deferred and only recognized as and when the investment is completed, you will find that in the latter years, because of the implications of either impacts of deferred tax somewhere, and also by the time you maybe get to complete the investment, there's that natural difference between the capital allowances as per the Income Tax Act and also maybe the straight line that we usually apply. So when you're modeling the cash flows over a longer period of time, you'll find that at a certain point in time, because you use more of reducing balance on the side of the Income Tax Act, and it's different from this side. So you'll find that for the money that was really allocated for this investment over the long term, us as the implementers, we incur negative cash flows. So that's why the proposal was coming more from a policy direction of saying that can we have an amendment to cater for this special category of tariff-financed investments, treating that revenue or those capital allowances different from the other assets that are funded and used to earn a return by the taxpayer. Thank you.
I think we give time to the Assistant Commissioner to respond to those questions.
Thank you so much. Like I had said, we really need a good day of discussion when we are only talking about tax matters, because you realize that the elephant in this room is that, first of all, we are not yet aligned when it comes to accounting. And I told you, first of all, you must first of all align your accounting. And the accounting is in accordance with the general accepted accounting principles. So until the sector aligns itself with the accounting, first of all, you will not be within the law, because I already told you that Section 38 of the Income Tax Act says the taxpayer's accounting method must be in line with the general accounting principles. So my request is continue the discussion until we align the accounting. Once we align the accounting, the next question will be, then how does tax come in? But I already told you that tax, we must read through the tax laws. And that's why we'll actually be asking, is there a gap in our tax laws? And once we identify that gap, it's when we'll be thinking about amending the law to address that gap. But as for now, we still have not yet confirmed whether there is a gap. And that's why this discussion must continue until we align with the accounting and then see whether the tax laws are aligned with the accounting. One thing that you must be aware of is that most of the amendments of the law come from the users of the law. If you're a sector and you believe that this law is not speaking to your industry, then you must be able to ask, how then do we ensure that we align the law speaking to the industry? I want to start with the VAT question on the exemption. Ladies and gentlemen, all the exemptions are laid within the law. And when it comes to VAT, if you want to know whether an item is exempt or taxable, you go to the Schedule 3. That's why we have a list of exemptions. Now, we exempt supplies. We do not exempt persons. So if they give you an exemption but you have not done any supply in line with that exemption, it means it is actually not helping you. So you need to look at the chain and ask, what is it that we are actually receiving as a supply? What are we making as a supply? And then go back to Schedule 3 and say, does it actually fall within the supply? For example, they've said the supply to the hydropower project is exempt, but they have excluded the domestic or personal use supplies. So the question again, you come to yourself and say, this supply that I'm making, is it for the project or for personal use? And definitely the operator will know that this supply is actually not for the project, because it starts with you. If you know that you have a supply that is not going to be used on the project, then definitely it is not part of that supply. If we give you a ruling, a private ruling, it is based on the facts that you have given us. If later we discover that the facts you gave us changed, URA can also withdraw a private ruling. So I want to be sure that if you are given a private ruling, there is also a basis why that private ruling was withheld. But in case you are aggrieved, definitely you can also still come back to us and say, look here, even if you actually withheld this, withdrew this private ruling, I still qualify as the facts would be stating. Someone talked about the benefits when it comes to people who are working in the hard-to-reach areas. And then you're providing accommodation to them within the site. Ladies and gentlemen, again, when we talk about benefits and payments that attract tax, we again read from the law. Section 19 and the 6th schedule. You must go to Section 19 and ask, this transaction, this payment, this benefit that I'm going to give to my staff, does it square fit in Section 19? Does it fit into Schedule 6? I'll talk about accommodation. How do we give accommodation to our staff? Number one, you can either give them an accommodation allowance. Automatically that becomes taxable unless they are actually in the field per diems and all that, you know that one. Or you give them a house. Or you're paying rent for them. All those three are taxable benefits. So you come to reality, because for us when we come to audit, we test the reality. You said you don't give accommodation to your staff, but we're actually finding them accommodated. You said you don't give any allowance for accommodation, but we see it in your numbers. And most of the times, these numbers are picked from your own returns. You actually file the numbers in income tax return, but they are actually reporting what you did not do underpay as you earn. But if you think you have a reason why you believe that the way we are treating a benefit is not a benefit according to interpretation, again, come on a round table and ask, or ask for what we call a private ruling. Because when you write URA and give us all the facts, we'll be able to tell you this is a taxable benefit or it's not a taxable benefit. And the advantage is, once URA gives you a ruling, it is binding on URA. Whereas you can actually do otherwise, but at least URA will have given you a position. It is different from when you continue transacting as if the transaction is not taxable, and then URA comes back and says it is taxable. Of course, there are so many gray areas, and definitely we keep looking at one after the other. Someone talked about projects that are ongoing, and then that projects can actually still incur costs that can fit into the exemption even when they have been commissioned. And they spoke about the defect period. Again, this is a fact that can be verified. What I'm only telling you is that we have seen instances where the project was closed, commissioned, and the defect period has also been closed, but someone is still claiming the exemption. And someone was asking, how then do we know that the exemption has expired? The law has actually talked about how you claim the exemption. Again, if you think that there's a different interpretation of that provision, it is also important that you actually seek clarification, and once URA gives you the position, that is the URA's position, you can actually agree to that position, or sometimes you also say, I don't agree with you, and this is my position. Because sometimes URA can also give you a position that you don't agree with, but at least URA will have committed itself. The other question was about, I think I started with him when I was looking at taxation starts from accounting. You start from the accounting, you must be aligned with the accounting, and when we come and look at your numbers, we are able to test whether your accounting is going to be adjusted to align with the taxation rules. Okay, and unless there is anything I've not addressed well, you can still ask and I will give you feedback. Yes.
Thank you very much. I didn't pick your name, sir. Nicholas from BDO audit. Now, in particular to this tariff-funded investments, there are those who qualify. And if you are in that category, especially of pre-approval, because the regulation is very clear, the license is very clear, especially if we do an amendment to the license, we insert that condition. And if you do qualify, first of all, you remember that one of the risks on investment, especially in this sector, where there are monopolistic tendencies, people would tend to invest as much as they can because they can get a return and approved. So you have to be pre-approved according to the regulations. If you go to our regulation, the investment approval and verification regulation 2020, it's very clear the process. Now, if during that time you incur any cost that was not approved, there is also a threshold of not more than 10%. And if there are emergencies, because emergencies can even go beyond the 10%, you need to seek prior approval. Why do we do that? It's a long reason why we do that. Because investment don't just come to the network. They must be driving value to the customer or the consumer. And they must be solving something. You can't just invest. What if you invest in Mercedes-Benz? That's not reasonable. And does not, you can invest in Mercedes-Benz, we'll never stop you from that, but it will not go in the tariff. It won't be recovered through the tariff. You can do anything. But what we're saying, we have to put a gate on how much can be recovered from the tariff. And the process is very clear. So if we can engage even outside this office so that you can be able to understand, and we'll take you through our investment and verification regulation. They are not guidelines, it's a law. It's already a law. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DFS. Thank you everyone for asking questions. Apart from the online team, you still have an opportunity. Feel free to raise your digital hand. Oh, the questions are there. Those are the questions. Okay, you still have an opportunity. Please reflect and ask them. We now come to one of the key highlights of today's forum, the panel discussions on taxation and accounting treatment of tariff-financed investments. As you can see that this topic here, or this presentation, has generated a lot of interest, and therefore, this session provides us with an opportunity to move away beyond presentations and engage directly with experts on some of the practical financial, accounting, taxation, audit, and regulatory issues affecting the sector. So here now, we are transforming from the presentations now to reality. We are going to engage, and this is where it's going to be very, very interesting. This session provides, this discussion will be moderated by Mr. Stephen Biarhanga. Where are you? Please come and take your seat. And then also, we have our distinguished panel, which comprises of CPA Sarah Chelangat, tax partner Ernst & Young. And let's applaud to them, really. By the fact that they have accepted to be here, I think it's something that we should applaud. Then also, the panel consists of CPA Charles Lutimba, Director, Standards and Regulations, ICPAU. Okay, I know what it means, but I'll explain. ICPAU, I know what it means. But this one, he is online. I hope he can listen, he can get us very well, and we can also get him very well. He is online. Then the third panelist is CPA Sharon Nangonzi, Principal Auditor, Office of the Auditor General. Please, let's welcome her. And the fourth panelist is CPA Michael Taremwa Kananura, Chief Financial Officer, Bujagali Energy Limited. Let's welcome him. Ladies and gentlemen, these distinguished professionals bring together extensive experience in taxation, accounting, standards, audit, financial management, and the electricity sector. Welcome them, and let's have a vibrant discussion here. Mr. Biarhanga, please, the floor is yours, and take over. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I think I have more than enough resources at my disposal. I wish that's how ERA should be approving our applications. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name has been mentioned. Stephen Biarhanga is my name, and I've been in the electricity supply sector for all my life since 2004, and I want to recognize the great lady that fished me out from Makerere, Madam Nora Nakato. She's here. She was my first boss. I'm very proud of her. she used to tell me that you finished examinations. Now every question you are free to look through your book, through your computer. Feel free to ask anyone. Don't struggle like you're in an exam room. So this afternoon we are here to share experiences, and I'm glad to have such a very distinguished panelists, starting with one of the women that are shaping the tax ecosystem in the country, who has had 2 stints at URA. Hopefully she'll go there the 3rd time as the... she has feared the prophecy it might create trouble prematurely, but Madam Sarah, you are welcome. Good to see you. And obviously, Sharon, you're most welcome from the Office of the Auditor General. And my brother, Mike, you are also very welcome. In this country, there are things that have been happening by fate that somehow, on one hand, you're on this side making the laws that are so difficult and punitive. Soon you transition on the other side and they are the first victim. So I hope, Mike, you are not the first victim of these terrifying investment guidelines that you are busy tightening from this side. Now you find yourself on this other side of it. So you're welcome, and obviously one of my other panelists is Mr. Charles Lutimba. Is the Director of Standards and Regulations at ICPO. Perhaps just for good measure, if my IT can just flash Charles's face. I saw is the IT helping us to fish out? Okay, as we get sorted out on the technology, I'm a former cattle keeper, and when time has gone, the tendency for the cattle keeper is to whip the cows that are at the tail end, as if they were the cause of all the delays. So we've been here, we've been taking our time. Now here is the cattle keeper. We are left with 1 hour to be out of here, mindful of Friday and all the programs that come with Friday. So please, Mr. Kasita, don't bring your whip and put it on me. There were many other cows that were in front that escaped the whips. Okay, so the technology is not coming, but obviously, ladies and gentlemen, that is, I thought he's online live so we could see him physically, but it's okay. Because sometimes when you see my picture that I took and I flash it on my profile, you may think I still don't have gray hair. So until you see me physically and you start comparing whether the evidence is sufficient that I'm the same person. Charles, are you able to put on your video?
I am surprised you are unable to see me.
Are you yourself seeing us?
Can you now see me?
Yes, we can see you.
Perfect.
And
Thank
you're
you so
welcome.
much.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's dig deep, dive quickly, quick chat. Obviously, Sarah, you missed some of the discussions. Hopefully you were following the discussions online. But listening to some of the presentations, especially that were made by the Director of Financial Services, ERA, by the CFO of UGCL, and the different comments that we are running through, one can clearly learn from the story of one of the professors who initially thought that every prey that is swallowed is a dead prey. Until one time they discovered that there are some preys that even when they are swallowed alive, they will survive. And those were actually beetles. And I'm told the study they carried out, it showed that once the beetle is swallowed, and especially is small and slim, they have a chance of escaping out of the stomach of whatever has swallowed them. The other type is the bombardier type. For it, it generates a chemical that once it is swallowed, the chemical it produces generates high temperatures of about 100 degrees centigrade until whatever has swallowed it finds a lot of fire in the stomach and it spits it out. And that's how it survives. The tariff financed investments. Listening to my sister Susan, she was saying she does not remain with any money, but once the money comes, the tax authority has already taken 30% of it. Where has the 30% come from? We cannot trace it. The regulator, on the other hand, was also saying we are going to come back and claw back. So in other words, they come with the clause. The tax person also comes with the clause. On the same tariff financed money is given to them, but they don't retain any money. I will start with you, Sarah. What is your take, having gone through the proposed tariff financed investments, and especially on the tax implications this is creating to the licensees? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to greet everyone in this room. Thank you for staying awake up to this time and for putting time. The electricity sector is a very important sector, and we were discussing just during the lunch break and saying that many companies now have a bit of income coming from the sale of power to the main grid. The likes of the sugar companies, even other normal companies. Because of diversification, because of now sustainability, that standard on sustainability, my brother from BDO must be appreciating that better than me. A whole standard on sustainability. So you find that as we do this oil, the energy from the rivers or the waterfalls, there are other sustainable energies that are green, that are more friendly to the environment. So it becomes quite crucial, and even the fact that we have URA here makes it very easy. Are we aligned from a tax perspective? The alignment must first come from accounting, like the way Julia said, because tax follows accounting. So when the licensees get this money that is given to them, it is treated like some deferred income in one or another and invested in different, others into capital assets, others into revenue assets. And the key thing is that these tariff financed investments, when they come in form of tariff receipts, those ones will be included in business income and taxed the normal way. But before it comes into a tariff receipt, there is a whole journey that they follow. First of all, there is this deferred income that will sit in the balance sheet, and then it is released over time, over a period of years, in form of receipts coming through. So as you release them, then you will be now able to see the tax impact. But as you just receive them, there would be no tax impact. Then there is the regulatory capital recovery. That is not tax deductible. Capital recovery or depreciation charge built on error tariff is used only as a pricing tool and not a statutory tax deduction. So for purposes of the company will still claim depreciation the normal way. Depreciation will be claimed the normal way, and it is always believed that depreciation will be claimed on assets that you own. Some of these assets are acquired through that money that is financed. And of course, in the past, we have had so many mismatches. Who is actually the owner of this asset? We remember when Umeme was still there, now Umeme has disappeared into UEDCL. But before that, the owner was UEDCL and Umeme was using the asset to generate money. So you were wondering who really is the rightful claimant of this capital deduction. So those mismatches are there, and these are things that are created because of the timing differences. So ERA and the tax laws generally use different tax rates to recover the cost of a particular asset. ERA must allow a company to recover the rate at maybe between 5 to 10 per year through the electricity tariff laws. And then the Income Tax Act is also looking at it from a different angle. So all these require alignments, and the beauty is that these are all government bodies. And even when we come into taxation, just before lunchtime, I was talking with one of the CFOs of one of the entities, the energy entities, and she was telling me that my money was picked, and I don't know now what to do. So if this tariff financed invest money is given to you, and URA picks it from nowhere through an agency notice, the good thing Julius is here, he understands what an agency notice means. The URA comes with an assessment, you didn't pay this money, and they just wipe away that money. What will happen? How will you answer to error? Where will this money go? So all these are things that we must ask ourselves. But I'm telling you that this money will come and sit here. It will be deferred income. And if it is deferred income, I don't see how a taxman will touch that money. It will only touch it at the point when you start releasing it now through the receipts. And then it will come through, the different taxes will come in, income tax, VAT, etc. That is really what I'm thinking. But importantly is to align the laws. We must first start with the accounting, and then we go into the tax. We align the laws. Since we are one government entity that handles this energy sector, and then there are so many other different players. I saw Beckel Energy. I saw my brother Tom there. Tom was our client when I was in EY before I went to URA. And we had about like 7 energy companies. Small, each one of them having a power station. And I was telling him that there is a power station in my village there. And I was telling him, how do I connect power to my village house? The station is very near, but I didn't know. I thought I had to go through the distribution, UEDCL. So all these are things that it cuts across from the private sector into the government entities. But the most important thing is we've started this discussion. It makes it very easy for both Minister of Finance and the Minister of Energy, and then this energy industry, together with URA, to come to table and we say, how best can we work? And ask the tax consultants, how best can we support this sector so that things are streamlined and we don't have these surprises of taxes coming from nowhere. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Sarah, for that perspective. And you did touch something critical on the tax in terms of the money comes, and Julius.
Julius will pick it very easily.
Julius, he hits his target while creating new problems. Charles, is it our accounting standards that are creating us problems? Because when you listen to Julius, he's saying it is you people who give us your audited accounts. We look at them, we deploy Cyrus, and he goes and he does his computations. And now, after he has computed the figures, while you are still arguing, he issues an agency notice and you start crying. But we are using your accounts. Charles, is it our accounts that are letting us down with this problem? What is your perspective on these tariff financed investments in relation to the IFRSs that are at our disposal at the moment?
Thank you so much, moderator. I hope I can be heard.
Perfect.
A very big thank you to the regulator for this invitation, but also setting up such a forum. It's such engagements that we can really sit and conceive matters that pertain the work we do. I really greet all the panelists and the members who are in attendance. We would have preferred being present physically, but because of a couple of other engagements, we were called off. But nevertheless, we really thought we needed to come and have this chat. It just, what I was speaking to really resonates to what CPSR is speaking about, accounting and tax law, to what my brother Julius was talking about, in as far as the spirit of Section 38 is concerned. But just looking at the effort that was taken by the regulator, by ERA, to come up with this accounting treatment for tariff financed investment, we really applaud you for that effort. And from a regulatory or standard setting perspective, I must really say the guidelines, looking at them, you may not consider them entirely as being inconsistent with the frameworks that we know, with the gaps that are adopted for use in this country, because you will notice that there are a couple of provisions within the guidelines that are intended to streamline with the known other ISAs, rather ISAs and IFRSs. For particular reference, when you look at the requirement on capital projects and how they should be recognized, IS 16 PPE really provides for that. We have clear provisions around impairment assessments. The guidelines adopting the impairment assessment as known under the impairment standard, but also the concept of matching of deferred income against depreciation or expense recognition is a concept that we have seen in standards like IS 20, accounting for government grants and government support. But that said, as a profession, I think we need really to dig deeper, and the digging deeper is intended to align and avoid such statements or excuses from, say, a taxman's perspective, that if you have not harmonized on the framework, then what would guide what the taxman does? What I wish to say is we believe, for example, these guidelines were commenced at the moment when IFRS 20 was not in being. You will remember this standard has come into play, and it was published in May, just in May this year. And with the coming into play of IFRS 20, there are a couple of things that we're going to be, that will need to be adjusted and amended, such that we have a framework that speaks into what the standard states. And this chair and our fellow comrades in attendance, we speak it in the spirit of harmonization, but also having consistency, but comparability in as far as the standards application are concerned. And this is the spirit that the guidelines seem to portray under, I think it's clause 9, where you are arguing that the licensees must comply with all financial reporting standards that are applicable to them. And if you call the licensees to really stay in compliance with those standards, then IFRS 20 provisions will need to be considered. So, Chair and members in attendance, really, what I'm speaking into is IFRS 20 is in place. IFRS 20 calls for an effective date of January for periods beginning on or after January 2029. But as usual, the standard calls for early adoption. And we really believe these guidelines, as we are talking about them, can really be restructured to fit and speak into what those provisions are all about. The purpose and really having that harmonization would be key to settle the questions that Julius is raising, to settle the questions that Sarah is raising, because as we're going to see, IFRS 20 calls for recognition of regulatory assets, regulatory liabilities, talk about regulatory expenses and incomes in as far as they relate to works and activities of licensees, which concepts are totally left out in as far as the guidance is concerned. So, Chair, once we harmonize on that, we shall have set the ball rolling for Julius and other taxpayers to really take on the mantle from there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Charles, for that perspective from the IFRS, especially that 20 that is coming up. Sharon, from the IPSAS point of view, how are these guidelines aligned? We are hearing a lot that is coming in from the IFRS side. How is from the IPSAS point of view? Having gone through these guidelines, yes.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. Greetings, everyone. It's unfortunate that IPSAS hasn't really yet thought about what the IFRSs have brought out, but overall, the guidelines broadly align with IPSAS 47, which is the latest on revenue. Most importantly, that accountability gap that we have been facing, where the different licenses have been struggling with how to recognize that revenue that relates to future investment component funded by the tariff. However, there are a few reservations where I would actually think Mr. Irura might need to rethink. One of them is whereas depreciation is a very justifiable and auditable way of releasing this deferred income, the one thing that the standard on revenue specifies is that in such cases, such revenue should be deferred until the obligation is actually fulfilled. Now, whereas depreciation provides a reasonable estimate, there are things that take a similar form of depreciation, but it does not really mean that the licensee has actually fulfilled the obligation. Take an example of impairment. Impairment is going to tell us what has happened to the asset, but it is not going to tell us what is happening to the deferred liability. As a matter of fact, the standards, rather the guidelines are guiding that when you impair the asset, recognize income from the deferred liability as amortization equivalent to the impairment loss. Now, the impairment is communicating that the asset might not be able to actually perform. Now, when you actually recognize liability, when you recognize the revenue, you're literally communicating that a performance obligation or a regulatory obligation has been fulfilled. But is that what impairment is communicating? Is that what impairment actually depicts? So I think in that line, I think the standard, rather the guideline, could refrain from making depreciation as the trigger of recognition of income. Another example is on the delayed commission. We all know that when an asset is ready for, according to IPSAS 45, when the asset is ready for, it's ready to perform, depreciation starts, regardless of whether the asset has actually started being utilized. Now, in cases where we have delayed to commission the asset, the depreciation is going to start, but the customer hasn't yet started getting the benefit that the asset ideally should give. So what happens in such instances? So I think whereas we give depreciation as a guide and a useful guide, of course, as has been adopted by standards like IS 20, I would be hesitant in making it the trigger, but rather a useful guide for the estimate of the revenue that should be recognized over time. Then, yeah, I think mainly it's that grey that we might need to rethink. Again, the standard IPSAS 47 is still going to talk about recognition of the revenue when the performance obligation is met. But you realize that the guidelines are not defining explicitly when exactly is the performance obligation met. That's why CFO Susan is recognizing as soon as she invests. Another licensee will recognize as the asset is actually being put in use. So you realize that until or unless the guidelines are very clear on when do we consider that the performance obligation has been met, is it at the time the investment has been completed by the licensee, or is it at the time the asset is actually performing? That is also something that the guideline needs to come out really clearly, so that it's clear at what point revenue is being recognized in accordance with IPSAS. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much, Sharon, for that perspective. And it's very critical because, indeed, as we are all seated here, each one has adopted their own style. There are those who will wait until even the defects liability period has expired. There are those who will start immediately, they start spending. There are those who will start immediately, they cut the ribbon. And all these things, at the end of the day, they throw us in some kind of trouble here and there. My brother Michael, I remember the years you used to, every time we would come here for a lot of issues, you used to carry a red pen. This time I see you are carrying a yellow pen. How should these tariff finance investments in general and the costs incurred in relation to this be accounted for, even under these very unclear circumstances and no standardization in a way, so that at the end of the day we are out of trouble? Because all we want to be in is to be out of trouble, at least starting with URA. The others you can negotiate. At least with the the others you can negotiate, but Julius's team, I've not seen very successful negotiations of recent. So, what is your take, Mike?
Thank you very much, my brother Stephen. Stephen is using my history to haunt me, but I'm not going to accept. I would like to, first of all, thank and introduce the team I came with. I came with Mr. John Ndaura and Brivia Nalvega. Please, you can stand up for recognition. That's John. I think Brivia has gone. That's the team that came from Ginger, where Stephen abandoned me. I would also like to thank ERA for having organized this forum. When I was here, we longed to have such a forum where we could bring the CEOs and the practitioners in the sector so that we can sharpen each other, especially on areas where we disagreed. The regulatory understanding of principles in accounting. And then whenever you would go to Auditor General, they would still insist that you are not applying the standards as they are, and as if we came from different accounting schools. But I'm happy that now that we are here, we are going to have these ironed out. Of recent, some licenses have actually fallen victims, Jagari being one of them. We've actually found ourselves a victim of URA. And now that ERA has come up, we should be able to pick up. So your question actually speaks to what Bujagari has gone through. My brother Silas has issued us assessments for them with agency notices, and of serious amounts, over 155 billion, 108 billion, and these are not simple monies. This is not pocket change. And so I get the feeling of what you mean when URA comes for you. So from this discussion, it is actually clear that we do not have a common treatment of these tariff-funded capital investments. However, we already have UEGCL treatment, which is actually has landed them in the hands of URA. But there is also the treatment that UMEME adopted, which is to purely recognize this as deferred income. Okay, you recognize the obligation, the liability, and the money is in the bank, and then you deal with it when you have actually started implementing the project. At that point, you are safer. Okay. Now, remember when we are talking about accounting treatment, you are much as Stephen wants me to limit me to only taxation purposes. You also need to look at the regulator. He has the same whipping powers like URA, and that's why you had Susan pleading that actually, can you give us time before you claw back? Okay, so the accounting treatment has to look at both ends. You need to look at what the regulatory treatment is and also the URA treatment. But from the two accounting treatments, both of them fall actually within the allowed treatment. If you are not going to be a first-time adoption, which also first-time adoption would expose you to URA anyway. But if you are, the safest route that we are looking at is the UMEME treatment, which they had adopted for all the years they've been here. Recognize the money because it has come in your bank, okay, you debit your cash and bank, and then you recognize the deferred income, which remains the liability, and then you keep on now from there. When you start undertaking your project, it's either work in progress until when the project is completed, then that's when it comes into your books. That accounting treatment leaves you in a safer position than you putting yourself into the mainstream recognition of revenue, and which in this particular case is not a revenue anyway. The other thing I wanted to say is when you are looking at here, and I think Innocent talked about it, not I think, he actually talked about it, we have to look at also the requirements for accounting under the uniform system of accounts. So that also has to remain when you are reporting to Electricity Regulatory Authority. And once we adopt, I don't know how many companies are affected by this kind of reporting other than the government agencies, and I also heard about Wenereko. But once that is harmonized, then it will be easier for purposes of comparability when you are looking at uniform system of accounts, and you are ably helped. Thank you very much.
I'm busy lobbying, just in case Sarah is called upon. But the question that I wanted to just speak on, Sarah, from your perspective, picking on from what Sharon shared on the issue of impairment. On the issue, it's okay now. Okay, thank you. It's okay, thank you. Under the current provisions of the income tax, going by the point that Sharon picked up on the issue of impairment of these assets, and I think indeed you're spot on. The framework has not yet provided those instances where the funds were fully utilized. on the day of inspection you found the asset working. Before you reach Kampala on your way back, the asset stops functioning. And as far as the customer who has paid for the asset is concerned, is not generating, driving value from those assets. Now the accountants go ahead and do the impairment, but in terms of the money and everything, that area is not clear what happens. But before even we look into that other side, from the income tax point of view in terms of the provisions, how do we deal with these write-offs, these impairments of these assets when we are doing our CITs? I know we tend to hire the services of audit firms. If I ask by show of hand, how many of you are doing your own income tax computations in-house? I may see close to 0 hands up. But then, even as they do these things, we keep wondering, these are people who are experts. I don't want to mention EY because I don't know the implications it may have in our relationship here. But when you are comes Julius with this team, we're in battles and say everything you've done is totally the opposite and we are in trouble. So in specific to the impairment issues, the write-offs and all these kind of things, how should those be dealt with?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Bierhanga. I appreciate your issue on impairment, and generally for impairment from a tax perspective. You know in tax, we look at actual cash, actual things. Accounting would look at those impairment, depreciation, provisions, generally, but from a taxation angle, especially income tax, we want to know, has this item actually been crystallized? Has the transaction actually happened? So generally, impairment becomes like something that ordinarily we will disallow for tax. I have my brother here, Julius, from URA. He can confirm to me later, but for me, from my angle, that's what I'm seeing. After being commissioner for 4 years, my tax knowledge a bit became rusty. I'm just recovering now, but I also taught tax for so long. I'm sure there may be some people here who are my students. So generally, impairment for tax is non-cash. Once it is non-cash, it's a provision, we disallow it for tax. Huh? Yeah, but also, you are trying to look at an impaired asset. Did you own this asset in the first place? So you look at, again, under section 27, you are looking at issues like capital allowances from now the wear and tear. For you to get this allowance, you must look at one thing, ownership of the asset. The asset must have been used in what? In the production of income, included in gross income. You get it, eh? Yeah, so my sister was talking about some of these assets, and I was trying to remember. When the law talks of available for use, if you recall, Julia, available for use. But now, the strict interpretation of taxation is that if you have to match income against the expenses, we must be able to say this expenditure was used in generating this income, so that we can now be able to tell you that yes, this expense can be allowed to be offset from this income. But if there is no such matching, it becomes very difficult from the income tax angle for you to claim this deduction. So those are things that really matter a lot. And the deduction is calculated based on a cost base, which cost base should be an actual expenditure incurred by the owner. Of course, what we realize is that this money comes in. It is not that the what? Government will take it back. No. They have given you this money. You recognize a deferred asset in your books, a deferred income, sorry, which is a liability, and then it is going to be released over time. It's like somebody, you know how supermarkets work. Okay, supermarkets may be different because they bring the stock there and then they tell you, if you come and take. If the stock expires, come and take. There is no such arrangement here. They have given you the thing, you will die with it if you mess up and somehow. So these are now the things. The tax man is here. The accounting is here. If you don't do things correctly, like what my brother Terema was saying, the way Umeme was managing it, was doing it, was very good. So even as I am now seeing here, we have private sector that uses the standards, IFRS, then government which uses IPSAS. So are you seeing what error is facing? Two sides of the same coin. You get it, huh? But you must harmonize still and make sure that these people are compliant. Compliance with all the rules of the land. So that is really very, very important. So when you talk about impairment, that is what I can say really about impairment, but maybe when we get the question time, we can have some more people give comments. In the interest of time, let me stop there. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much, Sarah, for that perspective. And like in our country, we have a belief, very firm belief, that all our problems will be solved once the oil starts flowing. Charles, the way you were talking about IFRS 20, it sounds like it's going to solve all these problems we've been hearing since morning. Is that the case? You are on mute, I think, if you are speaking.
Sorry. Thank you so much, Chair. Indeed, I should say we're in the conundrum we're in now just because of what existed before. Remember, a similar standard that had been used was a temporary relief, the IFRS 14 on regulatory deferred accounts. But what I should say is with the coming into play of IFRS 20, we believe a couple of these issues are going to be solved. We are talking about a standard that has been set with a concept that tends to capture issues that arise from what would deem or term as the timing difference. So in principle, we are saying if there is a difference between when a licensee says supplies goods and services and when actually this licensee is expected to charge for those goods and services, the practice that has been happening was that the revenue that would be reported in a particular period of time has not been reflecting the true performance capabilities of such a licensee. And we're saying, among other things, this is what this standard intends to cure. The new standard recognizes the fact that regulators will frequently create what we call or we deem as timing differences in timing. And these simply arise when, for example, costs are incurred in a certain period, but you realize that a recovery of the same is dedicated to a different period. And because of that, depending on whether the initial investment was done by the licensee using their own funds, or it was done by the licensee using overpriced tariff, that will result into what we are referring to as regulatory asset and then regulatory liability, depending on what may have occurred. So in principle, we are going to see a situation, for example, where even when, as a licensee, you create your own asset, say you've set up a transmission line to perform or provide a certain service, you will consider what we call an asset from an IS 16 perspective, a typical PPE perspective. But when it gets to IFRS 20, you will now need to capture what we call the regulatory asset. And regulatory asset, ladies and gentlemen, we need not to forget that the role of the regulator will be very, very key, because they will come and determine how much of, say, the expense is verifiable, how much is can pass, and how much can be incorporated in the tariff for a particular period of time, and how much can be considered for future periods. So for us, from our perspective, we believe with the new standard, you will have top of these resolutions in as far as application is concerned. Instead of continuing to rely on what would term as a grant style accounting, we are saying IFRS 20 is here to really give us what we call the rate regulation accounting, not forgetting the role that will be played by the regulator in as far as determining how much to be incorporated in a particular tariff at a particular period of time. So relying on a funding modality that really forms the basis, the economic basis of the accounting and reporting as is now, which is typical to what is in the IS 20, the deferred income accounting. We are saying this new standard introduces the regulatory rights and obligation. And therefore, Chair and members, from our perspective as the standard setters, the key observation is that with IFRS 20, the focus on the economics of regulatory arrangement that incorporates and caters timing differences, clear apportionment of regulatory asset, regulatory liability, regulatory expense, and all income. We believe this is likely to solve the challenges that we are having at hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Indeed, listening on how the split is going to happen, and taking back on the conversations we had in the afternoon, in the morning, I get back to you, Sharon. Mr. Rura kept on telling us that it seems there are some government utilities that have been thumping their chests because of huge profits they are showing us. Has it been because of these tariff-financed investments? How are they dealing with this?
Okay, I'll start with Susan. And thank you, moderator. So generally from our audit experience, the treatment of these funds has not been uniform across the sector, the different entities. I think up until financial year 23-24, UETCL was recognizing in full all the revenue as long as it was invoiced, notwithstanding the fact that some of it related to future investments. And as such, obviously, UETCL used to report very huge profits, I think up until 23. And we raised an audit observation, of course, and it was a big challenge for the company to change and defer the income, because it was significantly changing its performance from a profit to an apparent loss. UEDCL in the same vein, I think again until 23-24, also used to recognize in full the revenue as invoiced. However, UEGCL used to take this different approach, like CFO has shown us, and I would say, like right now, currently, at least in 24-25, the licensees have appreciated the principle of deferral until the obligation or until later. So right now we don't have a challenge with initial recognition. Our big challenge still remains in the subsequent recognition. We have a challenge, a small challenge, which is how they treat it. What happens when they invoice and receive? They first recognize all the revenue on the energy sales, and the deferral is only treated as an adjustment. The deferral is only done later. I'm sure Susan displayed that. So the first credit goes in full to energy sales and debit to either bank or receivables or cash, and then later at the end of the year an adjustment is made. However, in audit we think this is not actually the substance of the transaction, given that we can separate from the start what actually relates to the future investments and what we have currently earned. At the start, our very first recognition should be you debit the cash, the receivable, credit the leg that you have earned, and the unearned should straight away go to deferral, which I think the guidelines haven't really streamlined well. Of course, we shall query when we come. I think, yeah, obviously we shall query. So the principle we have really been advocating for is that distinguish the revenue that you have earned from the revenue, from the future revenue which they have, but we are still grappling with a subsequent. And I had earlier mentioned we want to divorce the asset, assuming we don't take Madame Susan's approach of recognizing in full when we commission, and we take what the guideline is actually trying to advocate, that we recognize revenue as we depreciate. We must divorce the depreciation of the asset or impairment or whatever happens from the asset from recognizing the revenue as a result of earning it or meeting or satisfying the obligation. Because whereas, like I said and mentioned earlier, it's a good estimate, it doesn't, not in all circumstances, it communicates performance obligation being satisfied. So that is what the companies are doing, and again, we hope the guidelines will try to bring, which the guidelines is actually trying to do, to bring some consistency across the sector. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sharon. I think from that submission, it sounds like there's a highly likelihood of some entities going back after this session to make your amendments of your tax returns and also to restate your accounts. At some point we'll get there, but away from that, if I am to close this session with my brother Mike once again, this whole thing is all coming around us not being able to actually utilize the funds within the year they have given it to us. At least the authority has made every effort to see that come 1st January, they have already communicated their approval. At least that have followed and they have done their best, and that is commendable. What is your suggestion now, having been on both sides, in terms of us utilizing the funds? Why can't we just utilize this thing? What's the problem? So that come 31st December, we're not talking of deemed energy issues. I mean, the Julius's question is stuck in my head.
It's one and the same anyway.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, Stephen. Having been this other side of the regulator, and then to distribution, to transmission, and now to Jagali, I can authoritatively talk about the reasons why there are delays, some of the delays that are affecting the implementation of these projects. First and foremost, I realize that the licensee's planning is usually not, I'm cautious about my words. The planning is not effective. I think that's the right word. Where is the problem? You already know the schedule of when you are going to submit these costs to the regulator, right from the beginning. And you know you're going to submit your estimates maybe by October or end of September, and then you go into the discussions, and by November, December, they have approved. Ordinarily, if there are projects that you need to be funded through the tariff, right about now, you should have done a due diligence on those particular projects. You should have. By the time you come to error, you are not submitting an estimate per se, but you are submitting the real, almost close to the realistic cost of that particular project. Even if you are to buy a transformer, which I know, I am now speaking to transmission where you have really huge projects. By now, if you want to purchase that transformer or two of those particular specifications of those transformers, by now you should have developed them. You should have known the estimated cost. So by the time you negotiate with error, you're already close to that process. And then get onto the procurement. By March, you are done. Give and take 6 months into the year. By the time you actually correct all these monies, by December, you already have the estimate. The biggest challenge I found was that in these companies, the engineers and the accountants were never aligned. And bringing the two together, they would always crash at implementation. When the engineers are firefighting, and the accountants are saying, we are likely to lose this money. So planning needs to be, we really need to put a lot of effort as CFOs into the planning and budgeting cycle of these investments. I can tell you, it is possible. It can be done. What needs to be done is aligning the planning. The second one is continuous engagements. The other thing I saw with again in my movement was that the utilities in a way try to take this view that the regulator may not know. Or if they find that we've already done it, they may let us pass. So they just keep quiet about it and go and start doing and wait for the regulator to find out. And having been here, that was the worst move to do on me. Because once we get you, then your explanations are total lies right from the beginning, because it means you did it while knowing. So what do I say? Whatever challenge, whatever you want to do, bring the regulator in the know. Make that communication, and errors processes are clear. You write any letter, they will respond to you. If it's to have a meeting, you have a meeting, engage them. So that by the time you do this particular activity, you do this particular procurement, you do this particular investment, they are aware, they are in agreement with you. The last thing I want to say is reallocations. And I think maybe to ask ERA if they could allow some reallocations. At times you find that you have the money, they had approved this particular transformer, 5 MVA transformer for this particular area, but now you need to buy a transformer for the other particular area. Can you have a room to have that kind of reallocation within that? They can allow if you bring your case. But the challenge has been also that the licensee, this other end, tries to shield it and wait. If it is seen, then we shall deal with it. If it is not seen, then we've gone away with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael, for that insight. And I want to open up right now the discussions to the audience. I'll take a round of 4 questions. I committed that by 5 we'll be done with this panel discussion in consultation with Mr. Kasita.
So far I'm doing well. I have 10 minutes left. So let somebody help me with the mobile microphone so that, yes, let's start with Peter Ludu from Total. I saw the other hand first, then I will come to my brother Musmenta. The third hand.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to, I'm not going to ask a question, but I just wanted to give a vote of thanks, because coming from where I am, just a background, I was part of the graduate trainees who went through ESCOM ERA graduate training program, and now since moved on to Total Energies, and I'm grateful for the journey. I just want to, yes, as I said, give a vote of thanks for ERA for this, part of all these teams coming together, the regulator, OAG, EY, URA, in the same room. It really takes away the whole load of sleepless nights. I can attest to that. Stephen was my boss at that time, and yeah, we had a lot of sleepless nights. You go to the auditor, you've presented something, the URA is on a different page, ERA is on a different page. So, but this is very good, and I'm grateful for ERA for this incredible thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Peter. Yes, Mr. Musmenta.
Thank you.
I know you were a lecturer, and you are the one who set the curriculum for audit, which is the widest CPA paper. So, because we are bad days, please, 1 minute, let's have it done.
Thank you. I'll be sure in 1 minute I will be done. My question is to ERA, if it's possible, you've already had feedback in terms of the guidelines. The good thing also you indicated, they were developed at the time before IFRS 20 was developed. Charles has somehow clarified that IFRS 20 will address most of the issues, whether from the tax or not. I happen to be on the technical committee of the institute. I can testify that at the moment guidelines are aligned with IFRS 20. Trust me, most of the issues, remember the good thing is not necessarily for the USOA, but in particular when you're indicating that licensees make sure that your financial statements are in compliance with IFRS accounting standards. The good thing that Julius's are also focusing on the side of IFRS accounting standards financial statements. All issues will be resolved. Maybe the other recommendation would be, especially from Sharon's perspective, can there be a chance that ERA guides that all licensees, whether you're on the side of the government, the good thing, even if you to follow the guidelines issued by the institute, most of the utilities, basically the utility institutions, are not expected to comply with the IPSASs, but rather IFRS accounting standards. So it would be a bit also a mismatch of what we expect of the nature of the institutions. They're applying a different reporting framework than what's supposed to be applied. So that's how I would suggest that the utilities is based on the institute's guidelines, and still maybe on the guidance from ERA. Let's have uniformity across all the institutions. We apply IFRS accounting standards. All issues will be sorted. I beg to submit. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Musmenta. For those of you who don't know him, he's the architect behind the audit and assurance syllabus for CPA. So, and is a partner at BDA. Welcome. Thank you for being with us. Yes, my brother.
Thank you, Chairman. I have had look at some accounts for a particular entity, and where the licensee has been given only 10 years. And I'm now asking Julius, under wear and tear, would we go for wear and tear of 20%, or we have to use the 10-year period of the licensee to compute the wear and tear for tax purposes? Thank you.
Thank you. It's spot on. Fortunately, there is no question addressed to me, so I'm not very attentive. So the people who are likely to answer, Julius, finally you saw a question coming. The tenor is 10 years, your way and the tear is talking of more years or less. But let's get the fourth question. Is there any other person, the fourth? Okay, let's give it a shot.
I think it is the easiest question. Like I said, taxation is free prescribed within the law. All you need is to know which kind of asset you have. And if it is a depreciable asset, you will be in the rules of Section 27. So you have to place it in the right class of the assets. And class 1 is 40%. That means 2.5 years almost. Class 2, 30%. Class 3, 20%. Any other arrangement outside that provision definitely will be outside the law. And like I said, taxation is in accordance with the law and not any agreements, not any guidelines, or even accounting. If accounting allowed you 10 years, taxation will still bring you back to the wear and tear schedule and the different percentages. Thank you.
Yeah, as you've heard, Julius has more items disallowed than allowed. So to make sure you are in the allowed category, follow that schedule. The next, yes, there was a hand there. Mr. Edward, you make comments on the proposals that Mr. Msmenda was making in terms of merging.
Thank you, Charles, and all the panelists today. And my name is Elias, and I work with Sims Hydro. I want to appeal to the tax man, because at the end of the day, we are all working for national development. So when you come in and you tell Bujagare, I'm grabbing all your money tonight, that means we will have, you just say that if we have a blackout for how long, it will be a national security issue. So I think we need to probably, I don't know whether you have a special team in your department that is able to engage without triggering issue notice on your system, so that we are able to know that, yes, much as there is an outstanding liability on your end, this money belongs here, this money belongs here. You cannot just come in, attach everything, and then paralyze a whole body that is making sure that people have power lighting in their houses every night. Thank you so much, and glad that we had this session today.
Yeah, Julius, the question is, are you fair? Or for you, things of fairness do not matter?
I think we need to be a little bit honest with each other in this room. When it comes to enforcement measures, we can only enforce on you after we have had enough discussions with you. And you bear witness with me that URA does not use enforcement in the first place. First of all, we work under the self-assessment regime. But sometimes we have different opinions. And sometimes we issue an assessment. Again, when we issue an assessment, it is not final until you agree with it. When you don't agree with that assessment, what do? You object to that assessment. Once the objection decision has still been done, you can still be dissatisfied. You still have an option to ask for a review of that objection decision through our alternative dispute resolution. But in case you also don't trust URA process, the legislators have known that sometimes that relationship may actually fail. You may still not agree with URA. And there is always an independent arbiter, that is the Tax Appeals Tribunal. Now, most of the times, by the time we enforce on your account, for example, issuing an agency notice, we have gone through all that discussion, and probably there is no payment. And like we are seated in here, we might not actually have the funds that we are talking about unless someone is willing to correct the taxes. So every time there is a discussion of whether you're paying taxes or not, you must be able to come forth and have a discussion with URA and agree on how you're going to manage those liabilities, knowing that URA has another upper hand in terms of managing your compliance, because we have the ability to actually pick this money from wherever it is. But we don't want to do that. We would want you to come so that we sit on a round table and discuss on how some of these liabilities can be paid. I was assured that most of the times they are giving you money, there is a component for taxes. And sometimes you don't pay those taxes even when you have been provided with the funds. That is a vice that we must chew from this room, so that when you go back, you know what belongs to Caesar must come to Caesar. Every time there is a gap in interpretation of these rules and the laws, I told you, URA is available to guide you. If you do not trust URA that much, we have all the consultants in this house. Think about EY, think about BDO, think about Iran, think about all the people that are in here. You will discover that you have so many options. But when you sit alone and say, I'm going to interpret it myself, I will disagree with URA. URA, unfortunately, has a mandate to enforce on you and would not want to go that way. I thank you.
Julius is basically saying take advantage of your rights as provided for, while he also squeezes you on your obligations. As he does that, he has already assured us that he has an upper hand. So use that information to your own advantage. Is there any other question? I know the energy levels are going down, and perhaps we can do a wrap up, but before we do that, can we? There are some proposed denongo series that.
Thank you so much, and to everyone that has stayed in the room. We appreciate your presence and also appreciate the energy. All the sector licenses actually use IFRS except one, and that is UEDCL. But they're also in the process of changing from IPSAS to IFRS. But you know that has to go through so many layers that we have started. I think UEDCL has started the process of the conversion. The sister companies are all IFRS compliant, so we do not expect much on this. So on the issue that I think was discussed, we are trying to harmonize IFRS 20 and proposed guidelines, and we say that there will be changes in the guidelines based on the requirements under IFRS 20, and that's what we're going to pick up. Lastly, we also wanted to request all our licensees, those who are here and those that are online, that we start participating in the financial reporting awards of the Institute of Certified Public Accountants. This is just for purposes of saying we are going to compete against each other, maybe here and there. If I see UEGCL's financials placed against UETCL, on who is reporting well on, let's say, sustainability and all these other standards that we're adopting, there's much that is coming up. But so for purposes of improving our reporting and also ensuring that we are conforming with the standards, we would request that, okay, we don't want to direct. We request that all licensees do participate in the FIRE awards. The submission, I think, Charles, since you're still online, you may give us a waiver and extend our submission beyond 30th September. That's just a request for here today. But for licenses that are willing to comply with FIRE year awards, we request that you allow us some time so that we can also participate in this. We shall appreciate to have you there. We are always there, but we're only the only participant in the electricity sector. So we request that the sector actually adopts this just for better reporting and improved performance going forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's do a wrap up of our session with my panelists. You'll give parting shots. Obviously from here, I know we had a lot of questions to the tax authority, and we want to commend you, Sarah, while you were there. You opened doors and there was a lot of engagement. Recently, when there was a Chikwekwe to deregister us from withholding tax exemption, to see people like Julius, there were a lot of deployments. So I'm not even very sure whether the soldiers I'm seeing around Julius is. So we want to have a lot of engagements. The bottom line that I'm making is that you see people having a lot of questions. And because of that, it would only just be for our good and advantage to go and have these discussions. Many times they have been constructive, seen as partnership, although because of the I know Cyrus has done a lot of audit in the sector. Cyrus, you should stand up so that those who have not seen you, when you see him, he has understood all our PPAs, our generation licenses, our IFRSs, and here is taking notes. So please prepare ahead. But what is the key is this engagement. So Julius, the point is that when we are in trouble, please let the security be a little bit, so I can come and talk to you and tell you my issues. Otherwise, when it becomes again too much, we now just run away. So that I made it just to commend you, Sarah, for your achievements, that we made a lot of that free cordial conversation, that we look at the issue at hand and you even propose how to deal with it. So I want to give you an opportunity in 1 minute just to give your parting shots. Then I will move to Charles, I will move to Sharon, and then my brother Michael. But obviously, given that all of us, we are paid by Peter, I need to prepare you, Peter. You've not said something. And yet you've paid us well. We are not complaining. The sector is well sustained. The UTCL has been paying us according to our PPA agreements. So at least you will say something or say hello to us. Oh, but you, Stella. Sarah, sorry.
Thank you so much for your kind comments. I just want to thank ERA for organizing this. It's really good, and we hope that you'll make this again next year. I don't know if you can do it once an annual event. It will be very good. I want to just encourage all of us to, like what Julius has said, it's very, very important to consult. Tax and accounting are really quite distinct. So even when you talk about the standards trying to streamline things, in taxation, there is a whole law, and the laws are different from the different. There is income tax, there is VAT, there are so many laws that guide the way tax is done. As much as tax follows accounting, but they are also distinct in the way certain things are treated. So, and it's also important for consistency, and that's why ERA brings all of you in this room, that can we do the same thing in the same way, so that Julius doesn't get licensee A and then licensee B has done the right thing, yet you are all under the same regulator. So if we can all harmonize and do the things the same way, it's important. The purpose of this day was to consult. So we are available even after here for consultation. I also want, on a special note, to invite all of you. EY is organizing an annual tax retreat. It will be on the 21st of October. It will be in Munyonyo for 3 days. You can choose to sleep over, or you come as a non-resident. Come and we discuss. We shall also look at different tax aspects coming from the different sectors. It will be the first of its kind. We are getting people from URA, Ministry of Finance, and we are also getting the private sector people in one room. Let's come and discuss tax. So it will be something similar to this, and it will be very engaging and interesting. So we will be sending you the invite. Even if we don't, please just go and register. There is a link in our portal. You can go and register and then make the payment and come and attend. Some of you had already booked this event was supposed to be in May, but somehow we had to change the venue. We realized that the hospitality sector here, the hotels in Jinja were not really up to speed to host such an event. So we may just have to go to the West next year. Sorry for taking part of your airtime, but it's all to benefit us. Thank you so much. I wish you a very good weekend, and God bless you.
A round of applause. Thank you. Sarah, over to you, Charles.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you, my fellow panelists and the audience that was really active throughout the event. Indeed, my closing is simply to re-emphasize the aspect of the standard that has come into place, the standard that is intended to cure all of those issues that we've been seeing. And please, as we embrace it, as we get into training of our teams, growing our capacities and appreciating it, feel free to always share what you think is unclear, and that clarity will be provided. And if it's a lapse or a gap, we shall really revert back to the standard setting when that opportunity of post-implementation comes. Chair and members, if there is anything that we would leave here with today, it should be the resolution that all of the players that have attended, the licensees that have attended, explore the opportunity that lies in participating in the ICPU's Financial Reporting Awards. We are saying in these awards, participation is really free of charge. Participation is free of charge, and you get commentary from experts on how really to fine-tune your presentation, your financials, and then assessment of compliance with the different standards is concerned. I know there are a couple of standards that come up. We are expected to oblige to them. Sustainability standards are in place. Now we're talking about IFRS 20. So for you to test whether you are doing something as expected, utilize that free opportunity, and probably once we harmonize that across the board as a sector, we will equally simplify the work of the taxman. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Round of applause for Charles. Thank you so much. And I cannot emphasize, the people, my ancestors will say, "Ochigambire nyowe, ochizikire." So you've told us it is done and dusted. Sharon, your parting remarks in 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. I just want to take this opportunity to thank ERA for this initiative. Indeed, we've been grappling with variances across the sector. So thank you for also the initiative of coming up with the guidelines, the very much needed guidelines, which are going to provide a framework for consistency. I like the provisions on ring fencing funds and that traceability. It particularly really works for audit. However, we would appreciate if it's tightened a bit. We do not want to give Mr. CFO Peter any incentive to invest our money and delay our investments, which I think we have actually raised before in certain licenses, where the funds were approved or collected 7 years ago, but till now, not even procurement delays can actually explain such. So we really want to see the guidelines be very tight on when it's appropriate, the criteria, and for that investment or any delays in investing these funds. We also would like to see it be explicit about the regulatory asset base and the assets reported for general purpose financial reporting. I had I forget your name, him talk about something that kind of suggests that this should be identical, but the guidelines should come out very clearly that whereas Innocent is prohibiting a revaluation model, this should be specifically for regulatory, not financial reporting purposes, that it's okay to have varying bases. The important thing is for these bases to reconcile and trace, and that should come out in the guidelines, because as it stands, it looks like we are prescribing the method of depreciation as straight line generally, yet we know that the standards actually allow or permit us other alternatives. So the guidelines should be structured in a way that it doesn't look like they are overriding the financial reporting standards, because else I will come at the end of the year and write otherwise. Other than that, I think the guidelines are a very good initiative, especially the fact that UEDCL, even after IFRS 20 is effective, as long as they're still reporting under IPSAS, it doesn't necessarily, IFRS 20 might not necessarily address the challenges under UEDCL, and what will help will be these guidelines. So in the meantime, I think if we strengthen them, it will be rather really good for us, especially from the audit perspective. Other than that, I would like to thank you and all the CFOs in the room, and have a blessed weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Mike?
Thank you very much, Stephen. Once again, I would like to thank ERA for organizing this forum. I think it was a success to me. The CFOs lead discussions, especially to do with the budget and planning in the boardrooms of their respective entities. And yet only a handful can explain regulatory concepts. When I was here, we received a report done by an audit firm, and after the revenue sales included another line which was called losses, energy losses. And he submitted it to Auditor General, and we are really mad, and that's where the discussion to accredit and ring fence auditors into the energy space came from. So you can imagine if the auditor is able to put his signature and stamp and say, this is a report of the auditor in as far as auditing this kind of revenue is concerned, then the one who prepared them, he must have been a CFO as well. So those challenges, I am happy once we have these kinds of forums, we will be able to address them. The other thing is that maybe if we could, in the next kind of forums, if we could also look at engaging ICPAU, and we have CPDs accredited to the members who attend this forum, so that we also benefit from coming all the way from Ginger, and we sit here for the whole day, and you also have some hours to record, because this is really additional knowledge that is added onto your profession and understanding of accounting. Otherwise, Stephen, tomorrow is a cleaning weekend, and so I want to wish all of you a happy cleaning weekend and a nice weekend as that. Thank you.
Stephen, maybe just allow me 30 seconds. I've forgotten something that might be quite important for Mr. Aurora. You have recommended for disclosures regarding these funds. Maybe for your uniformity, you could think about a standard template across board, so that that's what the licenses use, and a standard reconciliation kind of template, so that it's easy to compare and follow through. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's give another round of applause to the panelists. They have done such the necessary justice. I think you made the right choice. Thank you so much, Era. And the last comment, the last CPDA request that you made, perhaps, as you think about it.
Let Charles give the CPD.
Charles, it seems to suggest that you want to pronounce yourself, that by virtue of the authority, every member that is here has qualified for 8 hours. Let's give Charles a round of applause.
Chair.
And leave the rest of the liability to him to manage.
No, sure. We shall get in touch with the ERA team. I must say there are hours that should be accredited for attending this particular engagement. And we have no problem with that. That is going to be communicated. And the team will get back to you.
Thank you so much, Charles, once again. I had still asked Peter to just say hello to us. For those of you who you just keep seeing money coming on your accounts, you don't know the person signing the money every month on time. Here's the man making us all happy and, you know, staying liquid. Just say hello and your general comments, if any, then Kasita will take over from there.
Thank you, Chair. Though you ambushed me, so I'm actually going to take note of your company. You may start getting the payments last, but thank you for inviting us here. Of course, to all our stakeholders, I'm glad we are doing a good job and you're happy with us. But all this couldn't be possible without my team. There's Pauline here, they could stand up for recognition. Pauline, Godfrey, and Ronald. Thank you very much. I think you can see that the stakeholders are happy. I'd like to thank ERA and the team, Innocent, Director Edward. Me and Director Edward come from way back. We used to sit at some place down there and have very serious discussions for our MBAs and CPA. I think he remembers. And to all of you, we've made good connections. OAG, Sharon, now that the audit is about to start, I think that we've had this engagement here. You won't come on so hard. To the people that we've met, Michael, Chairman, people from UEGCL, would like to thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Peter. And since you chose to introduce your team, I don't want to be in trouble when I go back home. I also came with my accountants. Ruth, where are you? Just stand up and wave to the people. He's one of our accountants. Another one is Charlene. Bita, where are you? Those are the people who are sending rumors of what I'm doing here. Thank you so much, and it has been a pleasure being your moderator. Enjoy the rest of your evening and happy cleaning tomorrow.
Wow. Stephen, thank you back for handing back my authority. Thank you so much. I was just getting worried that you are taking over completely, but I'm okay. I want to thank you very much, our moderator and the distinguished panelists, for that rich and engaging discussions. I think everybody will agree with me that he has been engaging, and please give them a round of applause. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the tail end of our program, we do believe in transparency and accountability. We believe in disclosures, as all of you are. I'm learning everything from here. I don't have them. I'm learning. That's not my work. But allow me to call our chief rapporteur, come and summarize what really has happened here so that everyone knows what will happen, what will be in our reports. That is high level of transparency, right? Very good. Come, Sawa. You have already, that one has been breached, so I cannot say anything.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies, for this opportunity. I won't take a lot of time. Just here to summarize a few things that were able to be presented today. Early in the morning, we had a presentation on the ESI regulatory framework, and here we're basically taken through the steps of licensing, tariff setting, and compliance in the sector. We also had a presentation on the economic framework where the presenter specifically talked about the issue of establishing reasonable costs and the tariff setting process. He also talked about the reason as to why domestic customers particularly pay more than the industrial customers. And he concluded with the aspect of having the competing interests from the different stakeholders that have to be balanced whenever we are taking any regulatory decisions. We also had a presentation from the corporate and regulatory finance, and here DFS was able to talk about the key distinctions here with particular emphasis on ensuring transparency whenever we are doing this. We had a presentation on how tariff-financed investments accounted for, and here the key takeaway was to establish how to start knowing the impact of IFRS 20, and he encouraged us to start now. That is the CFO from UEGCL Susan, and also the process of the change from IFRS 14. She also requested URA that we have the customer-funded or the tariff-financed investments to be allowed as tax deductible or excluded from chargeable income until the rated obligation is discharged. We had a presentation on the tariff-financed investment guidelines, and here specifically what came out was that we are developing the ring fencing guidelines and also the need to compare them with IFRS 20 and to ensure that they are aligned. And also 2 comments raised by the different stakeholders that will be taken into consideration when we are making the final copy of the guidelines. We had a presentation on tax and tax compliance from our Assistant Commissioner, Large Taxes, Julius. Here, he specifically talked about aligning ourselves to the accounting and tax laws, while noting that the tax laws take precedence. He also took note of the different taxes that the sector has contributed, and I think I observed that we have increased by about 28% from the previous year, 24-25, to the just concluded financial year. We had a panel discussion. CPSR emphasized that the standards and the guidelines were in the same direction, but we need to always ensure that we defer our incomes to ensure that we align with the different tax laws. CPHRs noted that the standards or the guidelines on tariff investments were in agreement with the standards, but he requested us to take keen interest in understanding IFRS 20 and how it aligns, and also encouraged us to have all adoption. CPS Sharon didn't have major reservations with the major one coming in on how we treat depreciation and ensuring that we align with the different standards. To conclude, CPA Michael told us about how tariff-financed investments are accounted for, and he encouraged us to ensure that we carry out the accounting both in line with the international reporting standards and the regulatory framework. MC, those were the practicing shots. In terms of attendance, we had 87 physical participants here. I think you clap for yourselves. We don't take that for granted. And we had 17 participants online. I thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much. This being an inaugural one, I think we have been doing very well. And what I'm learning is financial discipline can also make time management very clear. I have learned it from here today. Once you are financially disciplined, it's very easier for you to also manage time. I have learned it from now, and I'll always be doing so. Now, I have just few announcements, but one, for the good job the panelists have done, we do have some small token of appreciation. And again, I don't know whether we have time to disclose here, but yes, exactly. But the director, our director here, will be able to hand over this token of appreciation to our panelists and also our presenters. So, but for the sake of transparency and accountability, we don't want you to say that we came here and we gave you money to few people. And moreover, we don't know whether it's tariff what? Tariff what? Funded. Tariff funded. Oh, tariff funded, or the other one is what? I am learning these things. So let's just disclose this and we give them out. Yes, that's what transparency means. It's always a long process, but. So inside this big box, you have a vacuum cup. You have some of these things I don't like to open them. You have this, what's this? Then you have this. You have reading lamp. I think it's a reading lamp. Then also you have a USB cable here. Come and help me, sir. Chairman. Help me. Just pick one by one and disclose so that everyone can see. This is a reading lamp. This is a vacuum cup. These are USBs. Another big one is here. Plus, what's that now? So that's what is here in the box. So, Bwana DFS, please hand over this to our distinguished moderator plus his panelists. Stephen. Here. Stephen, from there. Take pictures also for again. Yeah. Yes. You are right. It's a very valid question. You are right. It's the same thing that is here, please. Yeah, really, that one. Yeah. Go. Yeah, take them closer. And then Sarah, CPA Sarah, sorry for forgetting your title, Sarah. CPA Charles, I think we shall see him when he comes back. Then CPA Sharon. There's a representative. Okay, let a representative of Charles come and pick this. Then my CPA Michael Taremwa. CPA Susan, that one. Susan. And then the taxman, Julius. Huh? Yes. CPA Julius. All right. That's one. Yeah. Yes. UEG. Excellent. So, DFS. Okay. Again, to also avoid exclusion, I have been guided here that from the participants, you have not been attending only, but I know you have been listening. So we have two questions here to ask. Each of you has a token of appreciation. And I have a question to ask. In which year was Uganda's electricity sector liberalized? Random question. Anyone raise your hand? In which year was Uganda's electricity sector liberalized?
In 2001.
Let me see here. My marking guide. No. It's correct, I think. No. Kale. Another option? Oh, yes, he gets it. answer. Where is his token of appreciation? Okay. Okay. Approximately how many grid-connected customers did Uganda have by June 2025? This should come from you, EDCL, an answer. By 2025 June, how many grid-connected customers did Uganda have at that time? Hard question? Should I add one? Yes. 2 million. Let me see here. Okay, but close, but not that. Close. A. Yes. 2.6. Close, but we shall round off, I think. 1. Okay, I think you are closer, isn't it? You are closer. 2.52. So, Sebo, are you taking their names, chairperson? Yes. And then the third question is, let me get a random question. What is the largest operation grid-connected solar PV capacity? If someone asks what's the largest solar PV capacity in Uganda? Yes, Mama? Huh? What's the capacity? Megawatts. 20 megawatts. She gets it. Yes. So she also wins. So 3 people. He's the man here for accountability. He's here. So with that, please allow me now to hand over to the Director of Finance so that he can really close this and also come up with a closing wrap-up. And I invite you to cocktail.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, really, the Master of Ceremonies, I stood over you to ensure that we manage time. I'm always cautious of the people who give us their time. And I've been here since morning, so you have to, even however much the food is sweet, you must eat it to a level that you're able to carry. Even if some people eat it and collapse. Yeah, he's a gentleman from our village who ate meat and failed to talk. He usually signs just until he was rescued. But anyway, we are coming to a close of our meeting today, our forum. And first of all, I bring apologies from our CEO. She opened this meeting, but she's in another meeting. So she sent me a text that I could close so that I don't delay you any longer. First of all, would like to thank the following. One, would like to thank you, the participants, really, for making time. We want to thank our guest speakers who put in time. I know it has been a process. We've been engaging you, and really, I want you people to take it that they've done this thing pro bono. There's nothing like payment. We want really to thank you. And we want to thank at least for the CFOs who are our licensees, you could have an obligation to come because you know maybe, yeah, but we don't revenge, by the way. We are very honest people. We don't do those things. But maybe you are compelled to come because you are in the industry. But also thank the audit firms that have really come in through to be with us. The following audit firms have been here, and I want really for recognition. KPMG has been here. Want to thank you. I'm not giving it in any order. There's no order. E&Y has been here represented. We want to thank you. There's been Hillary and Hills. BDO. Grant and Granton. Those one are my close, whatever, but even their name disturbs me. RSM East Africa. I think those are the ones. Innocent, have I forgotten any? PKF was online. We want to thank you. Physically here. So we want to thank those firms. But I also want to thank ICPAU in particular. You know, we are not how can I say it? We are not experts, even if we have qualification of accounting. There is an institution we always collaborate with. So we want to thank you for your collaboration, all of you. We want to thank you for the feedback. One thing I learned as you grow old, there is growing old and growing up, isn't it? So as I grow up, because I'm already old, is that you need to listen for you to take proper feedback. We have really listened to your feedback, and we are very, very grateful. In my earlier engagements as I was growing professionally, somebody told me we were doing a 360-degree appraisals, and when they gave me an appraisal, I fell to sleep. So the next day, my supervisor realized that I did not sleep properly. Then he asked me, was it because of the feedback you received? I said, but really, this lady was lying on me that I'm not doing this. He said, you see, even these companies, they do surveys. And when they do surveys, there are those even who receive very bad negative feedback. But it helps you to reflect and grow up. So we have really reflected on our guideline. We want really to thank you. We want to go back and look at that guideline, ensure that we are able to align it to the standard that is required. In particular, I also want to thank URA. Kindly clap for them again. I remember one time we got a challenge here, and it was a tax matter. I will not mention the detail for confidentiality. And they took me in that meeting to chair the meeting. But when both sides were submitting, I realized that I'm not an expert in tax matters, even when I knew what should be done. However, I told them that, the best thing, as a chair, I ruled. I never gave them a solution. I said, let's write to URA. Let's explain. Both of you explain your circumstances. And we send that for guidance from URA. One party did not agree with me because they thought their side was the most convincing and compelling. So they went ahead and implemented what they thought. I can tell you they lost the case. They somersaulted them with no minute because they never listened. So I think when you have an expert, you go to URA, listen to them. We shall also guide you. We know to the extent, but we are not experts in that area. And it's important. Even the auditors will always tell you, they can do it, they can explain to you, they make reference to the act, but ultimately, URA has the final. That is from my own growing up. They have the final, and they will always guide. So we understand, and we thank you for all this. But just back to today, I was very excited, and I'm still excited of what has happened. And to tell you that I was excited, I never had lunch, I never had breakfast. I'm still very satisfied. Even I'm going to do exercise. Because we have been thinking through with my team, how do we move forward with these different stakeholders? Because I've sat with her, one time they summoned me to their office. I was faced with one of our licensees. It's the one thing I don't like. Because, one of the things is that I cannot shine as a regulator better than the licensee, We can't go in a debate where I have to ensure that I have won. I cannot come out thinking that I have won. Actually, I've lost. Because the licensee is not doing the right thing, it means I'm not regulating properly. So, in many times like these issues, we wanted to have a consensus. It has taken us time. It has been very painful, especially when you go to Parliament, and Parliament has been fed by one side, and they want to put you on fire to say you are wrong. The only thing to secure so that you are not arrested, you can admit there that, yeah, I'm wrong. Then you leave. But you know what is happening. So this will set us really a very good, comfortable ground to move forward together. We may not accommodate everything, but at least it will be better than us not having anything. But as I said in the morning, the most important thing we are trying to achieve is really to have a harmonized reporting, transparency in whatever we do, but most importantly wants to ensure financial sustainability of the electricity supply industry. That's the bottom line. Nothing else. So whereas we are pulling in different directions, this, I should have more cash flow. Yes, but what is the bottom line? The bottom line that the electricity supply industry is an engine of growth. We also know it. You have seen where some, I mean, you all know, let's talk about Africa. Ugandans are very tired of darkness. Some people have even, where you take electricity, somebody even cries. He says, I've never seen this, but it's going just to light. We also know that it will improve on productive use of energy. So whatever we are doing, that's the bottom line. How do we sustain the sector to grow? So lastly, we have as ERA our value systems, and we really live to them. We do our mandate in a very transparent manner. And that one, there's no excuse about it. You've read some things, no corruption zone. We started those things long ago. It is our value system. If anything happens, we shall deal with it. And decisively, by the way. Not because of now of the wave of local government. No. Our system is very clear, very open, very transparent. We have lived that, and we shall continue. So be rest assured that whatever we say, there is no any other route, is to do it openly. Even when it is very painful on our side, we shall take it up, because we know that's the only way if we are to remain people of integrity. I heard, of course, this sector is very strong, and we want to assure you, especially our auditors, the financiers, that even when we are faced with very difficult circumstances, we have faced, actually, COVID was one of the tests we've had. The sector remained financially sustainable. If you go in the records, this is the only sector where there was no government to come and do what? We used to call it what? Bailout. There's some bailout. But this sector never. That's why you've heard Peter saying you're able to pay. Why? It is one thing. If we run it efficiently, if we are able to accept on a reasonable cost, if we are to comply with all regulatory requirements. The challenge with the regulation, we're always on catch-up game. I don't know who knew that we shall have this issue. We always want to catch up. So we're trying to catch up, actually. Licensees are always ahead of us. They got this money, they put there as revenue. You already came for them. They raised the alarms. Then they came to us. Now we are catching up. We are catching up. Secondly, we suffer from information asymmetry. Licensees have a lot of information. You make a call and write a letter. They'll first read the letter. They put it there. They think about it. They read it again. Put it there. But exactly what does Edward want? No. He just doesn't want this information for the sake. There's something else. So we suffer from information asymmetry. So if we are open and we give information, this will be good for the sector. With those few words, I want to end by thanking the team, Team ERA, led by the manager, by our master of ceremonies. I want to thank you. By the way, I was on leave. It is also a corruption issue. Why did I come back? Because I've been thinking about this thing for the last 2 years. How do we do it? That's why we never wanted no more investments. You can see we didn't put a lot of investments. Maybe because we are finance guys, we're always very, next time I promise better things will happen. Because you can see, you can enable it to happen. And the team organized really without my presence. They have done all this. I think all of you, the speakers, I never reached out to you. This is not because, but I wanted to ensure the team can flow. When there is an animal, a mammal, when it grows, it starts eating its own children. So me, I don't want to do that. I want, when I grow up, I leave so that they can be able to move. I want to thank that team for all what they have done. And I also want to thank our CEO, who is not here, for giving us this freedom. He gives us freedom, by the way, to innovate as much as we can. So I thank you. As we close, I wish everybody journey masses, and tomorrow is as the master of ceremony say, cleaning. Okay, cleaning our city. The only problem is that I have a friend who wanted me to pick him from the airport, and I told him we're cleaning our city. He said, where will I be? I said, you delay around there until, no. So we are learning, we are growing in that process. I thank you. Unless the master of ceremony, you have anything to say? You have something? Okay. So therefore, with those few words, declare this CFO Forum closed.
Yeah, this is now the function has closed, but we do also have networking opportunity down where we had lunch. So please feel free, let's go down. But for the panelists, I have been guided that we do have a group photo, the panelists who were here, they have left. We do have a group picture here. We stay behind for a bit, 2 minutes. But the rest, let's go down where we have a cocktail. All of us, you are required to be there. You are required to be there. So let's go down there. But all panelists, let's remain here. Adusa John, we don't have time. Where are you? Adusa. Adusa, Adusa, come. Where are you? Yes, we are here. Do you want to take a picture here or down? Otherwise, all of us, let's go down. Level 1. That's where we are going to be networking, and we proceed. Thank you so much.